Okay, hopefully there's no copyrighted music at the moment. We are trying to do this live, preparing and setting up. All right, we're doing this on a mobile basis as well. In a second here, I'm going to have to mute myself. I don't think I'm going to do it very well. Oh, shit. Let's try not to fall on my face if possible. There we go. Meeting is being live streamed. Here we go. So, ladies and germs, thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand it to, oh, that's why he isn't here, because he actually left the room. Ladies and germs, thank you for joining us. I'm having to rush a little bit. We just had a burger over at Shake Shack, and now we're rushing to the car so that we can actually be on time. So anyway, this was poorly planned, I have to be honest. We were going to have sushi, but that didn't work out. Anyway, ladies and germs, I hope you enjoy the takeover. Hope you join soon here. In a second, I'm going to have to pin the link. I honestly may not have time to pin the link here. So honestly, Dee, my apologies. You might have to post the link a few times. I'm going to try to pin the link if I can, but we literally have to drive somewhere and do some stuff. So I'm going to do my very best to pin the fucking link, but I'm not sure that I can.
Okay.
Anyway, please, folks, do hop on because, of course, it's a takeover. And the conversation is basically all about what you guys have to bring up. Dee can't be the only conversation here, ladies and germs. I mean, I suppose he could if he wanted to be, but it would be much more entertaining if you join him. So please do remember that the show is for adults only, no children, and of course we don't sell any motherfucking thing. Obviously, nothing illegal or protected of any kind. I hope that music is not freaking copyrighted. I'm gonna hand it off to you, D. Go for it, and then I can do some stuff. Go for it, buddy.
What's going on, everybody? The show is for 21 and over. If not, you have to get the hell out of here. That's you, little Jimmy boy. Of course, I am D Zombie. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. Also, find me on my channel, D Zombie _745. I just finished doing a live with some of you lovely people out there. I hope everybody's having a great night. Welcome to the takeover. Brains. Little brain action for y'all. What's everybody smoking on tonight? I'm gonna be rolling the joints up in a minute of some. We smoked that already. Animal mints. Fuck it. Animal mints now. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, Robert or Captain 420, Zesty Air, Dead Fish Fan.
D, you're gonna have to post the link.
Okay.
I'm not logged into my account right now, which I can fix in a few minutes, but I have too much to do in the next few minutes to do that.
Okay. No worries.
So if you can do that, I'll try to post it. And if you guys can remind me, someone just ping me on Instagram or something, that would be very helpful, just in case I get distracted. Okay, I'm gonna leave it to you.
Right on. Yeah, just give me a minute, folks, and I'll pin the link. Cheers, Green Finger. Cheers, everybody in chat that I missed. There. Just gonna bear with me 1 second. So yeah, I hope everybody have a great night. So I'm just gonna. Oh, I gotta do this first. Yeah, let's do that. We'll pin the link. Well, I'll post the link so everybody can join. My YouTube keeps going, getting moved. There we go. Right on. That was pretty damn easy. Cheers, Atomic Spoon. I saw you there trying to sneak in. You didn't get past me, though. Zesty. What's going on, Zesty? Good to see everybody. Some of you guys just came from my live. Thanks, by the way, for tuning in. And don't forget, by the way, there's Captain Roberts. Somebody. I'm not sure who this is. Mystery guest. Mr. Mystery Guest, would you like to identify yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Captain 420. What's going on, Cap?
If I can get it around.
That's what she said.
I'm Cat.
Hang on a second.
I sat down to take my shoes off, and now I've got a cat just sleeping in my lap.
Oh, it's a little moo. Oh, so cute. What a cute kitten.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got me pinned.
Yeah, they do that, don't they? Hello, Miss Chronic.
Yeah.
Um, okay, did I post that? Yes, I posted the link. Now I can copy it on my YouTube or my this thing here. Get over here. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna text Theodore right now and tell him to pin the link. Please pin the link.
Can I get up, kitty?
YouTube when you have chance. So if everyone's wondering where Smash is, we probably won't. Not sure if we'll see Smash tonight because right now he's on an airplane back from Vegas. Thanks.
I've done shows from airports before.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I've
kitty.
done lives on the car and different places too. But we'll see. You never know.
Man, we've done them in four different countries now.
Yeah, really. That's crazy.
That's
And it's funny. I always laugh because I look
just
back
me.
on eh?
That's just me. Four different countries.
Yeah.
Then you throw in Christoph, and then you
Yeah.
throw in the guys from New Zealand and Australia and England and Holland.
Yeah. Germany. We have a couple Germans in it, I think. I think Peanut said a while ago we had a couple Chinese people too. People from China watching. So that's crazy. I'm gonna roll up another joint. I'm gonna roll up some. What did I say it was? Oh wait, I'm not. Oh yeah, animal mints. I love animal mints. Try that. Oh, almost enough. A little too much for a joint. What are you smoking on, Captain?
Some Godfather OG
Nice. That's a good one.
and some Sensi Dog. Sensi
Nice.
Star times dog. That's all they put here. I don't know what it is.
Mhm.
I do know that there's different phenos of it out there. So what I'm thinking is someone popped a pack
Mm-hmm.
and just started making clones without really thinking about, hey, those are all different. And you're giving people different genetics. And when you give them different plants and there's different plants in their garden and they expect them all to be one kind
Mm-hmm.
or at least uniformly, and they're not, yeah, that shows, just people trying to make a buck and get shit out there as quick as possible.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day because they're talking about a large scale clone nursery in Ohio. And I told them, listen, you can't open up your doors for 6 months because you have to run all these out so you can have pictures of yourself running them out.
Yeah.
You just can't copy and post a picture from this guy's IG page and this person's IG page, because the one you're working with may look totally different. And then what does that do for your business name? It makes you look like shit.
Yeah. Here comes Green Fingers.
Or at least in my mind it does, and I wouldn't order from you.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't take at least 120 days and run through something, then you ain't got no business.
Yeah. Well, that's
I mean, you can, in that 120 days, you can be building clones of those, but you may end up with a couple that just don't make the mark out of that seed pack. So what are you going to do with those?
what you gonna do, brother?
And my opinion of that is come in with your medical card on every Monday and you can pick up 2 free plants with a
What,
purchase.
really?
Yeah. And
This
just
week.
give out the ones that we don't think make the cut.
Is this in Thailand or Ohio?
Ohio.
Oh, Ohio. Okay.
Oh yeah, I've got the ideas that I've tried to implement into this will be like the first of its kind type nursery in the country.
Cool.
They're going to hold about 350 to 400 different crosses.
Mm-hmm.
We won't say varietals or anything like that. We'll just say crosses. They're going to hold about 400, 350, 400, but they're only going to be putting out 50 to 60, really. And then there's going to be another 15 to 20 that only go to facilities.
Yeah. Oh, it's freaking cold in here.
Actually, Dee, I may have to come up to Canada.
That's fine.
I
Yeah.
mean, literally actually have to come up there on a business.
Really? We're in Canada, eh?
Someplace up near between the border and you.
Cool. Well, let me know.
It's
If
a
you're-
grow facility.
Right on. Let me know. We can meet up, maybe, depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Take it up here. That'd be pretty cool.
But when I get back, they're actually coming to the States to talk to me because they're relatives of the person that wants to open up this clone nursery. Well, he doesn't want to open it up. I want him to open it up, and he's got the right people and he's got the right amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
What's in it for me is I get to get my genetics out to the public, and I get my genetics into some facilities.
That's cool. That's some cool shit.
That's what I'm in it for. That's my cut.
Right on. Yeah, I was now 4 years ago now. Hold on. Thank you. So 4 years ago, or maybe longer, when we didn't have legalization yet, but we just had medical. We used to have a medical club around here that I went to all the time. This is when I grew my 8.5 foot Blue Dream plant. And they actually liked it so much, I brought them a sample. They wanted to premiere it in their shop and sell it. They needed some keep. I'm like, okay. And I got some money out of it. But my main thing was just getting it in there. And everything. That was the coolest shit. people buying my cannabis in a store.
Exactly. That means more. A lot of people don't see it, but I see it more as it's more than money.
Exactly. The money was okay, but I rather have people like that's my bud in the store. You're buying.
And the
That's fine.
fact that other people like what you like too.
Mm-hmm. Hit from the bong.
Well, that's the wrong bud. That bud bag has little buds in it. I need the one ground up.
Good stuff.
What's going on, Green Fingers?
Not much, man. Just kicking back.
Right on.
Yeah.
Oh, great button.
Okay, take out the Star Dog and put White Widow.
Cool. I'm not a big White Widow fan. Well, by itself, if it's a cross or whatever, cool. But I
Man.
never really liked White Widow.
I opened up this guy's jar of White Widow in Chiang Mai, and it took me straight back to Amsterdam's smell of White Widow when I first smelled it.
Right on. That's some cool shit.
Can't say I remember White Widow very good.
And
White Widow's mixed, cross, and everything. Cheers, get up.
I have
Peace out.
I have some crosses that I planted from Free Seed Day that I got from Buddy Kilowatt over there. I forgot what it's called though. As Skunk 18, which is the Uncle Fester cut times Kim D times White Widow. It's the only White Widow I have.
Crazy.
It's not White Widow, it's Cross. Lord Seed Company or something.
Mm-hmm.
My buddy Robbie, who like is a hash maker, rosin maker, he saves certain batches.
I guess
I took the last dab of it, but
Yeah.
it was wedding cake, like just straight
Ooh.
wedding cake from a couple years ago. Then he had a freezer. Yeah, wedding cake is bomb. Like that's why it was so popular for a little while. Ice cream cake, wedding cake, they're both good.
I like wedding cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's weird how there's like crosses of, but a lot of times the initial strains like fade off, like they get real popular and they're saturate the market for a few months, and then all of a sudden they're not around at all anymore. It's
See,
weird.
that's what I consider the hype train. That kind of stuff. When it's like there for everybody had it for that 1 month
You're
or
right,
2 months,
but
3
like
months.
the reality is the hype train is taking strains that probably should stick around and like making that, because there's so many new ones, there's so much hype that yeah, like we could go through the list. Wedding cake's just one of them. So many in the last 3 years, 5 years that were like, yeah, what happened to that strain? Now some of them were hype strains and weren't all that to begin with. But I'm talking the other side of the coin where like solid strains have been
For like 3-4 years.
replaced with the more hype strains or the latest greatest, or it's like impossible to even keep track. It's so many come out so fast.
But wedding cake was, that was a good solid strain for 3-4 years, and then poof.
Well, but it's in like, there's certain strains, regardless of what people say their lineages are, and Wedding Cake, oh yeah, that got bred into a lot of stuff. Larry OG, oh, that got bred into a lot of stuff. Even Larry OG, that was super popular for so long, and oh, it's not that you don't see too many people have bags of Larry anymore.
Yeah, I like Larry OG. It's got a nice sweet
Well,
taste for OG.
it's coming back. There's a resurgence of a lot of it in new
Well,
crosses
a
from all
lot
the
of it
seeds that
is
I
just
see.
people make
Yeah,
crosses,
yeah.
and then the crosses are all good. Some of them are even better or
Better than
whatever.
the
But
originals.
yeah,
Yep.
sometimes I just like I'm like I guess
Yours.
yeah, I would like to have a whole bunch of my jars full with like I guess all the legacy strain, or some of these aren't even legacy. I mean, they're only a couple years old. They're already legacy. Like we move so fast that like we just put things out of mind so quick. Some people hold on to certain things and run them for a while, but yeah, like the new cannabis era, we just blow through different genetics fast.
I mean, that's what makes it, I think, kind of a race to certain things. Because if you can get your hands on something and then everybody else lets it go, and then you're the last person with it, type of thing, then poof.
And I'm like a
everyone-
firm believer with even if it's just a clone, seeds too. You can't really make real judgments on on how good that strain's going to perform for you unless you run it like
Yeah,
flower it out like 2, 3 times. Like you can't make like you know like a lot of lately the last few years I had so many things going. Yeah, I stopped doing that and I just run things one time. But I know from like experience sometimes, oh, what do you call it? Acclimate. Different things
mhm.
acclimate to you, your environment and you. At least my experience.
Yeah. Some plants are easier than others, also, and some people can grow a really good plant shitty and like have a bad representation of that plant and never want to grow something that's really good, but they just didn't do a good job on growing it, which ruins a lot of that hype stuff because if you can't really grow a really good plant all the time if it's a prissy plant. You have to know what you're doing and know what the plant needs. And some people just give up right away because that plant didn't perform
And
for
a
them.
lot of times, like what it needs in your environment is slightly different than the next guy. So there's no like one thing that you know.
Well, I
And
think that's how you ended
unless you
up
run it
with
a
all
couple
these
times, how
sour
do you even know
diesels.
what it needs? Like you got to run it a couple times. Like even like I give some of my friends that grow, like I always talk about a baseline, like having like I'm hydro, having like a baseline recipe, right? And then that way at least that, right? So then when a plant starts showing its needs, you have a baseline instead of like, oh, if you just always all over the map with different recipes, well then how do you even know, you know?
Right.
Patience, like, oh yeah, we live in this fast-paced world, but cannabis has its own like patience. Like you have to be
Yeah.
patient.
Those
Yeah.
57-day people or the 75-day people, that stuff kills me because I let mine go to way longer than it should just because I want to see what it's gonna do. And I'm making it for seed sometimes, so I really got to see what it's gonna do. Like I can't just do it at a
Sometimes
short time.
it looks really done at 60 some days, but if you let it go those extra 5 days, 7 days,
Right,
only 3 extra days. Oh,
right.
that's when all of a sudden the next level shows up.
Yeah. Some people have never seen that. They've just, I don't have time. I got to do it at this
Now, there
time
are
'cause I
some
need it.
strains, and
Yeah.
yeah, like my favorite strain, Blackwater. Oh no, that was a strict 56 dayer. oh, I grew a lot of it. And there were times, oh, it went 60 some days. It wasn't like it was bad, but no, it was best at 56 days. Like some strains are that way too. Like a couple
Yeah.
extra days puts it in it changes it not for the
Ruined them sometimes. I've had some ruined extra
right.
couple days, just straight from
It's
total
one thing
different.
on
Not that type of cleanup number.
Instagram and WeedTube or whatever, we generalize things, but the one thing I believe, there's so many variables, so many, that it's hard to generalize cannabis into like one thing, like one way to grow or one. No, because there's so many variables, a lot of variables, not just how you feed it, and your soil and your temperature and humidity, just endless variables.
Yeah. Smoke something. What's everybody smoking? Let me pack.
I'm smoking
Pack 'em.
Jesus tonight. I'm dog sitting while my boss is out on her some date or some shit because she has a really old dog, so I'm dog sitting for a few hours.
Oh, right on.
God,
Girl and Cup,
Godfather OG and White Widow.
Candy Crush, Moroccan Hash. What's this one here? Animal
Oh.
Mints and Death Bubble for nighttime. Over here.
Well,
Garlic
earlier when you
cocktail.
were on your other show, you looked up animal mints, and I've heard about animal mints for years, but I never knew the lean. But yeah, Fire OG, I grew that shit for a long
That's
time
good
years
too.
ago. That is like, yeah, how do you go wrong with Fire if it's the real like Fire OG that was around
Yeah.
10, 15 years ago, which I'm sure it is. And would you say cross into the Thin Mint Girl Scout? Yeah, I
Yes,
grew that
sir.
too. That was fucking no wonder Animal Mints is, yeah, that's
I
been
like
around
it.
a good amount of time. That's a solid flavor.
And it's still pretty cheap for me here. I can buy 3 ounces for real cheap. And it's quality. It's not like bottom bag shit.
It's funny, when I was making clones, I was making clones of Fire OG, Skywalker OG, all these strains that make up the strains today.
Yeah, but back then, like even if you were trying to get all the strains that were like relevant at that time,
And
yeah,
it was
maybe
tough.
it was tough to get a hold of them, but there wasn't that many. Today, there's so many that's not even possible, right? Like
No.
exponential math has happened in the last 10 years. Like,
Yeah, you pick the
Well,
5 ones you
that's
want, and then you go with those. That's it.
well, that's why I was talking a little bit earlier. There's a nursery that wants to carry close to 400 different types, crosses, but they're only going to put out between 50 and 60 to the public. And there's going to be 15 or 20 that are facility only. They're private cuts that aren't going out to the public. But you can order from the big, large list. It just, it takes 3 weeks to get them to you because they need to be cut and they need to be rooted, and they need to make sure
that's a
that
reasonable
once
business
they
model.
get to you, they live.
The thing I would say is when I've seen these clone menus that are so long, it's harder as a customer when there's so many
Confusing.
foods from I would prefer if like a place like had fewer, but they were all like super legit. Like,
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the 50 that you get.
yeah, because a couple times,
But you
like
can order.
I spent week going on this list to pick 5 that I was gonna pick. This is years ago, and I remember feeling like, yeah, there's just too many on this list. it made it like I had anxiety about which ones to pick. I kept crossing it out and then changing my mind and then, second guess myself, all that stuff where I was like, yeah, if you just, cut through the bullshit and put 25 good ones, it would be easier to pick, And some of these operations in SoCal that do it like that, I don't even think they just put things on there. And then if somebody orders them, they'll just take clones from whatever plant and say, oh, here they are. Like, that's what I
Oh, right on.
don't
Yeah,
trust
you
these.
do that to someone like me and you may get your ass beat.
Yeah, I don't trust these like clone nursery. So like there's a few that have reputation, right?
Zen Labs.
But
What about
but a
yeah,
lot
Zen
of
Labs
them,
has some good stuff.
and a sign that they're that way is when they have like 100 things available. I'm like, yeah, nah, that's bullshit.
Like I
Yeah.
said, this clone nursery is about to try to do something a little bit different. And that's going to actually kind of bridge that gap right there. So you're getting legit shit.
Thank you, Fumador, by the way, for pinning the link. Hop on, folks, and come join us. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours, 3 hours. Oh, 4 hours. I just spoke another
And
door. Go ahead,
another
Cal.
reason for not opening for 6 months is so everything can be tested for hemp latent virus. I told them that was like the biggest thing. You need to test for that. And you need to keep testing, even though you've already tested 3 times and you've had it for a year. Test it again. You never know when it'll show up.
Ooh, purple punch.
Well, I mean, imagine if you're really setting up a legit nursery beyond hop
Yeah.
latent, you have to test like probably a array of things,
Yeah, there's a bunch
right?
of things.
And
Yeah, there's like 12 on the test, I think.
I don't know what kind of schedule, but yeah, probably a couple times a year just to make sure that that would have to be part of the budget of running a legit like
Yeah.
bugs and fusarium and all kinds of things. Yeah.
And even if you're running, just 50 different strains, you're still looking at a total of 100 plants that you have to do that to, say, 3 times a year. And it's a $30 test, but that makes it $90 times 100 plants. You're looking at $10,000 just in testing each year to, ensure you're putting out a quality product.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
If you're doing it at scale and have the business to support it, then you're probably going to have in-house testing. And only one is portable.
Yeah. Well, I already know how to read a spectrograph, kind of. It wouldn't be that hard to sit down, especially with today's programs, which are just basically plug and play anymore. But I think with my limited knowledge of a spectrograph and running them, I should be able to do it. It shouldn't be that hard. Especially sex testing, considering that, people only charge a couple dollars if you do like 100. Well, if you're doing 100 and they're only charging a couple bucks, that must mean it's pretty damn easy.
Mm-hmm. That's what your mama said.
Yeah.
I know the girl down the street said that too.
Huh? Oh,
Oh, it's right. I
uh-oh.
started off at the lake in like a fleece, a hoodie, a wind rainproof jacket,
Uh-oh.
2 pairs of pants, 2 socks, and now we're getting ready to think about shorts.
Wow. That's quite the change from like
Yeah.
clothing. Fromage. Want some fromage? Beef? Oh God.
I think I'm hungry.
Voulez-vous fromage?
So I think I'm gonna have 3 or 4 different ties to give away at Free Seed Day, bud.
That's my birthday.
I know it is.
Yeah.
That's
Now, are you gonna be out
one of
here
the
in
main
May or
reasons why
June?
I'm coming out. And
Are
I'm
you
coming out
sticking around
early.
May, June, and July? Because we're taking over Vegas for 2 months.
Yeah, you gonna go.
No, hell yeah, I'm gonna go.
But like
24
to
nights. Holy
you're
shit, I
gonna
don't
go.
know about that, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
go to.
that's what I'm saying. You gonna go for the first part or
Well, it's basically Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's like a residency. So, all
every
right,
Thursday, Friday, Saturday for 2 months?
yeah. Vegas is like 4.5 hour drive. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah,
I want to
but
introduce you in
I'll
Vegas
be
to
there.
someone.
It's not like I didn't know this was happening. I've like known for like a year or like, but now that it's happening, I'm like, holy shit! It's a bunch of pressure and anxiety, and all my friends are strapping to get tickets and da, 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 da. Same old story. Same old story.
Zesty. That's funny.
Well, I need 2 tickets for the night, one of the nights or a couple of nights you're going to be in town
Yeah, well, I know.
because my friend is living back out there teaching at UNLV now again.
Yeah, I
And
know.
UNLV is the one that paid me to come to Thailand for the first time.
Like I had a plan yesterday. I was going to the first part, there's a positive plan, the first run and the last run. But then today they announced 6 more shows. So now the last run technically isn't until middle of July.
Yeah.
And oh wait, 4th of July, there's a run during 4th of July. That might be, yeah, who knows?
I think I'd go other places for 4th of July though. I'm sorry. I I wouldn't know.
I
I'd
usually
go
don't.
see Warren or somebody.
Yeah. And yeah, that's 3 months of dead. But I don't know what Billy Strings dates are, but I'm sure he's gonna be doing a lot of shows during that period of time. And I'm thinking to myself, where would I have more fun? Oh, at Billy Strings.
Well, I seen Warren's schedule for February and it's like all West Coast.
Yeah, well,
So I'm hoping that March and April are going to be more back towards, the Midwest.
yeah. He's playing a lot on the West Coast, but there's only one show in Southern California. That's on the 15th in LA. So I'm going to that at the Wiltern, which is, yeah, that's a fun venue.
It's a small place, isn't it?
It's a theater. It's It's a decent size. They have like a 4-story parking structure because it's on Wilshire and Wiltern. Like it's they let you people like it's like a known thing. People you pay to park in this 4-story lot, and it's just like a raging party. Like
Okay.
been away since Jerry was playing there in the 90s. The Wiltern is they never fucked with it. Like, oh yeah, a couple hours after the show you gotta leave. But oh no, they don't trip on like everyone's bending and doing the whole thing. Like it's cool. That's what makes that venue fun. Is that
Yeah.
they like a lot of venues, especially like that, the park. Oh, they'd have security and cops, and they would mess with people. No, not the
Come
will.
on, move
Never have,
on.
and I don't think they ever will.
Oh, rough. Just like your mother likes it, Trebek.
All right. So I had an interesting week. Like, all right, I moved out finally on Monday. Per my lawyer's instructions, followed everything. Now, my landlord of 10 years, who used to be my friend, she's in foreclosure and she's a fucking mess, okay?
Rapping for money.
Yeah, became this fucked up person. But she had to file what they call a lawful detainer, basically eviction case, which per my lawyer's advice, as long as I moved out and served her notice before the trial, the judge would dismiss it. Okay. So Wednesday was that day. I get up early, go all the way downtown for this trial. Monday, I had served to her, my friend knocked on her door and gave it to her, a letter, just like the lawyer said, I have completely moved out of this property as of this date, my name. Okay. End of story, right? Okay. So she doesn't come to court, but she's on the Zoom. In the first run, there's about 15 cases, Wells Fargo versus Joe Blow, all, a lawful detainer, basically eviction court. The judge goes into this 20-minute thing at the beginning of what's appropriate in her court. So this court doesn't decide who owes who money. There's no personal attacks. She mentions that I realize that both parties probably have issue with each other, but this is strictly about possession of the property, lawful detainer, right?
Wow.
Okay. So I'm like, okay. My lawyer he didn't come. She didn't come. She came from the legal aid office. This cute girl that helped me fill out the forms when like a month ago or so. She tells me is when it's your turn to talk, just tell the judge that you've moved out as of this date and show him or offer to show the letter. Okay. And they'll dismiss it and mask it is what they say. So it won't be on your record because you weren't really evicted. You moved out before then, right? Okay. So she's on the Zoom call. I've known this lady for 12 years. She's definitely not a doctor of anything. Okay. But on the Zoom thing, it said Dr. Sarah Lips. That's her, Sarah Lips, right? The first thing she says to the judge when it's her turn to talk is, oh, hi, I'm Dr. Sarah Lips. I almost couldn't keep a straight face, all right? Because she's anything but she's not the smartest person there is.
If you have a PhD, though, you're a doctor.
No, she ain't none of that. She has kids and she's a housewife, okay? Or was it? Whatever. Oh, okay. But no, okay. She basically comes off at the judge like arrogant.
Oh.
And the first thing she says is, oh, and I'm also a board certified realtor and all this stuff, right? And then proceeds to go into this tirade about how bad of a person I am and how the painters quit because I yelled at them. No, she didn't pay them at the end and they walked off the job. The one dude has been my custody for 2 years now. I never yelled at him. Like she was presenting, oh, even how it ended up going to a trial is that she said, okay, my neighbor on Tuesday calls me and says, oh, you know, the sheriffs just came here. They did a welfare check, right? They were looking for you. I told them you'd moved out. And they said that the landlord was concerned because somebody delivered a letter to her that was like a fake signature of mine. Okay. Like she said that that wasn't my signature and she was worried or some shit. So she called a welfare check. So the judge was a little confused and so ordered us to stick around for a trial. Okay. So I called the lawyer and I'm like, yeah, they scheduled us for a trial. She's like, what? She says, just stick to what I said. When the plaintiff's going to go first, and then it's going to be you, and present that you moved out, and the case will be over, dismissed. Okay, we wait till after the 10 o'clock break, and this I'm observant, so I'm paying attention. Most everyone else has these lawyers, so I'm watching how it goes. Okay, this one older lady, pretty old, like in her 70s, was defending someone that was being evicted. And I noticed little things about the way she operated, right? She was questioning the property management guy. Did you actually stick it in the mailbox or did you go inside the post office and mail it at the counter? Like getting really detailed about every statement, right? The exhibits, right? Because oh yeah, to present any of the evidence, the paperwork you filed, you have to have exhibits to lay the foundation for it, right? Legal shit, right? I've been through a murder trial, a few other things. I love watching 48 Hours and shit. I love that lawyer. If I wasn't a deadhead stoner, I would have become a lawyer. I love that shit. So I listened. And another thing she did was she spoke quietly into the microphone and objected to almost everything. Like she would say, object, real quiet, objection, hearsay, objection, foundation, objection this, objection that. But let the person on Zoom, because like not that many people were there, most people were on Zoom, just ramble on, okay? Like don't say the objection loud enough that the judge stops, okay? So I was like, okay, I watched her in action. I thought, ooh, that was pretty effective. So it's our turn. And sure enough, this lady went into like a 20-minute tirade about the few times I paid rent late, all this shit that's irrelevant. The judge kept trying to stop her and say, ma'am, you said you had exhibits and you have to lay the foundation. The problem is my lawyer told me, her son delivered me the paperwork. That's not a process server. That's not the way it's supposed to go. That wouldn't even be submittable in court and shit. So as she's saying all this shit, I kept just saying, mainly objection, foundation. A couple times when she said, oh, he's a drug addict, I said, objection, hearsay. It went on for like 20 minutes until the judge finally stopped her, right? And said, ma'am, okay, now I'm going to let the defendant give his opening statement, right? Now, the whole time, I'm watching the judge look at the clock that's in the back of the courtroom because now it's like after 11. I know these people want to go to lunch at like 11:30 to 1:30 every day. And that they had a whole different group of people that come for the 1 o'clock. So she's trying to get all these 15 cases in by lunch, okay? And it wasn't happening because people were just yapping away on Zoom, complaining about like irrelevant stuff. So, okay, it's my turn to talk. And I go, Your Honor, I'm not going to waste the court's time with all that drama. I do want it to be put in the record that most of what was just stated are all false statements. Oh, wait. Before she lets me talk, and this is what she does, even though she doesn't stop you when you object, she notes it. So when my stupid landlord got done with 20 minutes of bullshit, she went to the record to her clerk. 1, sustain. 2, sustain. Like I must have objected like 20 times. I only heard her overrule one time thing. I don't even know which one was which. I just objected to almost everything, and they all were sustained, right? So then, okay, here's the thing. The main lie that got this thing going is that it wasn't my signature on the letter that I served her, okay? The only way she has any signatures from me is the 4 different leases that I'd signed in the 12 years of being there, right? I had copies of those with me in my little file. My signature is like, you don't have to be an expert to go, oh, that's the same signature. So
Objection.
yeah, so I tried to present that to the judge at the end of my little spiel, which all I said was, I don't want to waste your time, but the important factor per my attorney, Arlene, who works that court all the time or is legal aid for that court, she says that I moved out on the 29th. This should be just dismissed. And then the judge, and then I said, and by the way, I have these signatures here. Could I present them to you that would prove that that's my signature on the letter from on the 29th? And then she goes, well, that won't be necessary. I'm ready to rule on this case. And next thing you know, she goes, yeah, I rule with the defendant. So I won the case, okay? Like, which is even more important because there was like, well, she owes me $3,000 for the deposit, but there was like 2 months I didn't pay rent at the end, right? So she's asking for that money, which would always just be referred to small claims court. That's not part of the issue in a detainer trial. But because I won, oh no, you can't, there's no referral. Like, even at the end, I didn't understand really what winning means. But like, yeah, like when I said, oh, is this going to be on my record? And she says, no, you won the case. So, and the last image I have of my fucked up landlord that I can't stand, and basically I paid her a lot of rent in the last few years, and then she didn't pay the mortgage, and that's why it's being foreclosed on, right? Like, fuck her, right? The judge had muted her, but I could still see her on the screen. And then when the judge ruled that I won, she was like flipping out. Like, she was like waving these papers and couldn't hear her, but she was saying something, probably like talking shit about how the system or the judge or whatever, because this judge the judge didn't like her. One, when she talked for 20 minutes, I remember sitting there thinking, yeah, this isn't a doctor, right? Like, even if you have a PhD, I don't care what, yeah, most of those people can talk like pretty eloquently, to say the least. Oh no,
Good
this
old
is
Tony.
drama lady, okay? And she was showing her, like it said, Dr. Sarah Lips, but it was the most ignorant person of the whole court proceedings. But yeah, I won the trial. Won, and someone tried to evict me, and I won. How does that even happen?
Here's the whole thing, though. You know, she's losing the house, and here's a chance for you, who really has nothing to do with it, having an eviction on your record.
No,
That's what's really messed up about it, though, is you have no control over this, but the way she has to go about doing it could put an eviction on your notice, which in
oh, no,
some
she tried
people's
to do that.
cases
Oh
could
no,
cost. Yeah, I know she has to,
she tried
but
to do
it's
that, but I won
something.
the case. So there is no eviction
Exactly.
on my thing because I won. The
But
defense.
what if there's 1 out of 100 that, don't, and they follow the same way you did, and it affects, they're 23 years old, and it affects, them trying to get a place for the next 10 years.
Here's what I saw go down, and they were young, couple young people and some older. Some of it is some of these property management people and these long-term tenants are, what do you call it, rent control. So it's not that the person didn't pay their rent. Oh no, they've current on
They're
rent.
just trying to get more money.
They're trying to evict that person that's been there for 15 years or 12 years or 8 years because, then they could freshen it up just a tiny bit and get like triple the rent because today rents are super high because of whatever reason. And the judge, she was really good because her job wasn't just to put people out on their ass. She sided with the tenant more than she sided with the banks or the because most of this wasn't individual against individuals, like an entity, like and most of these places are like slumlords. And see, a couple people got admonished. I don't know if there was a penalty, but post-COVID, you can only raise the rent 5% a year or something. Yeah. And then some of these people, even my landlord, oh no, she raised it way more than that. Like one guy had paid $1,000 rent for like all these years, and then they raised it to 1,070. Oh no, they broke the law. They could have only raised it to 1,050, 5%. Right? Yeah, it was interesting, but somehow I wasn't expecting it to go be a trial, but yeah, somehow I won. Now, it's not like I'm like, oh, I get to go back. I don't even want to go back to that house. In February, well, wait, it is February. Around 20 something will be we can't imagine her getting another extension on the foreclosure auction because like my friends that are in that business a little bit, like you can get three's pushing it. Somehow she's gotten 5 extensions. Like there's been, I can't tell you how many times we were thinking, okay, the auction's like in a couple days, and next thing you know, it would change on the website and she'd get an extension. But she's out of extensions. So we'll see. That's another whole part of it. Like now.
Yeah,
now that
because don't you have a bid
I
on
don't
that
know if I'm gonna
property?
move back there because like as much as my road was cool, the 20-mile ride out in the middle of nowhere, I'm overdriving way the fuck out there. I like living closer to the freeway and some days it would take me like half hour 20 to get to the freeway. I'd be burnt out before I ever went anywhere because of the ride from the house to the freeway was like so long and windy, and it wear out your suspension, your brake, it's not good on your car long term when you have a like crappy wild country road.
Besides, better now you even have a resource.
Oh yeah.
I'd
Today,
buy it, fix it up, split the properties up and sell them as two different pieces.
yeah. Well, my friend, my partner that's trying to bid on, he's also a general contractor and does flips and stuff. And he sees it as, oh, if you can get it for this amount,
Yeah,
yeah, there's a few $100,000 in, and all the 10 years of her never putting a penny in her house. Oh, well, if you did some of that stuff, like in today's world, you got to have remodeled kitchen. You got to go, you can't, yeah, no one wants shit from the 90s. You know what I mean? Like you got to update, you know?
yep.
And that's some of that shit's really expensive. But if you're a contractor yourself and can cut out a lot
Do
of
it
the
yourself.
get the job done, yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Give me 2 weeks with your house and it'd be completely different. All the
I
hardwood would
responded that
be
property,
out, new hardwood, new tile.
even though well,
Wow.
it all started that Billy String's birthday in 23. I went to the show, and when I came home, there was a 60-day some bullshit notice that she put on my door. That was the beginning of like after 11 years of just paying the rent and not worrying about it. And then that's when I realized, the house is in foreclosure, or at that point it was in pre-foreclosure. And all this stuff. For like a year, yeah, I did like the property has like a phantom power. So like, there's never no bill because yeah, there's power, there's 400 amp service, but there's no whatever. I held on to that for dear life, right? Even though the relationship, if any other house that I paid that much for property and then the owner got that way, I would have just found another place, right? But this one, I was like, had a thing about that power. And now that I'm past it, I realize, yeah, that you compromised other things in your life for that. Like nothing's ever free. Do you know what I mean? Right? Like, it was, but the you were paying like premium rent and the owner didn't keep up. I've had that 12-year rental thing, and then I had one before that, 17 years with a different house. Neither of those people put one penny, not one penny, back into their house. And they both got upside down and foreclosed on. Right? Like, yeah, like, but I was able to, like, there's the thing. Both of them knew I grew. Now, I used to have landlords years ago where everything was secret, right? They might have even been cool, but the times were different. So everything was secret. And then the house I was at 17 years, they didn't know the first few years. But then, and they didn't even live in this state, right? But they knew. And then this lady, she knew from the beginning. Yeah, mistake. Even though it's cool and no, because yeah, people are fucked up. I mean, you might find somebody that's a genuine good person that isn't a scoundrel, but most people that are landlords and all that, oh, they're fucked up. That's all I gotta say. But whatever. Life moves on,
Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everybody's having a great night.
Excuse me for a minute. I had Dad calling.
Alright. Cool, man.
Do any of you guys use a trim tray? Trim bin? Which
Yeah.
one? And if so, which one do I get? Which one do I get?
You know what? My partnership, the trimmers there use them, and I never paid any attention to it for years. Then maybe less than a year ago, I brought one home to use, and I was like, wow, this thing is fucking great. Why didn't I ever get one of these for myself or for the people at my place? Because yeah, the way that the thing lets your hands, like, oh, it's molded for one side of it's lower, so your arms are, and it has like this screen, and oh, the teeth, without even agitating it, just by trimming bud over the screen, oh, you get like really good keef. You can add back to a joint, or I imagine is probably almost melt.
Right.
And it keeps it like from getting on your floor, like little, like it contains the mess right in the little thing, and it fits right on your lap, or you could put it on a table. I don't know what they charge, but I can't imagine too much, but it's probably a decent
60,
profit on such
it's almost
item.
$60 to $70. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I've heard like even the one I took home, I bet could have a replacement screen. Oh, they sell these screens that are replacement for it, the mesh. Yeah, $60, I'd buy that all day long because it's.
All right. Good deal.
Oh, I used to just say fruit boxes, like grape box, like low profile boxes that baskets of fruit sold in. I used to look for years and years and years. Yeah, trim bin's better.
Found two of them for 69.
Yeah,
My lucky number.
That's my favorite number.
like
Yeah.
whoever invented that product, yeah, they did
My
it.
number.
Like you can, yeah, it's simple, but it's effective. I mean, it's just basically a Tupperware thing, and but it has like the one side has it molded for your arms to are like, I don't
Yeah,
know,
those little loops, those two fold downs. Yeah, I see that.
and it has the little screen to collect keef. I mean, and oh, the amount of keef you collect after like one trim session would be like, and quality, like uh that'd be worth the $60 right there.
Right.
Like I said, I don't agitate. I'm not like trying to get the keef. But when you trim, trichromes fall off, and if you got a mesh there, then the trichrome will go through it, and the plant debris won't. That's the idea.
150 micron. They have different microns or just the same? Now I gotta check.
Yeah.
I think they have
But one,
220 and 150.
yeah.
150 and 220. Oh yeah, it is replaceable. Awesome. Comes with hardware so you can easily mount your new screen.
Yeah, and that company has been around now for. I remember when they first were on the shelves at the Hydro store. That was like, I would have to say, like 10 years ago or so, or maybe even longer, or a little longer. Like when they first, and in this business, to have a product and then still be a company so many years later. Yeah, not a lot of companies, like, even if they had a good product, oh, they fucked themselves or got in debt or just.
J5 in chat says there's two micron sizes, 150 and 220.
Yeah, I just read that. Thank you, J5 for 20.
All 25.
Shit, bro. Yeah, I'm looking at all these different ones. I think my mom already ordered one of these different ones, the stainless steel one.
Too easy.
Cancel that shit. Cancel that shit. Nah.
Your mom's awesome, man. Sounds like. Folks joints with, gets you freaking trim bins. Right on.
Brought some cool hash yesterday. Gotta find it.
Nice.
Pretty good stuff.
Fingers aren't working.
Sure.
I have to change the subject. Well, Fumi's not here. I know he would probably have an opinion, but I noticed on the ticker on the news, it says that in retaliation for whatever, we bombed like 85 fucking things or whatever in Iraq. I thought the problem was Iran. Why did we have to bomb Iraq? We didn't bomb Iran, but we bombed Iraq. Like, wait, it's Iran that's causing all the fucking problems, but we bombed Iraq. Like, that doesn't make sense.
If Iraq attacked Iran from the rear, would Greece help? Huh?
Well, I think what the thing is when we pulled out of Iraq, Iran took over.
Way over.
Yeah. Right. Just like they predicted.
Indeed. That was awesome.
Wow, you know what it just said next? AT&T pushing to remove landlines. Like, they don't want to have to even have that business anymore. I guess we're at a point like where they could say, yeah, we don't even put in landlines anymore.
That's weird, huh? Fucking weird. Grew up in a time where like that's all it was about, knowing those fucking 7 digits by heart.
Yeah.
So,
and there a wire. When you talked on that phone, toward the end they had fiber optic, but basically a wire somehow connected that call all the way to the other side, where like no matter where, they use some technology, but they had to run telephone poles. That's why the poles are called telephone poles, not power poles and other things that are on there. Telephone, because that was really their purpose at first, was the phone.
crazy. Yeah, I think when times change and so does the technology, that they need to keep some of the old stuff around just in case. Because, like, we know how digital stuff works. It doesn't work all that great all the time. It's
Well, a while back, I forgot my cell phone and I was meeting somebody. So I was like, oh, well, fuck, I'll just stop at a payphone. There is no fucking payphones. Like, there's no payphone. And then I also realized, yeah, I used to like, especially people I've known a long time. Oh, I had their phone number memorized. I had probably like shit, a lot of numbers. Today I wouldn't know a single person's number because it's in my phone. I just push their name or whatever, right? You never, you don't use their number, so then you don't even know their number. And if you ever were in a spot where you didn't have your cell phone, yeah, you'd be fucked.
yeah. Well, I'm lucky. I don't put people's names in my phone, so I just put the numbers. So like it has come to my advantage once when I got to jail and I didn't remember any numbers, and I was like, I remember one number.
I
My boss,
remember my
dad,
old
my
partner,
boss.
we had a falling out, sort of, and we're still friends. His number is 224 Mike because his name is Mike, Mike, right? That one,
It's
right? And
fucking.
even if I was like you say in jail and fuck, what the fuck, I'd be like, yeah, dude, you're the only number I fucking know. I don't even know my mom's number.
That's so funny. Yeah. The only one I can remember is my dad. That's the only number because when he did call me, he was my boss. Most important call of the day. Your boss. Where you at? You're at the spot. You got to be at work. Yeah. So I knew that number. I was like, I know his number. Fuck. I don't want to call him. That's the number. That's the person I don't want to call. Shit.
Well, even that exercise of those 8 years where, yeah, you had to know numbers. You had to know your own. You had to know other people's. You'd memorize it. That would be like that. Probably kept your brain and your memory healthier than today, where oh, you don't have to do any of that. Most people get through their whole life. It's just their cell phone. They don't know anybody's number. Um, yeah, that then you're not exercising your memory, so you probably have less of a memory.
Yeah, and don't drive the same path over and over. Take a different way home every day, and that will help your mind too. Because your mind gets, you could fall asleep almost, and like, how did I get home? Because you already know the way home. That's like the only way you ever drive. How wouldn't you make it? Shit. It's like yeah. If you drive different ways, it sparks that different stuff because you're seeing all these different things. So it's like yeah, it helps a lot. Jeez, this hash is fire. It melted right when the lighter hit it. This stuff's really good. Hella dank, makes some good hash. So, jealousy times runts. Or jealousy runts. Never mind. No times. Jealousy runts. Cultivated by fresh off the hill. Good stuff. Can talk. Stuff's good. California.
Are you expecting a lot of rain out there, Green Fingers?
I was not until you said that. I pulled in all the dog beds from outside earlier.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
hoping it wasn't
I
going to happen, but the
was
rain is
prepping
coming back
for
from
it.
the other direction now. Because first it blew in from the opposite side, now it's coming from the opposite direction. It's like, oh my God, it's coming from the opposite side again. It's like, damn.
No, and I watched the weather predict the evening news or the local news, and yeah, they're saying like between 4 and 5 inches of rain within 48 hours,
Ridiculous.
starting, yeah, I guess tomorrow night through Tuesday.
Yeah.
We had a couple storms already this year, and they were gnarly, and they were only like 1.7 inches of rain, and that was gnarly. So wait, 4 inches? Holy shit.
Yeah, I know it sucks because it's really wet out here.
Yeah,
Last time
well,
it took a week extra to dry up, so my mom couldn't make it out here for 2 weeks instead. Like it sucked.
yeah, I know that the earth, the ground, the nature that we live in, oh, it needs a rain and more rain. And as much as it's inconvenient, no, the nature, the rivers, the lakes, the everything, the trees, the
Hmm. Bro, yeah,
hillsides, oh, they need a lot of rain and a lot of it, at least in our areas, the deserts of Southern California.
got a lot of insects now coming out. All the different insects coming out.
Yeah.
Saw like 8 different spiders in my bathroom yesterday. Now none of them are there. Like they all went at it. I don't know who survived, but usually they're all in the bathtub every morning, stuck. And this day there was none, not even in the corners. Like somebody ate everybody and got out of here. It's like somebody ate everybody in the whole bathroom and left. Like holy shit. Because there was some wicked looking ones that I've never seen. I was like, oh, you're new. You're new too. And then all the webs were ripped apart and they were all gone. So somebody ate everybody in the bathroom. Kind of crazy to see. Because daddy long legs kill a lot of stuff, but this little spider was wicked, whatever it was. Fast. It's cool.
Hey, do you guys have black widows in California?
Oh hell yeah! I want to see my Black Widow. Hold on, let me go.
I'm not gonna touch that one with a 10-foot pole. Put them. That would have been too easy to make a joke.
So you probably won't be able to see it right now.
That's what she
There's
said.
where he lives. There's the eggs that he lives behind. The mama left, but one of the babies from one of the eggs is still in here, and one or two, one from each hatchling, and one other egg should be hatching soon. But those are
That's
the eggs.
crazy.
I should go
Dude,
see.
that's crazy. Yo, Green Fingers has freaking black widow spiders.
So I have a boy, two boys left in there, and hopefully some
Damn.
girls come up. Or one might be a girl, and that's why the other one doesn't eat it.
How do you sex them?
Oh well, the boys stay really small, easy to tell. The girls get huge with the big ol'. So the boys will have red markings on its back and on its legs a lot, and the girls will have the red markings only on the belly. But sometimes it goes up the back too. So the last girl I had made all these eggs by herself and ditched them after the first one hatched. She said, "I'm gone," and just because usually they just eat them if they're stuck in the same area. So she left them all, and then I had to take care of them. So I'm the mama to the spiders.
That's
Like
crazy.
I let my tarantula go because it was starting to stress out a lot because of the weather, and I don't like when they stress out because of the weather. So, and it came from my living room or from my kitchen, so I think it lived there forever. So it wasn't. I don't know. I think that's why my dogs wouldn't sleep in there anymore. Got too big. It got too big, and then I saw him. Like, holy shit! Halloween night.
Little tiny legs apart. Or
Yeah.
flourished.
2 Halloweens I found tarantula, one in my bedroom, and then the year after, one in my kitchen. Big old things too, like big as my hand.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
My a guy I know, he used to work at a grocery store in the fruit department. And he'd be opening the banana crates and all of a sudden tarantulas and shit would come out. Yeah, he see this big old tarantula. It's fucking like, holy fuck, freak him out.
Oh, yeah.
They crazy.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, welcome back, Cat.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the only person that has, 80-year-old parents that stay up until like midnight.
Uh,
You might be. You might be. Yeah, my grandparents were that way. It was fun. They were always up when I was up. So like midnight runs to the store were always
Yep.
possible. It's like you need to go get me some popsicles. Like, what the hell's up with you? You high? It's like go get me popsicles. Don't ask questions.
I'm hot.
All right, well, we'll go get popsicles.
when I was younger, like a teen or whatever, we used to go to the grocery store like 2 in the morning because the store would be open 24 hours and
Yep.
it was sweet. No one in there.
Yeah, Walmart too back in the day. Now I think they close them. So I don't
Yeah. I used to love the Walmart up here in Oceanside, 24 hours. Now it closes at 10. And
know.
last couple times I got there like at 5 after 10, and they fucking wouldn't let me in. I was pissed.
That's awesome. You wouldn't let me in.
But like, yeah, Walmart, these like, yeah, they were 24 hours. Not all of them, but if they were
Yeah, super
in an
Walmarts. and
active
certain
area,
super
they were
Walmarts.
24
Yeah,
hours.
certain super Walmarts were, but regular Walmarts, no. Yeah, super
Yeah, now
Walmart.
they close them down.
That sucks too. Right when they did that, it turned the spot off because that's where a lot of meetups would happen. We'd meet up everybody in the middle of the night. Just be like, meet me at Walmart. It's the only place that's open. It's the only place that's open. We'll go meet at Walmart.
That's
Okay.
when
And
that's
they
when I
had a
like
little
shopping
food
there.
court open too.
Yeah,
There was at least one shop that was open for that 24 hours. So you could go in and get a sandwich and say, hey, we're eating.
yeah. They always had McDonald's in the WalMarts that I would
Hey,
have found. That's always open.
who are
Wow.
these?
Yeah, and that's when I would go there like 11 or 12 or maybe even later. Me and my wife or even just me. I hated going there during regular
I loved it
business
after.
hours.
Yeah, after hours. I loved it. Yeah.
But that's when I bought a bunch of useless bullshit though.
Yeah, I just go buy dog food. It's always really cheap. 55-pound bag used to last a while. Now I can run through that pretty quick with 11 dogs. Even if they're small, they still eat. They poop a lot too. Gotta do a lot of picking up in the backyard.
When I went back to the States, I left 80 some pounds of cat food for my cat for 10 months. Actually, it was 93 pounds now that I think about it, because I had some smaller 4-pound bags, 4.4. But, anyways, I called back December 8th, and the lady tells me, oh, yeah, you out of cat food. And I'm like, what the fuck? It hasn't even been 2 months, and you're telling me that cat's already gone through 90 pounds of cat food.
Crazy. It's less than half a cup for a freaking. It's like a cup for one of my dogs. I can only imagine how little a cat eats.
The cat, now I don't feed him all the time, but the black and white one, I have a 1 kilo bag, so it's 2.2 pounds. He's been eating out of that bag for 2 months, and he's not even a third of the way through it.
Yeah,
But
we used to split it for 4 or 5 days with one cat back then, like because it would last that long. So you had to put it back in the fridge, cover it. Yeah, would barely eat anything.
now my old cat, yeah, he'd go through like a pound a week.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
That
he
big
was
cat. Yeah.
he'd eat, run back out. I wouldn't see him for 6, 7 hours. He'd come back, eat, run back out. Except in the wintertime, it get cold at night. That's why I have so many cat pictures with just a cat head sticking out from underneath the covers. So this cat would crawl underneath the covers with me and put his head outside the covers because he got too hot.
Um,
Yeah, I'm used to it now because it's been like, I think he's around 12. My little Chihuahua, he sleeps behind, like on my pillow, like
hold your head.
somehow he has
On
to
your,
touch my head, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Like he's been that way since he was a puppy. Like where the other Chihuahuas, when we used to have a bunch, they would sleep by your feet or in the middle. Not Herbie. He has to sleep like somehow touching your head. I just get used to it. But yeah, he sleeps like capped on my head.
Yeah. One of my best dogs used to bite my ear. He's the one that I lost. Well, he passed away. So yeah, he used to grab my ear, just hold it all night, and I used to have to pull it out. It'd be all drool going down my ear and shit. And I love him. That's my baby legs. I miss him. Good dog. He was a good boy.
could
Too adventurous
could be
for his own.
worse.
For his own. Yeah. I mean, he was
Well,
so fucking great of a dog. That's what sucks. Like he was that kind of dog. Good boy.
yeah, well, my dog had stitches and all this and needed to be on some heart disease or that his lungs had a lot of fluid. So it was Saturdays when it happened. So it's a week. Oh, he's doing so much better. I took him in a couple days ago. They took the drain tube out, and then a few more days the stitches. But oh, it looks good. No infection. He's back to like his personality. Yeah, a few of the days, all the pills that he was on was making him like groggy. But he's last couple days he's back.
Mm.
That's my last doctor's appointment before I come back in Bangkok. They're going to check out my lungs because they have a procedure here where they will put the tubes down there and suck out the fluid in your lungs.
Yeah, well, it's not the pot smoking. I mean, that probably doesn't help, but I smoke cigarettes. And then now it's 4 months that I work pretty hard, like moving hay bales and doing this and walking across the property with horses and just all the, yeah, I started to realize like I get winded. Like, yeah, if I just sat around, then it wouldn't be that apparent. But all of a sudden, oh, I'm gasping for air at times where I'm like, oh, I gotta quit smoking. Like you can't be like physically active at 60 years old and puffing cigarettes. It's fucking doesn't work. what do they call it, COPD or emphysema.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, even when they did my surgery, when they did your blood, they have this machine that like, hey, it said 97% oxygen or whatever. It was came up green. I remember going, yeah, no, my lungs wouldn't be like, I don't know what they're really, that's like not a real test of it. It's just a estimate, right? But yeah, I think if I went on a treadmill and did one of those tests, they'd go, "Oh, you better stop smoke." Like I thought about this where I'm super concerned for my dog and treating him with medicine and all this, but like, what about myself? Even like, oh, I take care of these horses at a standard that I don't take care of myself at that standard. I don't, like, health wise, you know what I mean?
No, but if you had like someone supplying you with every healthy meal, I'm sure you would.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
I,
supplying the horse. The horse is
I
counting
my
on you for
meals isn't
dinner.
the thing. Like, oh, smoking cigarettes, that's bad. Even a few times, like I don't even, but early on when I'd like be smoking a cigarette and walk up to put the harness on the horse. Oh, they have like super sensitive smell, like maybe different than a dog. But like now that I know horses a little better, oh yeah, like when you walk up, they nudge up, they're inhaling like huge amounts of air. They smell everything. Oh, not a couple of them weren't bothered, but a couple of them, oh, just the secondhand smoke would get them to, oh, they'd vacate that area. They didn't want nothing to do with that. No, like they're sensitive to that. Like, so I don't smoke near them at all because, yeah, that bothers them.
You don't really need to smoke all that. You can
I,
smoke
I
when you're done working.
no, I even, it's a weird thing. Like I smoke way less, and a lot of times I'll like set like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and this, and then have a cigarette. And over time, next thing you know, I forget to even have a cigarette, and then I did like went longer.
Yeah.
Like because one thing I know is when I do have a cigarette in the middle of being exerting myself, oh no, that you have to even overcome that, the cigarette in the middle of that doesn't help you. That, like, next thing you know, you're like more winded.
I
No,
don't,
like
I get
I've been
lost in
trying
the
to
grow
I've
room
been
and don't
trying to
smoke.
quit since I for a while, but I always thought, oh, I quit before I'm 60. Well, I'm almost
No.
61. So, okay, I can still pull it off. Even today, I had scaling and what do you call it? Deep cleaning. And the hygienist lady, she's nice and stuff. She's like, yeah, a lot of this up in your gum in this area is because the smoking. Um, yeah,
I
it
don't
does
have that
damage.
problem.
It does damage to your teeth. It's just bad, like nicotine or cigarettes. But like in my life, I remember being 35 and being in a
Here's
bunch
Steve.
of rehabs, 30 and 90-day rehabs to get off of coke and heroin from my younger years. And thinking that was like the hardest problem ever. Like at the time, it was insurmountable to me for a lot of years. It was weird, but it wasn't like this physical addiction like nicotine, even though it was more of a head trip. And once you learn to get over the head trip of it, then okay, easy, no problem. Nicotine's different than that. Like some of it is yeah, I don't know what they've done, but they've done a lot of things. I think, oh, my grandfather smoked cigarettes. My dad smoked cigarettes. Generations way before that smoked tobacco. Yeah, I don't think the tobacco that they,
No.
even my grandpa, same brands, or I don't smoke Camel, but he smoked Camel. I don't think those were the same level of addiction that the product in 2024 has become. We don't even know what they've done. A lot of people think it's chemicals. Oh, they treat. Okay, I think, especially with everything I know about cannabis, if your purpose and you hire the best botanist for decades, and your purpose is to breed a more addictive cannabis plant,
It's
then
it's already done.
yeah, I'm sure that they've taken the plant just like we've taken the cannabis plant and, you know, gotten what we want out of it, right? They've gotten nicotine to be as addictive as they can from the plant itself, through botany, through genetics, through breeding, through all the things that you could do. They probably done CRISPR and everything that cannabis isn't quite doing yet, mainly because some of that stuff costs tremendous amounts of money, but they have that money. And my fear 100 years from now would be that when companies like that get in the cannabis business, which seems inevitable, that they're going to try to make cannabis addictive.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like so far it isn't, like, I guess
Citrus.
physically addictive or addictive like other substances, nicotine, alcohol, other drugs. Um, but considering that genetics and breeding and all that is endless possibilities, uh, that a corporation that, you know, like an evil corporation that has a big piece of cannabis in the future. Oh, that would be like all the
Okay, so
companies that we talk about, they sell addictive products. Like that's the most profitable product to sell, right? Whether it's caffeine's addictive, uh, nicotine, alcohol, if you even Doritos, right? Right. So if you could sell something that's like sort of addictive or addictive, oh well, then I guess you don't have to spend as much on advertising. People are addicted. But even like I said, when I quit drugs, it was more of a mental thing. It wasn't a physical, like the addiction part. No, that was like in your head.
Yeah.
Like, so that's the same way somebody's addicted to Doritos or ice cream or other things, because it's just the way you look at it. You can be addicted to ice cream. There's somebody that eats a fucking half-gallon of ice cream every night or more.
I used to drink a half-gallon chocolate milk a night.
Oh, I don't think it matters how much either. An addiction, as long as you do, if it makes you change some kind of routine in your life where you have to have that in it, that's an addiction.
Yeah,
Whatever it is. Yeah.
whatever it is.
Be
And
anything. Yeah.
one thing about being American through since the 60s till now is we're pretty addictive culture, and not, I don't know if we really are that way, but all the advertising, me, like the way we've been conditioned,
Mhm.
you know, yeah, at this point we're pretty
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 conditioned.
addictive. Like, oh,
Mhm.
most people are dealing with some form of what you consider an addiction. It's normal. Like it's not, it's just
Yeah.
normal.
And it's due to
Whether it's
everything.
food, this, that, sex, what, like so many things that you think, well, wait, like even myself, when addiction first came a word that I understood and all that, yeah, it was like drug addiction or alcoholics or have certain things. Only
Addict.
in the later years did it broaden out to mean like, oh, just about everything's an addiction.
It's a broad term for everything, whatever your addiction is, and it's all come to self medication. Like I need to heal myself, and I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go to like a group of people like you guys.
Even how they consider Instagram or the social media or the internet as that now. Like, oh, that's the fear. They talk about it like, oh, yeah, people are addicted to it, like addicted to Facebook or addicted to.
Oh,
Yeah,
instant gratification for sure.
yeah,
Yeah. See
yeah.
your heart rate up on there. Somebody like my shit. Hell yeah. 8 more of those pop up in a row. Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this week a little bit when I was driving, I guess, because I have Sirius in my car. They had these hearings where Zuckerberg and TikToker and all those were being questioned by the dumbasses, the Congress, about how they're exploiting children and suicide, all this crazy. Oh my God, the things I heard. But then there's already all these bills to protect this, and then when they asked all the tech execs if they support any of them, they all said no. And they had some cockamamie answer, like to everything, like bottom line is his internal emails inside Facebook and Zuckerberg that like over the years that they specifically target like as young as you can think, because the first to get them, well, you'll get them for life. So like if Facebook and Instagram can grab a kid at 5, 6 years old, they got a customer for life. So they are targeting them, even though they say they're not.
Well, that's all Facebook and basically Instagram because now they're all linked together.
But see,
All
I
they're
don't have
doing is
kids,
collecting information.
but like, let's say you had a different idea how you wanted to try to raise your kid with certain values and maybe wait a little longer or like not get caught up by certain things. It would be virtually impossible, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like at this point, like I don't have kids, so I don't notice it. But oh no, I notice it. I don't think there's an age too young. Like I don't see infants, but like kids that are pretty fucking young already have like a phone and are like savvy.
How about credit cards?
All that. Well, that's what comes with it, right?
You got a
That's
phone
supposed to
number
be,
for a kid, and then all of a sudden your kid's getting credit cards.
and even like the issue that was one of the issues is that yeah, any adult can sign up as a and make whatever, say whatever to get an account, right? Like so, so someone can open an account and say that they're 8 years old, right? And what are they doing about that? Oh, next to nothing. No, no, they all had this tremendous amount of billions that they're spending in their budget of their company on child exploitation or whatever you call it, except that, yeah, no.
Come on, you don't have a fund to pay
Well,
lawyers to keep you
okay.
out of it if you're not involved
If
in
you
it
consider it
somehow.
like, okay, possibly a negative thing for somebody, adolescent, like alcohol, tobacco, all have ages that you have to be to consume, right? Can you imagine if they all of a sudden said, yeah, you know what? We don't think anyone should have a phone or Instagram until they're 18. like, oh no, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? But like maybe that would be a healthier thing. But like, oh, that's ridiculous. That will never happen. Are you crazy?
Yeah, so all the kids be just lying like they do now about their
And
age.
even what the one senator was pointing out is, oh, so many years ago they were targeting that they have these certain age ranges, but I think it was like 12, 13, 14 was there, or 13 to 15 or something like this. But then if you look at the story or what's happening, oh no, now they're like 7 and 8 year olds. Like even though they've been legislation to do something they're supposed to spend within these companies, they've are aggressively going after younger and younger uh customers, basically, because that's what it is.
And like you said, when the first person to grab them is the person that usually has them for a while.
Well, and even like, okay, what was crazy is Zuckerberg sounded like the most reasonable of them. Oh, the guy from TikTok and the guy from there's all these other ones that are more like involved with kids and things happening. Uh, yeah, they sounded the guy
Evil.
from TikTok was like, no wonder we have a problem with TikTok. Yeah, like. And why that is a concern because yeah, like that's influences the youth. And then if that company is part of China or something, like they kept asking to the CEO, are you part of CCP or whatever it is, CCP? That's the Communist Party or whatever. It's crazy. Like we live in the craziest time. Like it's not even fathomable. All the craziness is going on minute by minute, second by second on this planet at this point. Like, are we ever gonna just
Well,
have a regular day where it's not total insanity?
you're not really too off on that, really, bud. There is a Chinese company when you really follow everything back. I mean, they literally own like 65%. They have a piece in 65% of basically everything that goes on. And it's a Chinese company.
Yeah, I'm sure we're a counter. We have a counter operation, but like simple. The youth of China probably aren't bombarded with American internet and trends and stuff
Yeah.
because they block all that stuff from them. Where here,
China doesn't have much of a youth.
well, but you know what I mean? Like here, our most popular apps are like not even American companies that are like molding the youth at this point. That's what those hearings were about. Even though, once again, nothing's going to happen, and it sounded like a bunch of idiots asking. Well, like some of those guys were so old that the way they phrase things, they are so out of touch. It's not even comprehensible.
It's the same thing here in Thailand. You listen to, the different generations speak, and it's like you listen to some of the people that are in government speak, and it's like, hey, this isn't, the 70s, 80s anymore. This is
Well, here's
2020.
what I think. Like older generation has a thing where like it's like a meme or a statement like, oh, you can't believe everything on the internet or the internet's like got scams or different things. The youth, they come into it like they know that. We had to learn that. Like, you know what I mean? We assumed it was like, better than it turned out being, or there is a lot of scams and scrupulous shit on there. But I think like the younger generation that grew up with it as a kid, yeah, those kids, they're not fooled by the bullshit because they already know that, see it as that reality. Where like in my life, most of my life to this day was still without a computer or a phone or any of that shit, right? So yeah, like that. I think if you started out at 7, 8, 10 years old, yeah, most likely as adults, those people will be much more savvy than you think when it comes to like believing fake news, or at least knowing that the internet's just full of like all that. Like it
Bullshit.
is what it is, right? Where some of the older people, yeah, I guess somehow are having to learn that the hard way, right?
Huh? Yeah.
Well, my parents are part of that generation. They sit down, they watch the news, and it's really hard to sit
I'm
there
connected to it.
and have a conversation
Okay.
really with them.
Well,
Sure.
like my mom's in Alzheimer's and stuff, and my niece, who's really in charge of everything and lives in the same town, yeah, earlier this year decided to take her cell phone away, right? Turn that account off. And I was like, what? That's how I got a hold of my mom at first. Well, now they set her up with same old landline. Yeah, she has a landline, mainly because, and even though my mom is a savvy business person, all this stuff, yeah, in the state she's in now, she could be vulnerable to a lot of bullshit that's like if you just had her phone, right? They
Yeah.
do target a lot of seniors and a lot of shit. And uh yeah, I guess they, you know, at the time I didn't agree with it, but now that it's been months, I realize, oh, yeah, that was probably the right thing to do.
My
Exactly.
parents have a thing on their phone. I don't know exactly what it is or whatever.
I used to call the scammers right up and talk with them. Wasted time. I don't know. And wasting time.
Well, even most of the scammers and hackers, all that, they're not even, I mean, there are a few Americans, but predominantly it's
India.
Eastern India, even China, like, oh, we're being
Yeah,
hacked by all these other people, you know what I mean?
Calcutta. All like Calcutta, India, and all that. That's where they're all from. Most of them. I watch all that kind of stuff on YouTube. I used to actually do that. Call bait. I used to call bait people, scammers myself. Fuckers. I actually was able to. I scam baited them into giving me their account numbers for the states,
Well,
and I
like I
reported
guess
them.
the story was hard to fully understand, but some of the things I was like, what? Like Ring and those type of uh, Ring's the main one, but there's other like in certain states or counties, they're banning to let cops like, oh, some of those people's networks are like open, like the neighborhood, they all share this information, right? And like like I I know I would never have one of those type of devices mainly because of that fear. But like, yeah, like cops are able to look at people's Ring shit without them even knowing it. I'm like, holy shit, that's bad. I guess, oh, it's in the sake of fighting crime, but like Yeah, where does that stuff end? Because when certain neighborhoods, all the people have various rings, not just at their doorbell, they do their whole house where they can see the street and all this stuff.
I got
Uh,
neighbors that.
if you live in an area like that, yeah, then basically you're every movement you make, yeah, you're on somebody else's ring driving off or coming home or whatever. Like fuck that.
Oh shit! Right on.
Cheers, Smash.
Put on smashed.
Yo, what up? What are you doing?
How was your flight? Are you just ending a flight?
Yeah, I'm at LAX right now.
Oh,
Shit, bud, get over there, buddy.
oh yeah, that's a couple hours from here.
Oh.
I leave in, I don't know, we're supposed to start boarding in like 20 minutes. We sat on the runway for an hour in Las Vegas.
Hello, this is Mary Karen Dad, and no matter
Wait.
where you're from, we welcome you to enjoy
Your
all
plane
the-
already went to Las Vegas, but somehow you ended up in LA?
This is
It's
my
Las Vegas, LA, then Boston.
Yeah.
Oh, you're coming home now. You're coming
Mhm.
home. Oh, I've lost track of the time frame. So how
Yeah.
was your trip? What you have fun?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I got a lot of great pictures of some great art. There was some crazy pieces. The piece that won solo artist, he labeled it Lamborghini, and it was probably 2 to 3 feet long. He wanted 125,000 for it. So I think he sold it for 100K.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Banjo's piece was crazy. Yeah, I got to do a bunch of stuff when I get back. I have so many videos and photos, but it was fun. TPE, dude, I have like 17 vapes.
Nice.
I have papers for the rest of my life.
A whole box. Apparently, you have a whole box of humidity packs too.
Yeah. I was going through TSA and they're like, "What the fuck is that?" I was like, "It's humidity packs for cigars or anything else." But yeah, we just chilling, man.
By the way, the boosts are the best ones. Nice.
Somebody gave me some a gram hand washed indoor single source solventant rosin pod. Garlic juice. That's what I've been puffing on. And then I had a Packwoods Runt collab. I went through almost an ounce of weed here.
Mhm.
Now,
Wow.
was your event involved with? There was like some hash event that went on during the week because I know I saw these
Yeah.
posts. Did
That
you
was
check
like an
that out?
after party. They were sold out, but the time I heard about it, I guess it sold out quick. And then they wanted $1,000 for VIP.
Oh no, that. No.
So I ended up going to the Millie event, which was pretty sick. It's like it's at a factory almost. It's like a industrial complex. You go in there. There's a little building with a red star on it. They have a
And
bar,
You're
but it's
talking
not.
about the Millies for glass blowing. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
those people.
Yeah,
Those are that's a whole other level of art, like at a microscopic level. Like I've seen some Millie work where I'm mind blown that somebody can make it that
Yeah, oh yeah.
detailed, that small.
You should have seen some of the Puffco pieces and stuff, man. It was crazy. Literally, I've seen some of the craziest glass I'll probably ever see. Unless I come back next year, which I'm probably gonna. Everyone's like, "Oh, you coming back for Champs next weekend?"
Yeah. Champs has been there for a lot of years. It's grown.
Yeah,
quite
I
a
don't
bit.
have corporate money. Yeah.
That's what TPE is, though. I just do media stuff. All I apply for is to take pictures. Even at the glass event, it was cool because This local artist from Mass was like, "Oh, here's the pipe I've been smoking on. I want you to have it." I'm like, "You're the man."
Officer, if you are confirmed on this flight regarding seat assignment, please come and see me here at the podium with your ID. If you have any seat assignment, please come
But
Well,
yeah,
Podium.
that group of people that is art, and art's like it takes on a whole. I mean, not that growing weed isn't an art in itself, but it's not really appreciated like that. It's more of a business. But glass blowing, that's art, and there's some really artistic people in that,
Fucking computer.
like incredible people, as far as art goes.
hold on, I'm looking for. Here it is. Here, I'll show you this Lambo. Share screen. Share photo. Dude, there's so many fucking pictures I gotta go through.
Now, did you hear this news? Some things are so incredible that you think that can't be true. Lewis Hamilton is now going to drive for Ferrari. He's had a contract with Mercedes since he was like 10 years old. And now he's moving to Ferrari. Like, you just never could have bet or imagined that Hamilton would end up driving a Ferrari.
Can you see what I'm sharing? Can you see the picture I'm sharing?
Yeah. So that's glass, huh?
It's a functional piece.
Holy shit.
Wow. That's gnarly.
That's crazy.
So that
So-
one, he did that by himself. It took him 10 months.
Would it be hidden network?
Wow.
The glass, like the windshield's clear, everything, the back window's clear. It's crazy,
Well,
man.
the tires, like the tires looked real.
Yeah, they roll. It rolls.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's right. Hold on,
I got-
I'm over looking in a second.
I got some more pieces. There was one, this girl, I think it was a girl. She did a wolf head. Dude, it looked like the actual size of like a wolf's head out of glass, like different tube work. It looked crazy. Banjo was, if you don't know who Banjo or Dojo is, they had some crazy art too.
Now, some of this isn't all just like smoking apparatus. It was like art.
Yeah, we bought for the gallery just some little like trinkets, sculptures. This girl from Japan had like dino nuggets that looked like real dino nuggets out of glass. She had like Cheez-Its and stuff. Just little, like we picked a lot of those up. What else we got like 20 pieces for the gallery. And the cool thing was we had first shot at everything. I actually grabbed a couple pieces for myself.
Oh,
Right on.
So I hope, yeah.
Yeah, the pieces that you got are pretty sweet, especially that bomb.
Yeah, I can't wait to go rip that.
Oh, hey, how was the what the hell is it called? The Dabber? Whoever it was, Mr. Dabber?
Dr. Dabber?
I don't know, you said you had it, you got it, you're on the strip, and then you're going back to the hotel to rip it.
Oh, the honey badger.
Honey Badger, that's it. How's that?
It was all right. I don't know. I can't wait to take a real dab. I've been puffing on like disposables and shit.
And what was your impression of Vegas?
So there's good bud out here at the dispensaries. There's so many fucking dispensaries. I went to a couple. I went to the biggest one. You were talking about Planet 13.
I'm
how were their prices?
Good. The actual place I really liked was called Health for Life, and they had a customer buy one get one free for first time customers. So I was getting I got a quarter for $42, and I walked out with a half ounce.
Is that with tax?
And the bud was good. but I was actually more
cheers.
impressed with this $15 eighth that I got. My buddy got a couple $50 cookie eighths. He got a $50 eighth from Planet 13, and my eighth that I paid $15 for looked way better, smoked better.
Nice.
If any unknown person attempts to give you any item, including luggage, transport on your flight.
So was that with
And
tax
notify
or
airline
without
personnel immediately.
for the 43 bucks?
That's with tax. Yeah, 43
Okay.
out, 43 out the door.
And the 15, were they 15 out the door, or 15 plus?
Yeah, it was like 15 and some change for the other eighth I got. Anyway, dude, that one was impressive. Like honestly, it was a jealousy cross. It was frosty. It tasted good. It had like a grapish taste. I have to look. Oh, it's Thin Min's Jealousy. It was
So
really good.
For $42, you buy a quarter, and they give you another quarter. So that's a half ounce for $42.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a quarter of
I
duct
would
tape,
have
but
bought like an ounce.
I got a quarter of duct tape, and then I got a quarter of Chemwave.
Baby.
I
would have
was in,
said it. Quarter.
well, I also went to a couple other dispensaries too. Like I was trying to see what they had out here. I had a couple growers give me some bud that was fire.
You can always take it home.
Hash rosin, a couple grams of hash rosin, a couple grams of BHO.
Could have gotten you paper.
Ned Denver in the Cat Smash asks, did you try Preferred Gardens?
Prefer Garden. I don't think so. I don't know. I would have to go back and look. I took pictures. I don't think that was the name of the brand I got though. Let me see if I can find a picture of it, of the bud.
Man, I just love looking at bud in sunlight.
It's dark at LAX. 9 o'clock core. I thought
All the trike clones just gleam back at you.
Well, I mean, anytime I'm headed home, aren't you looking forward to climbing into your own bed?
Yeah.
oh my god, you don't even I gotta download so many pictures and videos too.
And the porn.
So this was the Thin Min's Jealousy Cross.
Nice.
Believe me, I got like a terabyte you guys can't see.
TPE.
Yes, he did, Zestier.
This is the like product expo. Zigzag was there. Ooze, which I've been actually using their products a lot. King Palm D.
Oh, well, why not? God, I'm not live. That's
Yeah, the TPE had 2 floors. It was crazy. Chris Brown showed up. Dennis Rodman showed up. Mike Tyson showed up. Steve Will
Mike
Do It
Tyson.
showed up.
Mike Tyson.
It was crazy.
That's crazy. So did you get to meet Iron Mike?
I think it'd be
I-
cool to get Rodman and
So you're
Mike
gonna start on
together
November
and
5th,
smoke a
2023.
joint with
This is
them.
Fly, we're going out of gate 56A. At this time, we have started our boarding process, so please make your way to this gate.
Sorry, my plane should be boarding in a couple minutes.
Smoking a joint with Rodman and Tyson, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
were only
mean,
in there for a couple minutes.
there's a lot of
They made an
celebrity
appearance
endorsement
and they dipped
people,
out.
but Tyson, oh, he's pretty committed. Like he's got a like Serious Grow brand.
Yeah.
Like he was
Yep.
at one
He
point
is.
gonna try to turn it into like a
Attention in the boarding area,
hotel.
pick up the Boston, definitely speaking to following customers. If you're in the boarding area,
Ranch.
Good.
All right, guys, I gotta
Iran.
get out of here. We're getting ready to
All
board.
right, good hearing from you,
Safe.
Smash. Travel safe.
Later, Smash. Thanks for coming and hanging for a bit.
I'll
Safe
come
flight
up
home.
tomorrow and show some of the pictures.
Safe flight home,
travels.
bro.
And from following Tyson through his boxing career and his life, yeah, you can see where cannabis has like made him like a
Helping.
much yeah, like no doubt that guy had anger issues and a bunch of issues, and yeah, now as an older dude, he seems totally chill, man. And that doesn't always happen for people. Like,
Until
Yeah.
he started training again, and then he became a killing machine again.
yeah, I guess he thinks he can still, but to be honest, for his age, I think I mean, I don't think he could fight at the top level, but I think he could still handle a few guys.
He's still, yeah,
One more
he's still pretty
punch.
quick. I
But
seen
he-
him
Well, he
train
was-
the other day.
Customato freaking had him brainwashed, right? So when he was a kid, he was being brainwashed and trained to be the fucking killer. Like,
Yeah,
like, so he's gonna always have that in his body forever. He'll be able to split back.
I probably told the story, but yeah, I had this friend that was like a high roller Vegas, and we had seats to Tyson, pretty good ones, like in the 20 rows or so. And this hot cocktail waitress went down the aisle, and I glanced over. It was like in the first round. I forget who he was fighting. You heard this crack like you've never heard, but like by the time I looked back, I missed it. The guy was knocked out, fucking epilepsy, like in the ring, like yeah, I saw the clip of it, but like that's how fast it happened. Like I glanced over at some butt, and the next thing you know, I missed the knockout. I'll never forget that shit, dude.
That's funny.
Damn piece of ass.
Get yourself ears.
But that was like a known thing at that era of his fights. That's how they went down.
And people were always mad because it wasn't ever more than a minute.
Yeah, like he
Well,
longer
and
than
people
people-
still paid HBO to watch it, and they knew it was only going to last 30 seconds, 60 seconds.
or pay or whatever, pay or have to gamble at a huge rate or whatever the hell to get tickets to be there. Like, I remember, like, yeah, it
$500,
was this whole
$600
build
a
up.
seat.
It was this whole build up, and we kind of maybe went in early for a couple of the fights, but no one else came in for any of those fights. They were busy in the casino. There was this vibe, all this energy, and then it was like over so quick. Like it was over so quick, and then back out to the casino.
That's fun.
The casino didn't mind that the fight only took 30 seconds because they got everyone back out there. People were like, people went to see this fight. It's like there was no fight. It was like 2 seconds.
And
Wow.
even the nosebleed tickets were like $150, $175 for these fights.
No, that was back
Those
when
first-
boxing. There was no UFC or anything. Boxing was the thing, and Tyson was the big thing for a lot of years.
Yeah, because he destroyed everybody.
Redneck Harry.
Well, yeah, when you see those old clips, you're like, yeah, he was on a different level, man. He was
Yeah.
like,
Especially when you look at the 84 Olympic team, the 85, 86, 87, 88 fights. Yeah,
Yeah, that was crazy.
there was no stopping him.
No. I used to, for a while there, I was sitting there watching. I started by watching his first fight, and I just followed along each fight in a row. It's just crazy how fast. Boom.
well,
20
I don't
seconds.
know if Ryan's here tonight, but Ryan, I know, is one person that listens to Lex Friedman interviews. So a month or so ago, there's this guy that was part of Custom Auto and Tyson's, I forget his name, but he's an old school boxing legend trainer. And it was like a 3 hour interview that, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's a crazy story. I don't even want to try to remember, but he was trying to redeem like why Cuss kicked him out and had something to do with young girl and Tyson, or like just this crazy story that's probably been out forever, but it was his side of it. And yeah, he had like his whole side of his head had a scar on it. That he was a gnarly dude, but yeah, he was part of the initial team that trained uh, Tyson with Cuss D'Amato back in that era. It was an interesting story.
Yep.
That Lex Friedman,
Interesting story.
like,
How Donald
he-
King fucked him out of all money too.
yeah, he has mainly tech shit, but no, he has a lot of topics and different people. He is a talented interviewer. Like I have to give it to the guy that like he doesn't really pick a side or like most interviewers of his stature, but the questions and his follow-up questions yeah, lead to some like good like, well, a lot of those interviews are like 2, 3, 4 hours long. Most people probably don't want to listen to something like that for that long, but yeah.
Shit, people listen to us.
Sometimes. Other times they pretend to listen. Keep on in the chat.
My cat's got the zoomies over here. Just zooming up and down the frickin' stairs.
Oh yeah.
The only cat I see rolling down the stairs like head first. Crazy.
I've asked a couple more people if they want to come and do a Tuesday show.
Right on.
Let's see if we can't get them. I won't say who they are, so we don't put any pressure on them.
Yeah.
But they got shit out on the market.
Mm.
And I mean the market.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe I'll send my captain's cut up to Canada and let them run it at that facility.
Well, if they ever do, I'll take a cut. If you ever come to Canada, that is.
If I come to Canada, I ain't bringing nothing with me.
Oh. Well, you know what I mean.
It cost me
Sure,
like
plan.
$850 last time.
Me, Captain Cut.
I mean,
Mm.
I had medicine, and then I had, because I don't take a full one, I had them busted in half, and I
Oh,
had them outside of the container, and they charged me for each one of them. And I had the complete drive up there and back, so I didn't have to fuck with them. Yeah, it is. It was kind of funny when they handed me the paperwork out of the glove compartment after they looked at it, and it was my medical paperwork for Michigan. And he looked at the guy and he says, "Okay, we have a medical cannabis patient." So they started looking through the car a little bit more. They did leave me one jar though, which was cool. It was a mason jar.
Oh my God.
What?
I fucking hung this picture upside down.
Then Denver and Chad asked Captain, do you know what year lemon tea was made?
From what I understand, my first recollection of lemon G is about 95, 96. It could be 94. And it actually, we got our cut, and supposedly the person that it comes from is a girl. She traveled a lot. She actually did the Silk Road. She was actually in South America. So we don't know if the lemon came from South America or if it came from Thailand. But she split out of Athens in 98, 99.
No problem then.
So that's the story behind it.
Right on.
And the seed company, I believe, has the original G13 that was used in that. And he's now in a different country doing shit.
I like G13. That's a good cut. Oh, that's a good strain too. Works good for me.
So that's where those genetics are at.
Right on. There's another one. It's called Rosetta Stone.
Anymore?
There's like a learning. That's also like a learning thing, but there's a strain as well. But it's really good. Over.
There's a lot of good strains out there.
I'm talking ones that work good for me. Yeah, man.
My list is very small. Well, trying to fight a whole bunch of different things and go about accomplishing things during the day can be tough at times.
Yeah.
My house being broken into twice in a couple days, that kind of sucked,
Yeah, that's
especially
bullshit.
when your money went missing. The only person that had a key to the padlock was your landlady, and there was a new lock on your door. Yeah.
Bear Grylls, there is a thing that you can connect to your garden hose. I forget the name of it. Maybe someone here in chat or the panel knows the name of it, but you attach it to your hose and it filters everything else.
Filter.
It filters what out?
Filters out like all the chemical, like chlorine and
Oh yeah.
I can't think of the name of it. Bear Grylls asking. See, he leaves his water out to let the chlorine off. He's just asking if there's a better way, a new tech.
Well, they have RO, if you wanted to go RO systems, they have some RO systems that are pretty
Yeah.
efficient now. And they're only like $150 if you're not using a massive amounts. Because I may or may not still have a 250 or 200 gallon a day one and 1,000 gallon a day one. My water in Michigan always felt soapy, so I was just going to change the whole house soaper to RO.
Yeah.
Why not? I was feeding my plants through bottles anyways.
Oh, yeah. That's what I
Just add a
used to
few more.
smack one. Take that, Maypod. Bitch. Cheers to everybody watching, to all the 38 people viewing this show right now. Cheers to the chat. Cheers to all you lurkers out there in the background. Smoking a joint, doing a bong, dabbing. Doing some work for gardening. Hope everyone's having a great night. Great morning.
Afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon for some.
I'm sitting out here getting a suntan.
Oh, fuck.
It's going to be 90 today.
Damn. I wish I was in your area right now, Cap. It's freezing here.
That's too hot.
No. There's always a nice breeze.
Right on. Yeah, we can see it all, the trees moving there.
Yeah. So even sitting in the sun, yeah, you feel the baking from the sun. And it's like, yeah, okay, it's time to get out of it. But, if you're sitting off into the shade, it's perfect. If you
Right
don't
on.
have socks and you have shorts on.
Fucking sandals. Yeah.
It's kind of like, where Bud lives. It's nice year round during the day. During the night, it can get cold as hell.
Yeah.
Why am I on the screen? There we go.
Maybe I should just move to a desert. Middle of a desert somewhere. So,
I was actually thinking about that, where would be like the ideal place for me to live?
mhm.
I couldn't pick out a place in the United States, I don't think.
Egypt.
If I did, maybe like Arkansas or something.
Oh, that's my favorite.
I don't think I want to live there.
That's where your sister can also be your wife and your cousin.
And your brother's wife too?
Yeah, there you go.
I think I'm just going to wait for tomorrow to go to the doctor's.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, they're going to go in and see if they can do anything because I have, from my accident, my right sinus has always drained. And sometimes it drains down into my lungs, especially when I sleep for some reason.
Ooh, that's not good.
No.
Fuck. You can drown.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
And you can cough shit up from there because I do all the time. Yeah, I smoke cigarettes, but even if I didn't smoke cigarettes, you think I'd had a smoker's cough.
Yeah.
My dad's got really bad COPD. Like now when I talk to him, he may say like 2 or 3 words and then my mom like tries to finish the sentence.
Yeah. Pick it up. I might have to
What
open
did
another
you,
button. Go ahead, Cap.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I might have to open a new bag of death bubbles soon. Get a bit
I
of
would. Yeah, it's Death Bubba time.
Mhm.
Still before 1 p.m. Or is it? I don't know. My That's another thing. My clock died.
12:50 p.m. Or should I do it? The time is what 12:50 p.m. Huh?
You got that? Eh. Hey, Jeff. Click.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I'd really still like to try some of that Death Bubba.
right on.
Like I say, I may be coming up.
Yeah, man. Let me know. That'd be pretty dope. What the hell?
It'd be
What's
pretty
going on?
dope if the guy said that his place was in Toronto too.
Yeah. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, D. Just working. Still
True.
working, but yeah, I thought I'd hop on.
Right on.
Yeah, I was listening in the background.
Oh, lurking. Right on.
Yeah, getting work done.
Nice. All right.
Oh yeah, so Captain, yeah, I was wondering, your parents ever watch you on the
Nope.
YouTubes if they're up late? No.
Nope. My parents don't want to
Do
hear
they
about
know?
shit about cannabis.
Hmm.
They don't.
Yeah, but it's you,
And
and
it,
that would be
they,
why.
it doesn't. Nope.
Okay.
They think cannabis has been a big negative thing in my life. They don't see the accomplishments that I've done in my life from it. Uh, they, my aunt even looked at it differently after senators came up to her and said, "Isn't this your sister's son?" Because I was published in the Washington Post, you know, and my mom couldn't understand that, hey, that's not the first time. That's like the 11th time I've been published nationally, but they don't, they see it as a negative thing. A negative thing, but my mom would sit there and get drunk with Janice and Columbus every time she came in. It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. They basically, you'd say brainwashed that way, and that's the way they think all the time. But once somebody gets that in their head, it's hard to change it.
Yeah. So they don't want to talk anything about it, even though that, I'm working with one of their friends and a really good friend. My mom and dad understand the money aspect of it. They really understood it when you could get $400 an ounce from everybody.
That's fucking crazy.
So they understand that part of it. They understand me growing it, because if you can grow $400 ounce trees, then you do. So, but it was all the other things that came along with it.
True.
Because
Yeah.
when you were in cannabis back in the 90s and you were politically involved and you were doing things out in the public, you know, you were looked upon differently.
Mhm.
And I was really looked upon differently because I always had short hair. And I didn't wear tie dye all the time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, short hair, like, yeah, short hair, collared shirt. Would, if you really want to put it on, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Because, yeah, people judge on just first
Exactly.
impression.
You can have blue jeans on. You just have to have like a polo style, like knit shirt on. Or
Yeah, my brother
button-down.
was a hippie.
And
One
a
of my brothers
watch.
was a hippie, basically. Oh yeah, watch it all. Yeah. But yeah, like a collar shirt, polo shirt doesn't have to be, button down even, just something with a collar. Like I learned that from from some conservative, preppy, wealthy person. Basically, oh yeah, like wealthy people. Oh yeah, they wear a collar all the time. Unless they're like active in sports or if they want that image anyway. If they're
Yep.
whatever.
And actually,
that's what they look for. That's what, you pull over by a cop. That's what like that. But one of my brothers, so yeah, he was a hippie. So he had one time he had a school bus, and then he also had a one of those tall postal vans that he went cross country with that he fixed up basically to live in. And on the postal van, he had like I forget the dude's name, and then keep on trucking on the side. It was this whole mural on the side of the truck. It's a big flat side of the truck. Kind of like today's UPS trucks. And he got pulled over. It's like, looking back at it, it's like, no, that's not smart. I mean.
But you know what? Today, you don't have to worry about that because most of the states are rec. Or they have medical. And if you have a medical card, you're good in basically every other state.
But that's not
a hard time.
It was a thing back then, though, where people would redo vehicles
in the
into
90s.
Something you could live in. Yeah. And
I think it was more the mural on this. I think it was more the mural that got him pulled over than anything else. Okay. Because even having a deadhead sticker on a car would get you pulled over in the 80s, 90s.
No doubt.
Yep.
I believe that.
Yep.
I'd buy that.
Let alone a normal sticker.
Oh, 25.
Yeah, I kind of remember. Yeah, he smoked cigarettes. Like that was his cover, I guess, too. Because he smokes and he'd roll his own cigarettes, like Top Tobacco. So he'd have cans of tobacco around. But he'd have an ashtray, like one of those ashtrays, like the bottom half of it was a sandbag. Kind of in the top. It was like an ashtray, so it was like you just leave it on the dashboard, it'd stay there. Have an ashtray there on the dashboard. Yeah, it's just typical. But and smoking cigarettes. That was not.
I smoke in my car, but no, I smoke in my car, and I've got short hair, and believe me, oh my God.
Yeah, maybe I learned from him. He was my older brother. I realized,
That's
yeah.
now when a cop comes up to the window's only cracked 2 inches.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear me fine. I can hear you fine.
What the fuck did I do?
I think back then they didn't have dogs as much, though, as often. It's yeah, that was crazy.
Ohio had dogs. They used them a lot.
When did they really start? Was it back in the 60s?
I think it's more like the 70s
Like the 70s,
with
yeah.
the
That's when,
dogs. Yeah,
yeah,
the early 70s.
yeah.
I really think it all got started right in the beginning of the 70s, 70, 71, with the heroin and the cocaine starting to come in. All when the GIs started coming back too, all addicted to it.
Oh, sucky.
Yeah,
And then
sounds
it
right.
just
That's
kind
when
of progressed from there.
there
Shit,
must have been some.
the dogs really don't even get trained for cannabis anymore.
No. There's no sense.
No,
Explosive or, pharmaceutical, chemical made.
yeah, it must have been some taste though that was lost on. Oh, your smell wasn't good. Oh, you. How could you tell you're just a person? How could you smell and know that was pot? That must have been when they decided, oh, we gotta get serious about this. Train dogs and qualify them, get them, qualified and court certified, and then that's how we'll do it now. That's probably
But
when they
see,
switched.
even during the 80s and 90s, the cops would still pull you out because, oh, I smell
They would,
I
yeah,
smell cannabis. But that changed as time went on, and you knew about these laws out there, and people started saying, okay, then oh, we're taking this to court. And it's like, okay, when were you certified to know what cannabis smelled like?
mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh, I never took that course. Well, okay, it's thrown out. Until we started standing up for our rights and, stop these illegal
Yeah,
seizures.
maybe
And
it was normal.
that really didn't start happening until we started seeing rec in a lot of medical states, which I would say would probably be 2008 and 9 is when you start to hear about people standing up for their rights.
Yeah, well, and the hemp bill, I think, sealed the door on smell alone.
Yeah, it did.
Which, like you said, the dog. They'll still bring the dogs over, though. I mean, I still see them. Not it was like in the last couple of years or something.
Illinois still has them because they still have a thriving industry of it coming through their border, they say. That's why a lot of people moved to Michigan. That way they didn't have to go through or around fucking Illinois. You can buy $50 ounces in Michigan too.
Fuck.
I don't think I'd even want to really buy $50 ounces in the States.
Yeah.
Let's say out of the dispo at least. Okay. Because, you could have a farmer out there that gives you a deal. Okay, I'll buy that. But out of dispo, I don't think I'd want to really buy too much.
Hard.
The best market I've seen buying actually was in Denmark, in Christiana, where they had like a little section. And maybe like 20 little wooden
farmer's
little
market.
booths. Yeah. And they'd have like candy jars just, there with a price and the name. And you could just walk around and each booth would have maybe half a dozen, 10 jars and some hashes laid out. And you could just walk around and look. At first I would yeah, what I did, I'd try to look at what was available at the whole market. And then go and decide, like, okay, yeah, there was something over here. I remember looking really good. Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah. So
You
yeah,
have your you have
so you
your
basically look at
medical
like
card, right?
Boy.
me.
You have your medical card, right, for your state?
Yeah.
Okay. You can go to any medical event in Michigan, and it's basically that way. And there are still some like places that people take their overages to and sell them in like a farmer's market type deal where they have their jars on the table, and you've got 20 different tables of 20 different people. They
Sure. Yeah,
still
that's the
have
best.
those in Michigan for
No,
medical
that's still gray
patients.
market though, isn't it? Oh, that's okay for medical. Yeah.
It's okay for medical because in
Nice.
Michigan, the caregivers are allowed to sell their overages to help offset the cost of giving out the free medication to the patients.
I don't think Colorado does that though. You have to, as far as I know, you have to have the licenses, pay the money.
But you can go
you
to
can
a
be
lot
a
of these.
you can be
You can go to
but you can't
any
sell. You have to
event
have sell
in
just to your patients.
No, you can go to any
Oh.
event in Michigan and there'll be 20, 30, 40
Yeah,
people
that's
set
better.
up with weed.
That's the best way to buy. Then you're actually looking at 100, 150 things from maybe 20 different producers, growers, farmers, actual people that grow it.
Well,
And
you're
maybe somebody's
seeing
got the best
prices
of this,
from
somebody's got the best of
500
that.
to 2,000 a pound too.
Yeah. And it
The
varies
only problem is the guy
from
that's
month to
selling
month that you go there.
the guy that goes, my weed's not selling at $500 a pound. I'm gonna drop it to 400, and he sucks all the money out of the room.
Yeah. Well, they
I've seen
did
that
kind of
happen.
over there. They worked together. I'm sure they had some kind of yeah. I mean,
No, I watched it at Hash
in
Bash.
Denmark. I
The
mean,
first,
but yeah.
well, yeah,
Yeah. In the States, it's different.
a set price.
Yeah, they didn't want anybody ripping anybody off either over there. So there's also that you want to keep a good reputation for the place.
Well, you also only have so many importers, so you kind of have to just keep an equal price across the board. Where here, there's so many people growing, and it's like, well, I need something to pay on the electric bill, so I'll take whatever you offer. Because, you know, when it comes down to it, really good quality herb still costs $1,100-1,200 a pound to grow.
It's not cheap.
No. Not putting in quality inputs to it. Yeah, you can cheap out, but no. Because there's a couple products that I use that are pretty cheap until they got into the cannabis game and decided to almost double their price. But, you know, I use 3 other products that raise that cost up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
shit,
there's cost.
one,
You were talking about
one-
testing.
Papers.
Is that and seeds if you buy, you know, if you buying seeds or clones. Constantly trying to keep a, you know,
Yeah.
fresh flow of new things going through. So you constantly got to be spending money on that and genetics. Yeah, it could add
Yeah.
up. I mean, mass production, yeah, you can get it down to a lot cheaper than that, but even just
Well-
being, if it's not mass production and high quality, yeah, just trimming could be a couple hundred for hand trimmed pound. I mean, you could probably do like even minimum wage though. Yeah, minimum wage. Okay, so $100, you could probably get it down to a pound, I would think. Some corporation, but
what are you talking about?
it's not really fair. You know, the cost of a pound. So trimming a pound by hand
Oh, trimming a pound by hand.
could be $100 to $200. Depending on whether you didn't want to be a decent employer or not.
Well, I think, you know, what Bud kind of hit on it before, and what the people in Northern California are doing is they're basically going through the room, and anything that the master grower doesn't need necessary to be trimmed, but it can be processed into
Mhm.
other things with either, you know, a machine trim or whatever type of whatever
Or
they're
no
going to do
trim.
with it.
Yeah.
So
Just
people are
concentrate.
basically just trimming the main tops, the main really nice looking buds, and that's it.
Yeah. But that's what I
Because
mean. You know,
that's
I
the
could,
only way you can physically, you know, afford to have hand trimmers anymore.
yeah. And like you said, to get to $1,100, yeah, you know, it can add up. That's you know, there's still some room for profit.
And if you
really,
wanted
that
to
if you're
charge a little bit more for your weed,
moving.
then you have the people trimming only hold it by the stem.
Right.
That way
Doing
they're not rolling the whole bud in their hand, is
Yeah.
they're just holding the scissors right next to the bud
Yeah.
and just
This is
shaving it off.
Yeah, this would be
That's
like
kind of how I do it. I hold it by
the
the
best of the best.
bud.
Like
Stick.
how, you know, what would it be like?
Yeah.
You know, could you get to $1,100 and
Well, I think if you do
to
all
really
these
justify it?
little
But yeah, if you do all
things,
these things, all this testing and buying genetics and
exactly.
holding by, you know, paying somebody a couple $100 for trim, and there's plenty of other things too.
Yeah, you have the right nutrients, so it tastes perfect
Even-
every time it comes out. It's nice.
Even
and
accounting
clean
for waste.
burning.
I went to my bakery today. This should bring up the description of this place. This guy's like worked at like 2 different Michelin star restaurants in like Spain and UK. He's trained in France, and yeah, now he's like right here. And yeah, stuff's a little pricey. Um, and but and I think most of what you pay for, yeah, it's the labor, but also it's the waste because a lot of days there's a long line, and I'm sure they just sell up just about everything. But then there's a lot of days where I'm sure it's like snow day or January. I saw this in January, right? The new year, people don't seem to be going to like the bakery anyway. It's like they've had enough of going out having those kind of little treats. Now they just want to stay home, and I don't know. It's just not. It's definitely not like it was in December and November also. So yeah, people aren't spending as much. So they're wasting a lot. But they're not going to sell day old. This guy is, his reputation's on the line. That's why you're paying so much because it's like every time it's like perfect. I don't know what he does with the leftover. I always wonder about that. Like they have a few things they can make from day old stuff. Like they can use
He
croissants. They make some kind of bread.
Hogs.
he probably donates it to a church or something like that and takes a tax write-off.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I was wondering, maybe that. Or else maybe it's like they won't do that. It's like McDonald's won't. If you say like, oh, you left out the cheese on this, they won't. They'll take it and throw it out. They won't let you keep it because that's like the corporate policy. Like, no, nothing for free.
Well,
Although if you feed them for free, then they won't be coming to buy the perfect burger. If you always sell them that, you always offer like the crappy burgers half cooked at the end of the day or something. They'll just wait till the end of the day and take your leftovers.
And a lot of bakeries and places like that, they'll trade it to farmers. They'll feed the pigs and everything and the hogs.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
no, it's
that
true.
is guys
And then in
fine
return,
quality pastry shit. To hogs, that's crazy, but yeah.
and then in
But
return,
with
they'll trade them back with some meat, bacon
uh-huh.
or pork chop or something.
I know Walmart does that with like expired meats and other food. They'll donate it. There's a animal
Pig.
rescue area over here, and they get it frozen. They just put it out frozen, like expired meats and stuff. So they'll donate it for animal feed. But back to buds, it's so some places there's that too. If you want to meet a certain standard, you don't meet. Oh, that's not $1,100. That's not my top shelf. So I'm not gonna be selling that for the top price. And so that's why also you got to put that into like if you're trying to make the very best product and into the cost of producing it. You could still sell it though and use it some other way. And yeah, so the corporation, they had this whole other scheme going on, yeah, to try and tell you what to buy, and that's going to be what's good for them, which is going to be some kind of concentrate, something they can just certainly something that's easy to mass produce and maybe be replicable, but something that doesn't need hand trimming. I mean, they love the concentrates. It's perfect for them.
Well, that's gonna be, here in Chiang Rai. I made a little video of it a while back, but the busiest store in Chiang Rai is this little store that doesn't have a sign in the window except open and close. And they sell vape pens. And, we like smoking flower. Well, today the kids want to hit a vape pen and get high off like 2, 3 hits. They don't care what the flower tastes like. They just want to get high. And that's what it's going to come down to, is just basically, vaping.
It's perfect for mass production.
Yeah. You can do it here in Thailand for pennies per cartridge.
You could tweak what's in it to get the exact same, you can get the consistency for flavor and potency and everything you're looking for. Just adding it in.
Exactly, just like you said,
and,
by adding
diluting,
we need more THC. Okay, grab that vial over there. We'll add more THC to it. Oh, we need more blueberry terp to it. Grab that little vial over there. Put one more drop in.
They'll probably try to do the same thing with tobacco, where they're basically deconstructing and reconstructing the leaf and the flower. They take it out.
I think that
and then they make
the
sheets.
Tobacco.
They make like paper sheets of tobacco pulp and plant material, and then spray the tobacco concentrate back onto it, so that they get it consistent every time, and then shred it. And that's why when you look at tobacco, it's like cut up. You can see it's like little strips, because it's all manufactured, deconstructed, and reconstructed.
I just lost like a gram of weed off my tray.
Uh-oh.
I'm sitting here trying to roll a joint and the wind just picked up.
Yeah, it does look a little windy there now.
Yeah. And now that I'm done rolling, it died down. Fuck you.
That's the way it always happens.
Oh, well. Glad it's not like it was before. A year ago, yeah, that would have been a big thing. But now, a year later, a year and a half into all this shit, the prices have dropped so dramatically here, it isn't even funny. There's people literally offering now 100 and 300 kilogram greenhouse harvests. Anybody want to buy 100 or 300 kilos at one time?
Holy fuck.
Yep. Because they can't sell it even at 10 baht a gram.
Yeah.
And when you look at it, you think it's indoor.
It's going to get tight.
Shit.
For countries like Canada. Actually, I was reading something like Canada is actually a fairly big exporter of medical cannabis. It sounds like. You know anything about that?
Yep.
Yeah. And so apparently
Australia, West Virginia, or West Germany,
but I don't know if they import.
I don't know.
Yeah,
they export.
Yeah. So apparently,
but they don't import. They don't allow import, though. I think
no, we don't need
import. Why?
That was kind of the article. That was kind of what it was in the article. Like, hey, this isn't fair trade.
So apparently Jerusalem right now, or somebody, I forget who it was, I'd have to go back and look for the article. But they're looking at Canadian cannabis being exported into other countries as garbage. And it's like waste something. And apparently, and I agree with that. So 99.99% of the crap from our legal market is shit.
That's why I
Yeah,
may
yeah,
be
you guys
coming to Canada, I
renegade.
think.
Yeah, but don't if we meet up though, you don't have to worry about that, Captain.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
understand that. They
Oh
may
my
have me
God.
up there to help someone get things in order.
Yeah. Bullshit.
But I guess he's been open, a little bit after people were allowed to open in Canada. So that was what, like 6 years ago?
But yeah, Canada was definitely like kind of like the Colorado of countries. Like Colorado kind of was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get in on this early and be big, and somehow yeah, Canada realized, yeah, we're gonna be big on the export market. We'll export, we went import. That's great.
The only reason Canada went legal was because of the Justin
Trudeau.
Trudeau.
Yeah,
Justin Trudeau says he's gonna legalize it if you vote for him and put him in as Prime Minister. That's exactly
Yeah.
what happened. So
it was
apparently now
a
I saw a
great
video.
political move.
I saw a video today. The House of Commons, which is our government in Ottawa, they had I guess there's what do you call it? An E. You can
Vote
someone
or
puts something
sign up.
in. It's put a motion in, but anyways, well, a whole bunch of people voted, and like Canadians, like they want Justin Trudeau out. Interesting. Hold on, you know what?
Huh.
See if I can find it.
Americans could do that too, but the thing is I don't think we have enough of the right people together to put in to actually run our country properly.
Oh.
But yeah, I've been saying that since the 90s. We should vote everybody out, put a limit on how many terms. You can't be over 75.
Yeah, the age limit is like that.
There's some guys on there that are in their 80s and 90s that they're just there collecting a paycheck.
Yeah, and some of them are, definitely pretty healthy. I'm amazed
Wow.
some of them that are in their 70s or older, and yeah, they are actually, got a lot of energy and
Well,
still moving around and doing shit.
yeah,
and
because those are the
whereas I
ones
could.
that are getting the big fat envelopes. They have money to go do stuff now.
Yeah. But yeah, that's 70. Yeah, that's pretty old. 60 is pretty old too. I can see 60s is probably still okay.
60s are okay. Early 70s, but I think if you're 75 or 76, you shouldn't be able to run for a 4-year term. Because I know people that are 70 and 75 that are still sharp as a tack.
Yeah. So I wouldn't put it in there as a rule.
But I would
just
put
say
in 75.
I would just let it be up to the voters. But it is pretty old.
They put Biden, or they put
Biden,
the last one in. Come on.
See, the thing about Biden, he's also old, but he's also been doing this his whole life. It's like second nature to him. So actually, he's really good at being a politician because it's like it's his second nature. It's all he knows, So there's that. But
I don't know. I can't watch him.
He definitely can't speak.
Oh, the Crypt Keeper.
But he may think properly at his head, or at least as a politician, what he's supposed to be doing. to be doing.
Hey, boys and girls.
Some of these other politicians out there, I don't know. You ever see the leader of Turkey? You ever see the pictures of him? Any of the pictures? He's got this like it's such an old man look. It's always like it's always like maybe shaking somebody's hand, but he always looks like so bored and it's like again, you know. Yeah. It's got like the
Well,
grumpiest old face on.
it's not really that. It's just they're not showing any expression. And that comes from where they're at. It's still kind of the Cold War generation. You know,
Yeah, no,
it's a different part of the world.
he's got
It's
a look.
different traditions.
He's just got this look. But no, I know what you mean. Like Putin's definitely got that look, got that expression. Also, Xi from China. She also puts in a little bit like, oh, I don't really care about you attitude, almost like, yeah, I'll shake your hand, but I really don't care. Let's get this, you know. But it's not like
Yeah.
a grumpy old man. It's more like he smiles, but he's like, we're gonna kick your ass, and I don't really care about you. And, yeah, yeah, shake my hand.
Smile for the camera.
Yeah. But he doesn't like look you in the eye and oh, I'm really happy to shake your hand. No.
Do you have a Jimmy?
Well, shaking someone's hand tells you a lot about them.
Yeah.
Do they shake your hand? Do they put their hand over top your hand? Where do they put it? Do they put it on your forearm, on your bicep, on your shoulder? It's trying to show dominance a lot of times is what it is.
Uh-huh. But try to be in a friendly way, I think. Biden, I think, is like that. I think he does the two-handed shake where I kind of remember doing that sometimes. With a big smile, you know, and looking at the person like.
And that's a different thing too, is looking at a person and not looking at a person when you shake their hand. That tells a lot.
Yeah.
That means I'm shaking your hand, but I don't give a fuck about you. It's exactly what it means.
She is like that. They should show pictures of the different handshakes these guys. Like once, like I think, like, but yeah, definitely, like you know, they're friendly with Iran, so handshake with the Iranian leader. I noticed, like, oh, yeah, that looks a little bit more friendly than I normally see. She's shaking a hand with somebody.
Well, does the guy have more money than him? That
Probably
also
not.
means a lot too.
Not, I don't think she's one of those. Yeah, one of those really richest people in the world, not the Forbes richest people like Elon Musk. No. And he's got Turkey, Erdogan and Putin and
Well,
Saudi
actually,
Arabia and
to tell you
the
the
families of the UAE.
Turkey is actually a pretty advanced country. I mean, they spend like the third or fourth most behind the United States on their military. They are actively buying like literally tons of gold back for their country. And you know, they're backing their country with gold. So, and they're buying large amounts of it.
I haven't heard their economies. Got a lot of inflation.
But yeah, Turkey's really advanced, really.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I'm part of NATO, and we've got nuclear weapons over there on their in
Yep.
like our air base, which is like it's like a subset of their air base or something, or the military base, or military
Yeah, they're
base
not
subset of
too
their military
happy
base, something
about
like that.
that.
As part of NATO, and no, I don't know. They might be. Maybe they do like that. I don't. It seems like more of a threat, like something they could take from us, than to have it over there. And but
I think
yeah,
we got that part of like when World War II was all done. And it's like, okay, you can have a base here, we can have a base here.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that all went down, how it gets paid for. But Germany's got like it's like 21 or something, about like over 20 bases that we have over there. Ramstadt is one of the largest air bases there.
And probably.
And that cost us a lot of money. That's like one of our real military outlays to other countries. Because we don't really do so well with that whole deal. Whereas in Korea and Japan, we don't do as we do a lot better. They like help pay for it.
See, that's the thing wrong with our country is too much of our money is going to other countries and not taking care of our own first. That's what's really destroying us. And I'm
well,
like
you said, that the Korean
about it, but I think we need to shut our borders for a while until we can figure out how many people are actually here and how we're going to take care of the people that are.
That's kind of the general idea. Hey,
small.
let's take care of what we've got, and then we could, yeah, because right now the people that are here are like having lots of problems. But yeah, that's a whole different thing. Like I said, because I think Japan, we actually might even make some money on, and then it's also like, okay, military gets some experience, and it's basically like training paid for or something.
Well, Thailand sends Thai people to train in the U.S. military.
Yeah, who knows, man? It's great. It's like a whole different world, right? Like it's coming out now that we have all these bases in the Mid East that people are like, what? What do we have these? Oh, these, some of them left over from like deals with ISIS, fighting ISIS in Iraq.
There's a couple active
And so
bases here in Thailand.
Really, yeah. And
Cambodia
Philippines
too, I think, because these are considered quick strikes to China.
We like to do that. We like to have places, and it's good for those countries. Those countries like to have it because then they feel like they're getting some protection, and they're friendly to us. Like in Japan,
kind of like Taiwan.
So then they don't have to spend so much for themselves. Yeah, Taiwan. Yeah, definitely. Right, they're saving a bunch. Although, yeah, they still spend a lot too.
And but then we have these circuit boards and shit from Taiwan, so we have a vested interest of keeping them, kind of afloat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was interesting hearing from Gage Green, Michael, that in his history, we don't hear a lot about Chinese Americans and the whole history over there, and like sound like I don't know, I may not, but it sounded like his parents maybe like had got away from the mainland from the Chiang Kai-shek and went to Taiwan.
Yeah.
something like that. I'm not. I may be getting the story wrong, but anyway, some people do that, and then they come to America, and they're maybe over here in America, and yeah, I remember growing up with some Chinese people, some kids, and they'd have these. I remember the Chinese comic books with the words going up and down, and definitely their own style, which they still have definitely the whole Asian style of comics and whatever it's called.
My best friend here in Thailand, his dad's really, really wealthy. His ex-wife, my friend's mother, literally lives 20, 25 minutes from my parents' house in Cleveland, Ohio.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. A lot of his family is over in the United States. But, they fled back because, the coups and things here. So politically, they left. Because if not, they may have been prosecuted for their beliefs. And I guess our government pays them pretty good money. I wish they would pay me that type of money. I guess his aunt and uncle get like $45,000 a year. Fuck.
Yeah, that's nice. So, so is Bud on the chat actually? What happened to him?
He's in here, but he turned off his camera and mic.
Yeah, because I just flipped and I saw that. Yeah, he's there, but it's muted.
Hey, sometimes, like me, I had to take a couple minutes there and talk to Dad because when they call, it's almost 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock when they called. So definitely answer.
Yeah, I got half this dessert from the bakery still sitting here. It's eyeing me.
Oh shit, that wouldn't be
Really,
there for me.
a tiramisu that they make over there. Yeah, it's really good. Like they always put like extra little things in. It's never just like they always amp up everything.
I had an early dinner yesterday, so about 11 o'clock last night, I got the munchies, and it was like 11:02, and they just went on sale. There's these waffles I get, and they're like $1.35. And this waffle, by the time you put syrup on it, it's a complete meal. But I ordered 2 of those last night, and I just walked past the other one.
Big Forest, Christoph. Hi, baby.
And the coffees over there, do they serve that with sweetened condensed milk?
I found that more in Vietnam. They serve the condensed milk. And to tell you the truth, I'm impartial to it.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I did for a while. Get by those little cans.
Well, I tried real milk and condensed milk because in Vietnam, the coffee was literally like jet fuel.
Yeah.
And I would instead of having like the little cup they would have, I'd grab like the juice glass.
Uh-huh.
And that would be my coffee cup in the morning.
And diluted,
And
or you wouldn't get like
well,
a triple, would you? Or
well,
because aren't
I
they like
would
basic
fill it
triples to
up
begin with?
and I would have a little bit of cream in there. So, you know, it was diluted a little bit, but depending on what type of coffee, yeah, sometimes I added like 1/3 of hot water because it was so acidity was so strong in it. But like on the island, it had a really good taste to it. You just drank like two of them. At the hotel, you drank two of them and you were wired for like 3 or 4 hours. I had to take like 4 Valium because I felt really uncomfortable after having 3 cups of coffee. Yeah, it wasn't fun. I don't enjoy those type. I don't enjoy eating my medibles because they give me that speed rush to it. Because I've really become THC sensitive. When I smoke something with a really high THC, I don't think I really feel it because it amps up everything.
Yeah, edibles is a whole different thing. That reminds me, I want to eat some tonight.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I stay away from the edibles.
at nighttime I couldn't eat it. I'd be up all night.
That's where you puts me to sleep. But yeah, it affects, I don't know, affects different people different ways. Yes, edibles wakes you up. All edibles,
And
just from the THC in there. You saying?
All edibles, but if it's made from flour and
Yeah.
not from a concentrate, it does hit me a little bit differently. I do get more of a relaxed feeling, but
More
no,
relaxed than flour. What about?
I test my brownies and I eat them in the morning and I wait for like 3 or 4 hours to make sure. And I'm usually really wired on 100 milligrams because they're like 150, 160 milligrams. But I've become really sensitive to THC, and that much THC gives me energy. It speeds up my talking. It speeds
Heard of
up my
people
heart rate.
that take some concentrate every day regularly, a large amount. Yeah, even like Sub who's doing a lot.
Well,
Yeah.
when I went home for the 10.5 month period, I was home for 6 months and didn't have any medication, but I was taking oil and I was eating like a half a gram a day, and I would eat it at 8 a.m. And I found myself wanting to roll a joint around 4 o'clock, 4:20 every day, but I didn't need to smoke it because I was still high. I'd be high until like 7, 8, 9 o'clock at
You
night.
see it. You know, I can't. I could never understand people that could do like martini lunches and have like 2 or 3, strong drinks in the afternoon and then go back to work and just, still be fine and not get drowsy.
Well, if you're having a couple martinis every day for,
You get
weeks
used to it, right?
upon weeks and months upon months and years upon years, yeah, it's just
Yeah,
something that kind of like, it's like taking a Valium at lunch, at
yeah.
the beginning of lunch.
Like smoking for
Because
us,
at
it's
the
like
end of lunch, the Valium's kicking in and you can go back in and take care of all your coworkers and deal with them again because you're on this different level. It's the same like us going out at lunchtime and smoking a joint.
yeah,
It's just how people come and cope and deal with
yeah.
things.
Their body's processing it much quicker. Their whole epigenetics is set up to process alcohol a lot quicker, make the enzymes to process it, and they can handle.
Yeah,
They can drink a
but
whole bottle of Jack and not die.
yeah, but
Whereas
still,
somebody
you
who
look at it.
doesn't drink, yeah, their body can't handle it. They don't
But
make the enzymes to metabolize.
even if you go for lunch and have 3 martinis, I don't care. You're still going to have a buzz for that next hour, hour and a half at work.
Yeah, hope so. Anyway,
If
but
not,
really, at
then
some
you probably
point,
got a
it's just
bottle in your desk.
yeah. But at some point, it's like I can relate to it. It's just feeling normal. It's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
all
But
right, now I'm
when
motivated to
I
go back to work.
when I go in and I talk to these companies about cannabis, I really don't like being high when I go in. Maybe
Yeah,
if it's like a really long meeting and we take a break, then I'll go get high and come back in for the second part of the meeting, kind of like the closing part of it.
yeah. Not if it's serious business. I
No,
think so either.
because you have to understand that, hey, some of these guys aren't about getting high. You're just about, do the numbers make sense to go in business or not?
Yeah,
So if you show up all stoned and high and you're, well, and you keep on answering every question that way, then they're going to look at you, well, maybe you're an idiot.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You might just screw yourself out of something. You just
Exactly.
high.
You don't need to get high, go
I
into the
mean, not
meeting,
saying I
take
wouldn't
care of
be
the
getting high that
business.
day, an hour before
No,
or two, but not right.
a couple hours before,
Something like that.
it's,
Yeah, look,
yeah, it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
But
Gotta
not
get right.
after like a wake and bake.
Yeah,
Hey, man,
yeah.
give me a second. Especially when you never know when you're going to walk into a business deal and you may think it's just this little small thing and it turns out to be like the deal of your life.
Hmm.
So I always look at it that way, always look at the most positive, and then once you get into it, you'll find out which way to go. And if it comes out a certain way, then yeah, at that break point, you go get high.
Yeah.
But if you need to still be clear headed to finish the deal,
So I'm trimming these buds off the stem now. Taking the meat off the bone.
Yeah,
Here,
I actually missed
Here.
that.
I'm using the aluminum trays. This is my trim bin thing. I'm gonna try a trim bin.
I haven't tried
But-
them, but what I did is I went to Walmart and they had this plastic container that was about 4.5 inches deep. And it was like maybe 32 inches long and 22 inches wide. And I took some silk screen from a silk screen printer. So it was 110 micron. And I just folded that over and duct taped it to the plastic screen with a little bit of give to it. So when the buds hit it, they just bounced a little bit. And that's what me and a friend would trim over.
Yeah, maybe I should. I've thought about it, yeah. I'll still be using these though too, the aluminum trays.
Oh yeah.
You have to put
I hear a lot of
everything,
people
yeah,
using them.
everywhere, I mean, you can't just have one trim. How much can you fit in one trim bin? Half a pound.
No,
maybe,
but if
Yeah.
you're sitting there trimming for 8 hours in that trim bin,
you can go
you
through a
know,
lot of pounds, yeah.
you could probably end up with a couple ounces of keef in that trim bin, depending on what type of flower you're trimming.
Yep. Yeah. That's okay. I've got some screens, but yeah, and actually looking at these trays, boy, it's time to clean these with some alcohol.
Alcohol and a
Drip cleaner.
toothbrush.
Sometimes, yeah, and just alcohol just works great. Sometimes it just just dissolves it right off. Use enough of it, and then just go from one tray to the next. Pour it in one to the next. But yeah, they're good because over here in Colorado where it's so dry, it's like you gotta close it somehow, So I'll be cutting it off into the stems and laying the stems in and putting another tray on top and trying to just slow down the drying out like that.
Here, moving here to Thailand, I never thought about it back in the States, but coming down to a drying room, yeah, I'm gonna actually build one.
Yeah, it would be good.
That way I can control it. Or semi-control it.
Yeah. There's the Canatrol, but that's still pretty expensive. Name of the curing cabinet.
Yeah, that would take me too long. I think I have to have a full room.
Yeah. See, it's totally different over there. That's one of my questions is like, okay, so how would that work in Colorado where it's really dry? Because
you
it's
just
like a sponge. Put a sponge.
You put a humidifier in a room.
Yeah, so you still.
What I would do. What I would do. No. No.
Well, you want it to just be some self-contained unit, maybe having in this room or that room.
I would have like a lung room, and have that at a certain humidity, and then just exchange that air into that drying room.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I do now. I use the ultrasonic humidifier and
Because there's
hang things
people
up. I
that
don't.
have even taken 5-gallon buckets and, you know, rags, and just put the rag in the bucket and let it wick up to add
Mhm.
humidity to a room.
Yeah, the ultrasonics are really good. So yeah, no, that's good. I think it's the temperature. I don't have an air conditioning and heating actually in that room, but it kind of stays about right. And it's usually like, oh, I need to use the humidifier for this drying run. Oh, this drying run, I need to use the dehumidifier. You know,
Yeah.
it's usually, you know, it's like it's not like both all have going. It's like, oh, it's not this time of year or just the condition. You know, right now, it's really dry.
Michigan is really dry during the winter time. My first harvest was during the winter time, and it all turned out like hay.
Yeah,
It
even the
had
air
the
can't even
perfect
hold so
moisture.
much.
I've been growing
Even at
in
100%.
this same area for 24 years. And I had purposely built dry chambers where I'd have AC and dehumidifier. And that's all I ever needed for 15, 16, 17 of those years. Then we have more of these things that we call Santa Ana conditions, and they happen almost year round, where they used to only happen in late summer. And that's when the humidity drops like single digits for like days, or even teens, like 12% humidity.
Yeah, that's
And
like
after like, oh, I I did everything, and then I finally bought humidifiers. Like, but that's a sign of, like, in my area, that's proof to me that the climate changed. Because like for years I never have, like, oh, I had to use a dehumidifier a little bit. I never had to use a humidifier. And then yeah, the when it's under 20% or even anything under 40%, oh, it really fucks up weed.
Yeah. Well, 12 is pretty low, but under 20, yeah, that's not uncommon at all.
Yeah, like it like dries it, like flash dries it. And even if you try to keep a little moisture or try to heighten up, it pretty much bud will
Yeah.
never be the same.
And then when it's cold like that, like, you know, it's
and if you-
relative humidity, so it can't even hold as much humidity.
Yeah, and sometimes I've learned the hard way, like adding humidity to a dry chamber can also like make your buds spongy and not dry the best way. Drying and curing is like an art, and each time you do it, I mean, I guess you could have like perfect parameter environmental chambers, but and that's what we're trying to create with the tools, the humidifier, dehumidifier, AC, and all that. But yeah, each batch is different. The thickness of it, so many things. It's like you just have to like roll with those changes. Would be my advice.
I would love to like grow in a biometric chamber. I would really want to see what that's like growing cannabis in. Where you can like dial in everything.
Sometimes when it would be that low humidity, we'd take a crop down and they could start trimming it like 3 days later. Like 3 days later, it'd be like flash dried and shit, right? Like, yeah, that's what can happen.
Leave those families on. Leave those families on.
No, leave everything on. But yeah, once it's under that 20% or single digit or teens,
fuck, man, that's nothing nice.
No.
I've only visited Colorado, so I've only heard so much about how dry it is there on the internet here, or maybe on YouTube. But yeah, I guess that's one of the problems of growing in Colorado is, especially in some areas, it's super dry all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a high desert. It's a high desert.
I bet you got a powder mildew problem there, bad.
No, not for me anyway. One time I had
That dry climate, yeah, that can do it.
What I notice indoors, like when there's swings, when like, oh, it's a seasonal swing, or like, yeah, the plants are more susceptible to powdery mildew when there's like temperature, humidity swings. Like that's when plants seem to exhibit the powdery mildew.
Yeah, I mean, outside, I guess I see it a lot. So yeah, maybe outdoor farmers get a lot. Yeah, I see it outdoors.
Well, in certain, like my area, no, I don't. The never powdery mildew isn't on my outdoor plants, but indoor environment is a constant. Especially, I mean, like, yeah, you start running places for many years consecutively. Yeah, it's just part of maintenance of a grow.
Yeah. Growing in Ohio, Michigan is the same way.
Some strains are more susceptible to it than others, and I've researched or listened to so much. There's on Kiss Organics, that broadcast. He has a couple, but he has this one lady that's like PhD powdery mildew for this college, and she teaches. It's like an hour long. Oh, I thought I'd heard a lot or knew a lot about it until I listened to her. She really knew a lot of it. Like, yeah. And yeah, recommended products, and actually said that some other products are total yes, or not effective at all. And she has like proof of that, like not just what she thinks. Her students ran trials on things. Hemp with powdery mildew, but that's close enough. But yeah, she found that yeah, I forget her name, but it's probably easily searched. Even some of the best information on there was like what to do in between crops, like how to clean the room. And yeah, like powdery mildew is like the fruit or like the sex of the disease. There's this other stage where they're actually, you'd have to have a scope, but they're like black dots, teeny ass black dots that, oh, that can be on any surface in your room and could lay dormant or just like until the conditions are right, and then boom.
Yeah.
And that's like what's in the environment too. Like it's also like just out there, but like when she talks a lot about like cleaning and sanitizing and what's effective and what's not, yeah, there was some good information there. That was a couple years ago. I listened to it, but I'm sure it's still up, posted. Like that's the thing. I only went to school the 9th grade, but I'm halfway smart, but only halfway. I wish I would have educated myself. But through WeedTube or, content, cannabis content, there's a lot of PhDs that are do content and shows. And yeah, for free basically, like
Yeah.
whether it's a chemist guy or botanist guy or this PhD, I've learned, I really enjoy or tune in and really listen extra good when there's a PhD. Like, seems like if you get to that level, you pretty much know some things at least. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
And sometimes I have to go back like 2, 3, 4 times and listen to them again and again to say, okay, now I understand.
Even when it comes to the microbial thing, there's that one guy, Dr. James White, I think his name is. Oh, wow, that guy goes deep. Like, yeah. And even the Bugbee guy or Mark, he's a chemist that's on this Mark Scalone. They're all doctors. They're real. They got PhDs. Yeah. Into today's cannabis game, yeah, people like that are the ones that are able to like make some of the big changes or differences. Academics. Some of that just proving out bro science. Some of it is proving that or showing that bro science was wrong. But a lot of times, some of our bro science has actually been proven out to be real science.
We keep learning every day, and we will. This plant, it's going to take them decades to figure out everything about it.
Well, yeah, and we have to shift gears for so long, all they've wanted to do is prove negative things about it. And so most of the studies and funding and direction of things is to instead of trying to embrace it but I think we're getting there. Some people are there, but the academic and the real funding and the type of stuff, white papers and all that. Yeah. We barely scratched the surface. We don't even understand a lot of it.
No.
We definitely don't understand or fully have mapped out the entourage thing.
That's cool.
I mean, we understand the concept, but the nitty gritty of all the different components and that obviously make the difference. It's not just THC, CBD, terps, and if you had these numbers, you'd have the best weed. No, weed's way more complex than that.
Yeah.
That's why I think
we'll put AI on it. Maybe AI.
AI would probably at a certain point math would be able to quantify some of the concepts that ultimately maybe. The math, right? I mean, it's all about ratios of components, right? And
for
just
me,
if you direct it, get some clues on it. Because they use it for protein, for finding some protein. That's why I say
Yeah,
that.
but last 5 years, or a lot of the market is based on the highest THC, but like it's pretty obvious that that doesn't make it. That's not what good cannabis is, just high THC.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, you know, the higher the THC, I get high, you know, I get a high for like 20, 30 minutes. A lot of the strains that I smoke that are 17 to 21% THC, I get high for an hour and a half, 2 hours off of those.
Yeah. Yeah, actually,
you know, there's something got to be said for that. And that just means the lower amount of THC means the more of things that Bud was talking about, that entourage effect can be added to the plant or added to my high with the lower THC.
Yeah. With the blood-brain barrier, that whole thing there.
And I think specific terpenes
to help it get
affect
through.
people certain ways too.
But I could space out now, I guess, on putting in DNA of all the different strains and how they, the effects of them, and put all that into an AI model, and that's perfect for something that it could work on.
Yeah, but wait, how?
Because it works on linear.
Like,
it works on linear
described
strings.
effects is all
It has to be
AI.
a linear string.
Yeah, but
DNA, it would be DNA.
AI could only know described effects. It can't know the effect. Only we know the effect. As a
Right.
person,
Yeah. So that would be
right?
the training. Yeah.
So like,
That'd be the training.
So it's a description of an effect that then IA would then try to quantify that into. Yeah, I think there's like a. Oh, I think AI could do a lot of things, but then there's going to be a place where it can't, because like, oh, can AI
no, I'm
know
just spacing
taste?
out. Like I said, I'm
even
spacing
flavor
out
and taste,
how it
right?
might be used, but it
like, oh, it could be described what things taste like to an AI, right? But it can't taste it, right?
Right. But you could
I mean,
train it. You
maybe
train it.
one day they'll have it that way, where they have sensors that are part of the computer that pick up on scents, and it could know those scents.
But if it just,
or maybe what
it's trained on these are delicious foods, and then
is pop up like a
analyze.
menu and have you select like 1 out of 3 or 4 possibilities. You know, let's use a lemon. Is a lemon sour? Is it just a citrus lemon? Is it a candy lemon? And based upon what you put in, you know, then it can go off of that, I believe. So it can ask you questions as it goes along, you know, well,
actually, and so to train it,
are you talking about?
So to train it, you could also just put in like all the reviews that's on some website like Weed Maps of different strains.
Okay.
You know, it's not real accurate, but
now let's
the
just say, so
and
AI
then so
has
we could figure out like, oh, these are good strains, and these, you know, these basically these aren't. Basically just classify it like that, good and not good.
If AI gobbled up, which it probably already has, all the reviews on cannabis on these sites, I think that would just confuse the fuck out of it. That would be like a bunch of bullshit, because half the reviews are straight bullshit anyway.
If the reviews are bullshit, then that's what it gets. But
yeah, well, that's part of the problem, right? Like even if you say buying a refrigerator, let's say that AI, to help you buy a refrigerator, used all the review data and summed it up. Well, from my experience looking at those kind of reviews, or restaurant review data, review data is probably the least accurate thing there is, right?
Well, if somehow you could find some data of people saying, "Oh, this strain's really good," and this one's not.
Yeah.
You feed that into the GPT model, and then you can start asking questions about on it.
Well, most
And that's
likely
how you make these personal AI models. It's really easy to do that nowadays. I think that
all the marketing
some
that's
people are
out
doing
there, right? So,
cannabis now.
well, I think people are trying to apply AI everywhere.
Yeah.
Like there's like, and some of it's gonna stick. Like something we're not even thinking of, somebody's gonna come up with. Right?
Yeah.
Something
The
completely out of the box.
It has to work with string, like I was saying with strings, because that's how it works with words too. Or at least with this current breakthrough transformer shit, it has to work. It deals with linear strings of either words, or with proteins, it would be strings of amino acids, and then I guess what they did is they fed it a lot of information about proteins that we know about, and the way the proteins act and the way they fold and things that we know about them, and their amino acid strings, and then you just feed that in as a database, and it can process it, and you do some training on it, and it can train itself basically too. It's part of
well, I assume that if
it's part of
it
the
somehow
transformer
got like
architecture,
like the right data that from the current breeds of cannabis, it would be and no over also be programmed or learned that what strains appeal to people and why, that would be able to predict to you what strain crossed with what strain would be something worthy of doing if you're trying to create something with these effects. Like it will be able to quantify all those things once we are able to collect the right data for it, right? Like genetic data for it to then match and realize, oh yeah, when you match this with this is what you get, or you could get.
I do that a lot. I mix a lot of my cannabises because for me, I get used to something after a day or two of smoking it. So I'll mix it with something else and I'll get that rejuvenated high again.
Yeah, that's where it has. Yeah, everybody does like that cycle.
It's almost like with as many people that make seeds in the world, there's probably not too many combinations of like, oh, no one's ever tried to cross this into this. I mean, I'm sure it's infinity of the crosses you could make, but like, people's imaginations, like, oh, somebody's tried to take this to this, almost everything, maybe not everything, but almost everything at the rate we're going.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things have been crossed. But I guess when you do the math, oh no, the amount of things that could be crossed is like an infinite number, right?
I think we should go back to all the old stuff and cross that again. Cheers, Christophe.
Hey, Christophe.
Big force.
Merci. Thank you. Sam. Pareillement.
Bonjour, Christophe. Once more.
We were talking about the farmers before.
Oh, in Quebec? I mean, in
in Paris or
in
somewhere in
France?
France.
Yeah, man, that's crazy shit.
We all over. But yeah, the main place, yeah, wasn't France. It wasn't Paris. That was in the paper. Some other town.
So I can find some couple pictures. As I remember.
But yeah, as far as crosses, I know there's already some software for crossing and genetics. 'Cause like with tomatoes, that's how some of the tomato crosses. I think the cherry tomato wasn't that found with some software. You can basically put in some characteristics that you would want, and it would tell you some good possibilities across these. And these are some good possibilities to get that.
I read this thing that explained that, and I can't pronounce the names, but it listed these couple grains that are kind of obscure. Like you can buy them if you search them out, but other than that, all the grains are hybridized. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Corn too.
Yeah. I guess at this point, I mean, cannabis, you would have to say is hybridized too, right? Like almost everything's a hybrid, right?
Tomatoes that you eat, those are definitely, at least the ones that we get back in the Midwest, and I even see them in California, they're hydroponically grown. Excuse me.
Yeah. Even here, I've seen big greenhouses of hydroponic tomatoes, even though a block away is hundreds and hundreds of acres of field grown tomatoes. But yeah, this area, we produce a good amount of tomatoes every year.
It's just one never shuts down and the other one is seasonal.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm out of here. I'll leave the room open. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, D.
Thanks,
Take
D.
it easy, D.
Yeah, man. Cap, I got you as host right now.
Okay.
Bye, D.
A bientôt, Christoph.
A bientôt. See you soon, my friends. Yes, I. Bye.
Well, I mean, like watermelons, pretty much. Yeah, most of the ones I've eaten over the last so many years are the seedless ones or whatever. But yeah, as a kid, I remember like watermelon being so good, like seeded, regular watermelon. I don't think any of those processes have like made the fruit any better. Oh,
well,
granted, there's no seeds or there's these little white seeds. It's not like
exactly
the thing completely seedless.
You say seedless, but to us, seedless is sensimelia, meaning no seeds at all. In the fruit business, seed in watermelons at least mean that it's seedless, but they're just white. They're no good, but they're there. Why are they even there? The plant is being pollinated. It's just being pollinated, and the seeds are not maturing. And that's what they're going to want to do to the cannabis industry.
Like most of the fruits and vegetables haven't gotten any better. But I'd have to say one thing. Apples. Every so often there's some new apple, and then there's another new, and they're all like some of those like Honey Crisp and this one and that one. Those are killer apples. Like, so they've made progress where some of the
they keep trying with grapes,
but like a lot of fruits and vegetables, I don't think their goal is to bring us a better product. Their goal is to, make it whatever.
I should have some I should have some watermelon seeds at my parents' house still. If not, I'll bring back more. My friends grew them up in Michigan, so you can grow them there. They're just a little bit smaller and more round, but they grow like a lot more per run of them. Those are sweet like they used to be back in the 70s, where it was like, man, I just bit into like cotton candy. Because the watermelon here is fabulous, by the way, guys.
What, in Thailand they have good watermelon?
Yeah. There's
All melons
smaller-
or just watermelon?
the watermelon, especially.
They don't have cantaloupe going good too?
They get a lot of the cantaloupe is imported that's any good. And the apples are imported and the grapes are imported. They only started growing grapes here not too long ago. So give it time and those will start to come around. It's like $11, $12 for 2 pounds of grapes here. But the grapes are like the size of $half almost. Definitely quarters. I'm sorry.
Well, that's probably a thing where if the value's so high per pound, then you're going to grow a variety that's big and weighs a lot.
Exactly. And they come wrapped with like this protective foam around the container and everything like that. They get shipped in from Japan. And the apples come the same way. Even certain oranges come wrapped individually so they don't get bruised during shipping.
So a lot of things
Nice.
grow good there, but they don't like what? Why wouldn't you better grow citrus there? It's not the right climate.
Papaya. Well, they have an orange here, and if you get one that's really orange color, then it's really overripe. Mainly, they're really good when they're still green. But that season is like 5 months, 6 months long. My trees in the front, I still have a few of them that are fruiting. Some are still green. Papayas are here. You have your dragon fruit here. I mean, mangoes are here. It just depends on what time of season it is.
Well, those last fruits don't grow. I mean, preferably grow in tropical environments.
Yeah.
Right. So, like,
I
can grow my
Ohio.
mango and papaya around here. It would grow, but it wouldn't be bad. But it wouldn't be like, it's not
Florida
tropical enough. Yeah.
Yeah, you need like southern Florida. But yeah, we have papaya and stuff like that.
That's extreme packaging. I think for cannabis, what would you have to do? You'd have to do, like, have every bud held by its stem, and that's all that's touching, and then it's just like something to hold it just by its stem, and something that it's not touching anything else. And maybe even like something to cut down the vibrations too, because you don't want the trichomes shaking off.
How many years have companies been putting buds in jars?
Companies probably around 20
We've already been
years.
doing it. Yeah, we've already been doing it in the States.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just
the
saying
only
that's
other
even more
thing they
extreme than
do
we
is
do,
put
with
like
cannabis now.
what they should
Just
do is put a fucking pack in there that would keep some humidity in there so they wouldn't dry the fuck out.
Yeah, but that's like tricky, right? And
Exactly.
the one thing it would immediately you would suspect that what they're doing is adding weight with moisture, which like that will end up like, especially if the FDA gets involved, they will have a set point of moisture because that's net weight. And one of the oldest tricks in the book is
it's
to add,
they always try to do that
all right.
with
So
all the meats.
I'd be happy with 15, 16%.
yeah, I guess that's whatever the standard is. But then, you know, a lot of times those, like I have cases of them of the different Bodita packs and this other company, the small ones. I stopped using those a long time ago. Like whatever they do, it's not good. Like, oh, you put one of those in a pound bag, and nah, that's not like, oh, it does what it says, but somehow it doesn't. Nah, it'll fuck up a good bag of weed. We for years got rid of those and used deoxygenator packs, like these silica packs that there's different sizes and different strengths, but they take out like in a sealed bag, they're gonna like eliminate the oxygen.
Yep. And that's your biggest problem right there is oxygen on your weed.
Yeah, like if something's, you know, we got units that are gonna be bagged up for a week or two or longer, then we put these I don't know. They're called deoxygenators.
Yeah,
I've never cut them open, but it feels like there's like silica balls inside of them or something like that. They put them in almost everything, like even like you buy a phone. There's a teeny one, like they make them all sizes. They put them in almost all kinds of packages to keep.
I think it's like those heat warmers, those hand warmers, like similar to
Yeah,
that.
well, it's just I've read it. I googled it and read about it. It's like yeah, it takes away the oxygen.
Yeah.
Which like, yeah, as much as we need it to live and breathe,
They get
oxygen
warm.
is like pretty much destroying.
Detrimental.
Yeah, like it's the age and everything, and it's not that friendly to the environment. I mean,
I
it
found
is.
some weed the other day that's been oxygenated. It's pretty like dark brown
Oh, I
with
found
like
a
a little
couple.
bit of dark green.
I found a couple jars, and they were the colored ones from Mason jar, like the green or blue, and they were heady pieces, but I don't know how much time. Like they were lost in the mix of things.
6, 7 years.
I tossed them in the fireplace. They were like, yeah, brown, dried out. It was in a sealed jar in a closet. No sunlight, nothing. But maybe for a couple years or longer. Yeah. It's never
This
been
weed's
like
at
I
least
found
3 years.
a jar like that's years old in my house that it was like I opened it up and it was like, oh wow, now this shit's even better than it was. No. Aging of I'm a firm believer. No, I don't understand. Some people say, oh, I cure it doesn't get good till you cure it for like a year. I'm like, unless there's something I don't know, but I tried it. I have Yeah, even I remember having a certain batch of weed where I was like, oh, seal a meal like an ounce and put it in the freezer. And oh, okay. But then it like once you took it out, it was like crumbly. It was weird. It like I've never found a way to preserve weed that it doesn't degrade. I think it's best like dry cure. I'm not counting that part of time, but from the time it's like done, yeah, 2, 3 months. Maybe I like it on the fresher side.
Yeah.
I'm not saying not dried and cured, but like, oh, shortly thereafter, that's when I think I like it the most. Now, some strains, like
21
even
to 35.
the grape gas, we leave those in turkey bags an extra week because it does get better. The gassy part of it. Oh, if we sold it right away, like with the rest of them, the strains, it would smell grapey, right? But if you give it that extra week to let it just sit, the grapey's still there, but the gas comes out and it's better.
Yeah.
Like it smells better. I don't know if it smokes any different or better, whatever, maybe. But that's an example where, yeah, I guess. But a long term, like keeping it for 9 months or something. That's why I stopped using all these heady jars and just basically smoke out of. Because I used to like save all this and then save from the next run and the next run, and then somehow there'd be these jars that get left behind that would only turn into like fireplace because it was old.
Which could have turned into $100 or $200 or $300 instead. So you've gotten to the point where you're moving enough, just you don't need to keep anything except from harvest to harvest or dry from dry.
And I used to like skim all the headies. That was like as the grower, I'd be like, oh, I like that bud. I like this bud. I want that bud. And I'd take like the certain percentage of those buds out of the overall thing. Pretty big jars. I like more than I needed. It was some of it was like, fuck it. I want to keep those more than I could smoke in a reasonable time. And now I just leave it, in the bag, which then I think my bags look better by that too.
It's like artists have stacks of paintings. Like,
instead of like taking the top 10% of the headies out,
can't get rid of
like
them.
Sometimes a custody gets a heady. You know what I mean? Like there were a lot of years where a certain level of headies, I kept them all.
And then you give a custody a heady and he looks at it and it's one bud that weighs a third of the bag or half of the bag.
No, like there's that's a weird thing where it used to be people really wanted headies. Now, like, well, I don't sell small mounts, but no, I have a couple guys that like, even if I say, you realize that I'm just gonna take this bud and then knock all the pieces off. A lot of it is, and I get it because they don't want stem weight because they sell small amounts. So
you're breaking it down for them. You're saving them a step.
Yeah.
Because you're really not saving them that much weight. But off of a pound, you're maybe pulling off 4 grams.
I can remember when the pound business was like, if the ratio of heady pieces weren't in there, then that would devalue the pound. Now it's not like that. Like, no, they don't. Yeah, they want like basically they want 1 gram nugs or like 1.5, like 2 gram little nodules. They want a bunch of little nodules. I get it. That's what looks good in a Mylar and you know, and like I sometimes sell like ounces of weed or whatever in a Ziploc, but sometimes I've been at events or stuff where like, oh, everyone's stuff is either in a jar or Mylar and all packaged like pretty. Where yeah, no matter how good your weed is, a Ziploc is like, yeah. I don't know.
You're pimping it. Your weeds in Ziplocs.
Yeah,
because that just come in small batches.
Yeah, not too many people sell. I mean, at least in the branded marketing type of business, yeah, no one uses Ziplocs. Like that's the
yeah.
Now, if your weed's really good, then people don't give a fuck how they get it. Wrap it up in paper. Just give it to me.
That's the way it used to be.
Because like some of the fanciest packaged shit, not that it was bad, but I never was like, I always was disappointed overall. Like, and some of that might just be because preconceived notion, but no, if I've never like opened up one of these, whoever brand, and then been like, oh, impressed, like, wow, that was no, that equaled the packaging or that equaled the brand or no. Maybe one or two people's. One time I had some strawberry shortcake from Jungle Boys and it was pretty good. It was pretty fire. But then I've had 2 or 3 other Jungle Boys things that I guess you'd call mids. They looked good and they smelled good, but there was like no legs.
It wasn't Bud Kilowatt approved. Dank.
Like Stody or whatever.
I just call that weed dank because it usually smells like, yeah, okay, what do you got?
Well, my favorite terps or weed is the stuff that smells like weed predominantly. Like we've gotten into like, oh, it has to smell like this or something else, which is cool that there's weed that smells like that. But my favorite kinds of weed are the ones that are like, all you could describe that as is weed. Like Kush, that's a weed smell. Not like I don't never smell Kush anywhere but from Kush weed. Like those smells, the core smells of like what weed smell like. I guess skunky or skunk smell, or that was a kind of weed smell that's kind of went away. Like I noticed that some of the strains that, well, it's not like noticed, but it seems like it wasn't some orchestrated thing or anything particular happened, but certain strains that stunk. I can remember having operations that we were growing shit that like even in it was all in veg, you could smell it a couple houses away, or God forbid you were late flowering, the whole block would smell like it, right? Even though there's a lot of weed that smells great, smells great in a bag and not lacking smell, they don't smell like the whole block up anymore. Right? In the 90s and shit, there was like a whole bunch of weed that, like, holy shit, everybody in the neighborhood knew you grew weed. They're, like, even if you had filters. Most of those strains like drifted off. I think a lot of that was like, oh, people going forward over time, like freaked out that their whole block smelled. The next crop, they grew something that didn't smell so much like, and then over time, some of the legacy strains that seem to have vanished are the ones that
smelled
like that. They most likely got people in trouble or other things, jackers, all that stuff. I can remember when I first went up to Humboldt in the 80s, that shit was like a mile from the road, but you could smell it on the road. Like those were like the skunk strains, and I trimmed one season for these hippies on deadheads, and we had to hike like, well, maybe a mile out to the place out in, it was on BLM land, like empty land. But you could smell it from the road.
You can do that in Southern Ohio too. Used to. They cracked down pretty hard way long time ago.
Sometimes people come over, friends, and are like will say, "Oh my God, dude, it smells like," but I live in it for so long, then I guess I don't smell it anymore. I think what happens, like I don't notice it, where someone coming from like a different environment notices it.
When I was doing clones, I would have friends over the house, and I would literally ask them when they sat down on the couch, "Hey, when you walked in, did you smell weed?" Did you smell weed? Because I can't smell shit. I've had friends come through the door and say, "Dude, I can smell your fucking house. I parked on the street. When I got out of the car, I can smell it."
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of years, every couple months, yeah, there would be those days where that was like the most stressful thing of being a grower, was the days when the smell was overwhelming, and like, oh, when you cut it down, the first 24, 48 hours of drying, and yeah, that would be another whole blast of.
I wouldn't leave my house for 5 weeks. The last 3 weeks of flowering and the 2 weeks of drying and curing.
Yeah.
I mean, I may go to, over those 5 weeks, maybe 2, 3 music shows. So I'm gone a total of like 8 hours.
Yeah, my best years were the years that I was absconding on my parole. So I had an open warrant. And it's not that I didn't go in, I definitely didn't drive for like many years, like almost all of that time. And rarely went out. And yeah, well, my wife and I basically just worked. Like it was back then, I didn't have workers, nothing. I was at a pretty big scale. But yeah, we were like Yeah. Well, we lived on a big property, so that made it easier. There was a lot of acres to mess around on. But yeah, we never like we were just locked in. And then when I got that cleared up, I remember the transition was, yeah, like less time, like I was too many other things to do. Where the best years was when I was just like 24 hours a day. Some days we had no idea. We didn't have TV. We wouldn't know even what day it was. Like we didn't care. It was just another day. We were just like in this thing for like 9 years with
I know what
basically
that's like.
growing plants. Like that was our whole existence. Like we started out like at the beginning in 98, nothing. We had nothing. And it all started with like a few clones from my friend Scott. And within like a couple years, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it was pretty like as long as you worked hard and stayed focused, within a couple years you could build the whole thing up just
Yeah.
by hard work and good weed. Today, I don't know. No, I don't know if that's no, that's not possible because the profits aren't enough to make that possible. Like start with a couple plants and within a year be like balling.
Well, 25 years ago, it wasn't that hard because you only needed to pull in. If you had, like, say, 14 plants coming down every 10 days or every 2 weeks, you know, those 14 plants gave you 60 ounces. So you had like, 4 pounds. You kept one, you sold 3. You had $15,000 in your pocket. You did that 3 times a month, 2 times a month.
See, I've always run from the beginning in the 90s when I worked for this other cat, Jason, in the early 90s. We had like 1 bedroom and 2 flowering rooms. So there was a crop every month, basically. Like it was like perpetual like that. And a couple times in my life, I've had it down to where it was 1 flower, 1 veg. But like, oh, that means you only have basically a crop every 60, 70 days. There's like a long, oh yeah, you have to learn how to budget or like, oh, but you're always running lean right before the thing. And then that was always the beauty of having the alternating ones because yeah, it's at whatever size. Like even if I was like tense, I'd be like, oh yeah, we have 1 little veg and then 2 flowering ones offset, like for one's almost done all the time. That's
Even if you're just a personal smoker and you get 1 plant every 2 weeks, that's enough to feed your personal head. A couple ounces, 3, 4 ounces.
yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know if there's data or if there's it seems like oh there's less hydro stores than ever before or they're not as active as they used to be. But I think the amount of people that grow their own little amounts of weed, personal use growers, is probably like on a scale, just continues to go up. Like since
They just buy off the internet.
like yeah, 10 years of or you know, we had the medical time, but I don't know. It hasn't even been 10 years of wreck, right? Or whatnot. But whatever years, 6, 7 years of it, well, maybe, yeah, 8 years of it, almost, let's just say 10 years. Yeah, the amount of people that grow their own compared to years past or decades past, oh, that's got to be a huge number.
It was in Michigan, and it caused them a big problem because they called on all the caregivers to help out with the wreck. When the wreck went through all their stockpile weed in like 3 weeks.
Well, caregiver's different than just a person that grows their own little bit of weed for themselves, and that's as far as it goes. Like, you know what I mean? A caregiver's, that's a whole other thing, right? It's not, it's legit, and it's a much needed facet, but just the person that now feels safe enough, freedom enough, no shame in it as far as like family, friends, people, whether they have it outside or they do whatever indoor, even at any scale. Yeah, I think that's this. I don't know how many people, like what's the estimate across the whole country, but I know it's every year that goes by, it's more people.
Yeah.
When I first started growing weed,
should grow.
like very few people, a lot of people, they were weed smokers and, you know, deadhead party. They would, when they saw the plants growing, it was like, that was the first time they ever seen a plant. Like they'd smoked weed for so many years of their life, but never seen an actual plant alive. Today, like most people's, even if you're just a casual smoker, probably seen a plant alive.
Yeah. We didn't talk about it. You didn't show pictures of it. Nothing.
Hey, when I moved, I mean, I think that should still be good, but they have to be like over 25 years old or maybe even almost 30 years old. Of grow pictures. There's 5 or 6 rolls of film that was hidden, like even not at this last house. I have had those for all these years. It was like super hidden at that house because just me saving that film, and even while I've never taken it to like try to get it developed, well, especially back then,
There's a charge every picture.
Yeah, like that one place that used to drive up and they had the little kiosk in parking lots, I forget the name of it. Photomat. Yeah, they had turned, like I knew, or you heard stories that so and so's pictures of his weed plant somehow led to him being arrested because he had them developed at Photomat or whatever. It's like, whoa. Like, yeah, that was like a no-no to take pictures, but I did. I've saved them. I don't know if the film goes bad after so many years. Today, I guess I have no fear. I left them in a place where I won't lose them because I figure if I at least take them to the place and see if they can develop them, I would be super interested to see what's on there.
Yeah, I tossed away a lot of the photos of my first harvest, one of our chapter members was like a pretty good photographer, and he came over and took the pictures. And I think I may have 3 or 4 left, including the one that we used for the ones
Well,
we used, I should say, for all the
the,
normal
these
literature.
weren't taken by me. My best friend, who he's older than me, and has been like, I've grown indoor 34 years. This guy, he's been growing indoor for like 40 some years, right? Uh, but he was a photographer and took pictures of the mainly concert photographer shit. But yeah, he came over with all of his photo shit at the time and took these 5 rolls of film or whatever and then gave them to me. Yeah, so they're probably, as far as like knowing how to take the picture, yeah, because
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, people used to do black and white so they could develop it themselves.
yeah, I had a friend of
Yeah,
my
but that
dad
doesn't show the trichlomes off though.
had a dark room, but like he could do color, but mainly he just did black and white. I helped one time in the dark room, like basically you have thongs and you take the picture on the paper and go the different rinses. That's what I remember. There was like different chemicals or
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a red light, I think they liked. But yeah, back in the day, dark room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's still a few people practicing all that, but with digital cameras, like that's a long lost art, just like many other things that they, that being a blacksmith was like one of the top spot things needed, well, not so much anymore.
Yeah, farming's coming back though.
Well, yeah, the bottom line is people have to eat. And there's a lot of people. That's the
Yeah,
good, bad side of farming, because a lot of like what's considered bad farming practices or the industrial farm model
overall,
is really just a product of the population and trying to have a secure food supply for billions of people. Where in the history of humanity, when before all that system existed, there were things that happened in agriculture that created fathoms or fathom. What happens when people can't eat and they die? What's it called? A famine. Famine. Some of the most like higher than the most deaths in from a thing happening is from basically an ag related disaster that created a famine and millions of people died.
The potato famine,
which basically is like a form of powdery mildew or
exactly. And we've got to watch out, or that can happen to our cannabis.
Well, what's worse about the cannabis, I mean, this could be some way out conspiracy fantasy, but like, I mean, when hop latent came around is when I first thought of this crazy idea. But like cookies or certain strains come into the cannabis world, and because of the hype and popularity, get crossed into just about everything, the whole library of different genetics pretty quickly, right? wouldn't put it past. I don't even think it would be our government. It would be a corporation, right? That could put out like a genetic bomb, meaning they could design some strain that's like hyped up and it's super good, everyone loves it, so it gets spread across the board. But then in like so many years, the genetic bomb goes off, and that genetic and basically everything it touched is then like compromised or
starts dying off.
Yeah, or going the other way. Yeah, dudding out or whatever they fucking wanted it to do. They could, the genetic bomb, right? Sabotage. And the one
It sounded
thing
like
about,
you were talking about cookies there for a second.
well, like cookies is an example of like a strain that came along at whatever year, and within a couple years got like brought into like everybody's growing, bred into everything, right? We're still dealing with the results of that, right? Yeah, we're susceptible to such a thing, like especially if it didn't like go off for a few years. Meaning, like I don't know, but I'm pretty sure these crazy fucks could design something genetically that, after it's whatever bred or the cloned so many times, and then it triggers it to, self-destruct everything that it bred into. That would be one way to get rid of a lot of stuff. Because these big companies have unlimited money and power and only going to want all the market share, not part of it.
Well, it sounds like it's probably been tried before.
Well, I mean,
some other.
I don't think what I'm saying. Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe in lesser techno. I mean, we have more technology now than 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But when it comes to money, these guys will do anything.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, as far as breeding, they don't just like, oh, you have something and then stick with it.
But cannabis is so diverse in the truth and what it is, as much as they think that their money and cap and their political influence and all of what they bring is going to be able to win. I don't think so. No, I think that cannabis will stay within the people in the end. It won't get bought out. I mean, they're gonna try and they're gonna try really hard. Right. But yeah, somehow
it'd be like wine.
The thing that they have in their favor is that all of us and our parents and even our kids, we're all going to die in a short time. Right. So like what is known today, what's talked about today, what we're trying to keep alive and what we call the community, whatever, to keep that going, like even where I see the example of that is my life is the Grateful Dead, right? Okay, so there's the whole part of my life that was with Jerry and the Grateful Dead. That ended in 1995, right? And it ended very abruptly and with a finale that seemed like that was it. That was the end, right? It seemed like it at the time. And years went by. None of the band, like that was it. It was over. But the community of it, it's still was alive and well, right? And continued to grow and was stronger than ever, even though, oh, all these years went by, it was over. And then when it started up again in 99, so that's like 4 years later, oh, it grew to bigger and different and stronger and more international. And even though it's been infiltrated by Live Nation and all that, oh no, the core of what it really is only stronger and bigger than ever. And that's how I think cannabis is too. Like, oh yeah, like what do they say when you, like sometimes like by losing a fight or whatever, that just makes you stronger, right? Yeah, what we're gonna go through, which some of us won't get to the other side of it because this isn't like an overnight thing, right? Like this is yeah, cannabis will win out in people because it has throughout history. It's been attacked in every which way, and look where it is now. I don't think like corporate, huge, like company, brand, whatever, Marlboro or Seagrams or whatever even wine, like name a big wine company, whatever. Yeah, I don't see like, oh, they're gonna try. They're gonna try. Because mainly home people to grow their own. Right? Like if people always remember how easy and enjoyable and satisfying and the difference it makes to just grow your own, even though, hey, why do people not grow their own tomato, this, that, the other? A lot of it is, wait, tomatoes are like 89 cents a pound or $1.69 a pound, or you know, weed always is going to have this value, especially because of the taxation. They have to keep it that way. Like it can't go too low, or the amount of percentage of tax is next to nothing. Right? So they're going to keep the price at pretty high. I mean, compared
Once
to
they
other
push everybody out, then they'll bump
compared
it
to
up.
other crops, right? I mean, yeah, think about taking your field and putting all this love and risk and work into growing a shitload of tomatoes and then bring them to market and get like 19 cents a pound or some shit, right? That's hard. That's hard. Cannabis will never go that low, right? It won't go that low. But a lot of crops are so low that, well, the reality of the business, they're subsidized, right? Like, oh, the government gives you money because you grow this crop and you lose money otherwise. Subsidies. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in so many years that these big companies or this cannabis growers, the big field growers, won't be subsidized, because like almost every crop is subsidized. That's like once they get you like that, then you're on the, like, that's how they got control. You need them to give you the subsidy money for you to grow this crop because the value of it's so low.
Yeah, I don't see that happening to cannabis though.
Well, a lot of things that I didn't think would ever happen. I'll go back to it. Lewis Hamilton has been under contract with Mercedes since he was 13 years old. He signed with Ferrari for this season. Like, could you ever imagine that happening? Like, only thing I could imagine him retiring from Mercedes because he won all those championships. He's a Mercedes driver through and through, silver and black, bleeds it. Now he's getting in a red car. That is like that's one
More
of those
money.
things. Well, money, okay. There's certain things that are beyond that, and not obviously not. And it's not like he's getting that much money. He's an older driver on his twilight of his career, right? These young kids have they have something that you don't have when you're like turning 40 or getting close to 40. Oh, a couple guys do a lot. They have their day, but no, not on the season's grueling. The whole thing. So there's almost all competitions are that way. Like even chess, like Magnus is in a tournament this week, and I follow him for a few years. He's at this what we call like in chess, even the greatest over the decades or century. Yeah, when they get to be like in their mid 30s, late 30s, yeah, that's when you're not as good as when you're like 22 and fresh. There's been a few people that push the boundaries. Like I love tennis, and that Federer was like pushed the boundaries for the longest time, but now it finally kind of caught up with them, right?
What's up, fellas?
What are you smoking on?
I'm gonna smoke a haze joint.
Oh, wow. Because you're like Flavor Town from this year. 2023, you win the award for Flavor Town.
Top.
All at once, harvested pretty much in one swoop.
Well, two pretty much.
Well, you know what I mean. Like some people might have went through a bunch of strains during the year, but you had them all coming in, or a lot of them that I saw. I was like impressed. There were so many varieties looking good at the end of last season.
I'm gonna try to slim it down to under 30 this year.
Yeah, that it's hard to try to slim it down because so many things are always popping up.
Right. I haven't made it back to Michigan, or well, that part of Michigan, to see what kind of seeds Adam sent me yet. I'm curious on that.
Adam?
The ranch. Remember I told you he was going to send me some Femtest
yeah,
seeds?
Adam. Now I put it together. Yeah. Adam has good stuff and he works hard and he's a good person.
Yeah, I like his vibe. He's cool.
Yeah.
Seems so. In with the right crew.
Well, I went to Emerald Cup with him. Wait, his other breeder buddy, I forget that guy's screen name. And then there was a bunch of other people up there. But that's when I realized like each one of my friends that are like breeders, they each have like a totally different vision. They like he has his vision, you know. That's how like they can all operate so close to each other and not like stumble on each other. Cause
Stefan
like,
told
oh, once you get to know them all, you realize, or I mean, it's easy to know because like they're all very interactive with people. Yeah, they each have totally different visions of what they're trying to create or work on.
you got to pick a lane.
Yeah. And stick to it.
Right. What are you guys smoking on?
I've been smoking cheetah piss all night. But both my joints are now roaches, so I think I'm gonna apples, bananas.
I've got to try cheetah piss. Cheetah
You
piss.
know, it's not that popular. It's weird. I've been growing it for a while, but it's not like,
It's a cookie release, right?
yeah. I guess it's called a cookie collab, which is like usually those mean that Compound or whoever teamed up with Cookies. Cookies puts the PR on it, but it was really created by, and sometimes it's with a cookie strain, meaning,
They'll use a breeder cut.
Usually there's the collab is with like a legit breeder who made the seed. Where, from my opinion of what it is, Berner just is like using his platform as the collab. Like, it's not like he bred, like no one in his place bred anything.
Right.
What place? It's always, either with Compound or with this Seed Junkie or with an actual breeder that does the work.
So is Bodie like cookies now? Is that who's making?
Yeah, like
their stuff presently.
A bunch of
like
people.
No JPZ.
Some
No
I was surprised, but like, I guess there's a fine. It's a deal that has an upside. Now, it turns out though, there's a few people already in court suing over the deal wasn't lived up upon, and made a lot of accusations that, like, basically is some of the acquisitions of these things are to squash them. At least that's what's accused by a couple people. So like, it doesn't always end pretty over there. And I've always respected Seed Junkie from way back. When his first packs he put on the scene were some of the best shit ever. I forget what that one is. But yeah, I believe his side of the story when I heard both, like, the two of them publicly airing their problem.
Why am I brain farting on that Seed Junkie on his popular shit now too? The fuck.
And he continues to put out strong work.
Did he put out Wedding Cake and it was like Jungle Boys that hunted out the ice cream cake or whatever?
Yeah. That's one of his, and there's he's put out consistent good work and seems to do the work and all that. Well, him and Cookies and Berner are in a major lawsuit against each other in LA court, and the papers that are public, they're accusing each other of some pretty bad shit, business wise. You know what I mean?
All right.
That doesn't sound fun.
No.
And who ultimately wins there is this lawyers and all that. Like
The only winner ever.
Like even this kind of case that went through
Only
that
guaranteed winner.
one part. Oh, you probably don't expect a resolution unless they came if lawyers were just going to go back and forth. Oh, probably for like 10 years, 7 years. They'll just be in court for that long. You know, one of the side's strategy will be just to keep putting it off. So it's not like, oh, we'll hear the results soon. No. By the time that gets resolved, we'll be like, who? Seed who? 7 years from now? Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure Burner will be sticking around going strong. Because he's, you know, has a whole operation, like
a whole t-shirt company.
Yeah.
Around nothing. Around his name.
From the looks of it, because I thought he is producing a feature film. Now, yeah, who's really the executive producer and where's the money? Because, you know, I doubt he's probably got a little money in it, but you wouldn't ever put all your money into trying to make a movie, because over the years, there's a trail of broken dreams of trying to make a feature movie in Hollywood and all that, and even with all the right people in place and all that, oh,
Daddy, I'm gonna be a star.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out right. And that one can cost you a lot.
They really never got a rock and roll one right. Man,
I don't know. Tommy was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. With Bowie?
Tommy?
No. Yeah, was Bowie in it? Bowie started
the
it.
Who. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the Who. What am I thinking of?
The Who probably made some of the best dramatic rock and roll movies, because they had Pinball Wizard, they had Tommy, then they had Quadrophenia, they made a bunch of ones, and they were all like way out there, different, a little bit of British flair to it, you know, but back when the Who were one of the top things, they made some good movies. All those, like, in these weird ways, stand up. Like Tommy, yeah, even though it's so outdated or whatever, no, it's kind of like Mad Max. It like lives in its own.
Why am I brain farting on the Bowie movie? What's the Bowie movie? What was it?
I love Mad Max.
Yeah. Well, the Who movies also always, I remember this movie called Clockwork Orange, and then the Who movie like seemed to always like be in the same like theme of like, yeah, that edge of characters, and you can't forget the best movies really are Pink Floyd ones.
Mm-hmm.
But you know,
the Yellow Submarine's pretty dope.
the two of those guys, like I just read the latest. Of course, Roger Waters is now like said some even crazier thing and got his own label to kick him off, or you know, the two of them hate each other at a level that is beyond. Yeah, that affects the legacy of like the work. It's weird. Yeah, knowing the animosity and the venom between those two guys, yeah, it kind of taints the work. You know what I mean? And even if you try to listen, they fought each other to where, oh, the other songs, like a lot of their songs are
against
one
each
guy
other.
or the other guy wrote it, and then they won't like, oh, so then on he won't let him play his songs and he won't let him play his song or their songs. Like, so that makes it that part of their library of music is like been separated.
Yeah. Basically in half.
The Roger
Seemed like
Waters
at the
show
time
eventually
too,
built-
they
Never got to
were
see
they were
Bill
really in the back scene, you know, who the actual individuals were. It was like Pink Floyd, but you never really knew a lot about the band members.
Well,
Shit, half the people don't even know that Sid Barrett was in the band.
Yeah. But I love Roger because he's a bass player and one of the greatest bass players, right? But he is cuckoo, man. I've tried to support him. I've listened to his rants, right? And even if he believes that, is it worth all this? Like you ranting isn't going to change any of these things. You're not powerful enough to do that. And so why sacrifice the art? But I get it. He's like has to live with himself, and he believes what he's saying, and he's not saying it for some publicity stunt. But yeah.
If you look at like the Rolling Stones, the Grateful Dead, other bands too, you know, if he wasn't that way and they weren't fighting back and forth, you know, they threw away $1 billion each over the years.
Dude, didn't Roger used to turn his back to the crowd to play? Isn't he like that kind of level prick where he like doesn't even like the whole wall was the concept of putting a wall between him and the crowd?
Nah, maybe not that like that, but he's definitely
there's something like that, and he used to like turn his back to the crowd or some shit.
He's been tripping hard for a long time. We'll just say that. And David, well, he's just, you know, but he's his own kind of asshole too, though. Like, and the two, like, yeah, I can see where the two of them can't communicate at all. They're just, yeah, they're on opposite ends of the spectrum.
Pompous English cunt.
But it does like it's weird over the years. It's changed. Like, I still love their music, but yeah, it's not. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's the fact that those two hate each other that much. That's just sad.
Yeah, it is. And like you said, to the point where not even money could bring them together. Now that's fucking hate.
Beyond that, like, yeah. I mean, no, it's one of these things. They're going to
You're
their
right.
grave.
You're right. We're
Like,
talking billions,
ultimately,
not millions.
Well, you're talking about like two people that created this shit together when they were kids and whatever. Okay, we've grown up, got our disagreement. But to go to your grave with that, like never reconciling that, like, yeah, they're both old. Like it's not like, oh, did you hear they've kissed and made up? No, that ain't gonna happen, right? So you're talking about, wow, what a tragic end of that. You know what I mean?
So you're gonna post up in Vegas for a couple months, buddy?
Well, it's only on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are the shows.
How far of a drive is it for you?
I threw about 4.5 hours or
That ain't
45-minute flight. Yeah, fuck. I know I'll be there a bunch, but no, there's no way I'm going to all 24 of them. And wait, yesterday I went to bed, it was 18 of them. The day I woke up, it's 24. I don't, the other part is that's them playing 3 nights a week. Okay. So the next thing they do is fill it in and say, oh, hey, we added Wednesdays the whole time. Oh, now it's 30 shows. Now, like, I know how it goes. Oh, they've already done the pre-sale and all that. All these more shows are because of the amount of sales and pressure
Interest.
there are on these
Yeah.
shows.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like, oh, if they just like within 15 minutes, this amount of money went whoop. Oh, well, let's keep doing it until we
Like every single up and coming touring comedian, once they hit, all of a sudden they start selling out things and they add nights. You know, it'll be like, oh, not Thursday night too.
And when you no, it's a residency, so that's like this. They're not the first to do a residency, but a residency is structured way different than a tour.
Oh, yeah.
A tour,
They're still gonna play
you
different sets every night and shit. It'll be dope.
Well, yeah, but a tour has the expenses of the tour, right? Meaning, oh, we got to get on buses and hotels and travel and do this whole thing across the country, right? Residency, oh, it's set up like you can eliminate all that shit, right? You don't have a bunch of trucks, you don't have the buses, you don't have all that shit, right? It's just
Is this just in Las Vegas at the Sphere?
At the Sphere, yeah.
They're doing 30
by the time
30 something shows there?
we wait, I mean, where I want to go, and that's in April, is to see Fish. Fish is first, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not even into Fish that much, but I know one thing. They got this guy named CK5. His name is Chris something with a
member.
K. Yeah, the 5th member. He has a pretty much unlimited budget when it comes to being the lighting director for the Fish shows and tours. And
he has the ultimate job as far as those kind of jobs go.
Yeah, with an unlimited budget. And if you watch these shows, like even if it's 5 nights at the same place, you wouldn't know it from the lighting. This guy's like so innovative, so much different tech. And he's had like no question about budget to build some of these systems. It's part of the Fish show. The Dead over the last years have learned how to like hone the thing down, right? Like even for the Sphere and what it's capable of, well, that's all digital packages and stuff, right? Well, you have to spend money to build all that stuff. And how far do you want to, how good do you want to build it?
You know,
right? I think Fish is going to blow that Sphere apart with their
They should call it
with their like.
I wonder if Dead Fish fans in chat. The Fish's ex stage manager, lighting director, became Umphrey's lighting dude, and he's fucking pretty amazing himself.
Yeah, well, the Dead had Candace and had
What's his
the
name?
years where they had some of the best lighting way back. But in the Dead and Company and even further, or Bobby or Phil, oh, they've kind of downsized that part of the show, right?
As much as they can.
Yeah.
They still got
Where
9 buses.
yeah, where Fish, oh no, they're cutting edge. They're like, yeah, CK's
They got the
like
new.
fuck. And I
Whatever the
imagine
newest shit is.
the day he got the deal signed, that they were doing whatever nights at the Spear. Oh, that was he's excited and went to work and is gonna blow our minds with some crazy shit.
Yep. Well, dude, I don't know if it was Martial Artist was talking about it, but yeah, you should let me know what shows you're going to be at. I'd like to definitely get out there for one or two.
Like
I think Marshall was talking about that.
I know
Marshall
I'm going
Peter
to go
beating
to
up.
probably more than this, but I know for sure what I would be doing. Just like last tour, I'm going to the first shows of it and the last. Okay, so yesterday that meant I was going these dates in the first shows, and these dates were the last shows. Well, now that they added 6 more shows, yeah, that's in July 13th and 15th or something are the last shows. But then wait, 4th of July is also shows. So like that could be fun. Like I know this much about Vegas from my experiences in Vegas over many years of my life. And I've been going to Vegas since I was of 8 or even before I was 8. Oh, it's fun for a day or two. But like, oh no, like if you're gonna like stay there for like a week, 2 weeks, oh, and there's only shows 3 nights a week. Oh no, fuck that. It's not fun after a couple days. No. Well, it could be, but like those days are over. I don't party like that anymore. But I've had some fun in Vegas, but like other than that, it's boring as fuck there. Or you gamble, which sometimes that's fun, but other times you lose your ass.
Yeah, me and
Bye-bye,
Vegas
les
have
amis.
an interesting history to say the least. Like every time I go there, something fucking bizarre happens.
Yeah, like yeah.
Hey,
So
Christopher.
Ouais, peace. Peace and love, mes frères. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Me, job.
Big force.
Ouais, big
Peace.
force, the bro. Yes, I. Bye-bye.
I've gone to shows
Thank
out
you.
in
Bye-bye.
Vegas and then went
Thanks.
to like a couple nights of shows, and then when the show ended on whatever Sunday or whatever day it was, got in my car and drove home right after the show. Like, cause it is only like 4 hours, about 4 hours, maybe a little minutes more. Yeah. Then, yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, come home on Saturday night. You're home Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you left around 10, 11 on Thursday, oh, you'd be there in time for the show. And maybe you could even leave as late as 3 o'clock. Because one thing about Vegas is, oh, they don't have these early shows that start at 7 o'clock and shit. No, they'll come on around 9 o'clock, and like they don't stress on curfew there.
No.
I've had fun. There was this festival they did one time called Vegoose.
I
in
went to that, dude. I went to
2005.
Vegas. God, what year was that?
The one in 2005, Phil and friends, and it was with the sick ass lineup, was playing at the Hard Rock. And I think he did like 5 sets plus like this long encore. And
So
yeah, when the show ended, the sun was up already. Like it was all night.
I think it was Ween that I went there for, like the main band I was going to see that year. But isn't it kind of set up like a jazz fest where it's like from one spot to another spot, and this band's playing here and that band's playing there?
Yeah, that was sort of the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I was there for something, dude. I can't remember what. I do think a Ween show was part of it.
They did it for a few years, and then I don't know. It changed.
And they did the Halloween thing too for a couple years. They did something similar to that.
That's when Vegas was.
That was Vegas. Okay, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been there.
And they had good lineups. Like, over these period of days, you'd see everyone: String Cheese, Salmon, Phil and Friends, Ween, the whole circuit. They had, it was a lot of years ago, but that was pretty fun.
Dude.
But it was like,
I want to say like 08 or 06 or 07.
A lot of festivals like that they either die off and never become anything, or they grow to become like too big to be fun. So whenever there's a couple years where there's like a super cool event, enjoy it while it's there, because they never last.
Well, old Korkowski there, he's up in northern Minnesota. There's a couple years that Panic did a thing up there called 10,000 Lakes.
Yeah.
And dude, the first couple years of that were some of the most fun I've ever had, dude. It was, low key, not low key. You know what I mean?
I've seen how it goes down all my years with the Dead. And in the end, I'd say, yep, if you give people an inch, they'll take a mile. Okay. And then that's what happens. Oh, High Sierra. Oh man, there were years this festival out here called High Sierra was so killer, right? Camping, the Five, all the different bands, late night, all this shit for years. Oh no, it got fucked up, bought by some bigger production thing. They changed it around. So many things that were so cool for usually 2-3 years before they just self-destruct. Lock-In, that was out in Virginia, the one that
I remember Lock-In. I remember Lock-In.
Awesome. Some shows.
Mm-hmm. What about Peach
Peach Fest?
That's still going on.
That happens. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I go to
Jazz
Peach Fest.
is gonna have a good
Need a
lineup
peach
this
for peace
year.
every time I'm in Georgia.
See what I'm looking at. I mean, yeah, Dead is fun. I have a lot of fun, but it's hard to explain.
You know that.
Yeah, Billy's where it's at, and I'm thinking, wait, you're telling me that there's going to be all these Dead shows from May, June, and July, like 2.5 months. I'm sure there's going to be some really sick Billy String shows somewhere in that time, the summer tour, whatever he's going to call the tour, where for like considerably less money, you would have considerably more fun. Right?
Yeah, right.
Right. Because it's not like I don't want to see the Spear a couple times, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could be fun, but
it's
just that new crowd. It's that new crowd energy, you know. A bunch of. I don't know. He's hot right now, dude. It's the spot. It's where you want to be.
I mean, even the thing of like Mayor coming. All right, so now more Mayor. I was pretty much like after San Francisco in the even though I knew it wasn't the end. I'm like, 7 years. It's 7 years, going on 8 now, of John Mayer. And
it's crazy. It's been that long.
He's good in one way, but then he's also like it's not like he he doesn't grow anymore. He's almost
what you're
like
gonna get.
repetitive. Yeah. And some nights he plays better than other nights, that's for sure. But it's not like he's still exploring or he's gonna like commit more. No, he's John Mayer. You know what I mean? It's the Dead are just like part of his thing. Like he's not committed.
Sippy sippy.
He's not part of the Dead.
Yeah. Now, who could replace
Guitar
him?
player.
Well, yeah,
Billy.
I don't yeah, no. That's he could, but it would it took Mayer a lot of shows before it started really clicking, right? I mean, so yeah, it would take some work, but man, that's a lot of range that for Billy, and a lot. Wait, you're talking about lead? He's going to play lead, electric. He's really good at what he does, but he doesn't have a lot of experience playing with a lot of effects and that size lead guitar. I think he could grow into it, and once he got it, he would soar. But don't just think he could just jump out there at that level. No, I
You're
don't
talking
think so.
Billy?
Yeah.
I think he's already been to that level on electric, and he could go back there anytime.
Yeah, I know what he does on now. It's like Grateful
take
Dead
him nothing.
music,
Dude, he
doing
played on for
Jerry
6 months.
licks. Watch what John really the music that John Mayer's playing. Oh, that's some real heavy level of skill on guitar, right?
Over a 6-month period, one tour, he would knock it out the park.
Yeah, but he would have to commit to it, right?
Yeah, he just had to play electric every day.
Wait, what about his own thing? Well, it looked like, he's in the pocket. Don't think if you follow him, you realize, he just bought another electric guitar. At the late night, he played in a blues band with electric guitar. At the one show, he played some electric guitar. That's when you realize, yeah, not that he's not capable, right? But he's been picking that acoustic guitar for so long that it would really, he's, even having an effects board and knowing all the electric shit, and that's, you got to play a lot like that to be
and those kids are more techie than us, dude. It don't take them long to figure out pedals and buttons and shit like that.
You realize that his whole amp setup and all that is really more of an electric guitar guy's rig than an acoustic. Yeah. That's how he can make all the different different sounds and effects. But he could do it. That's why he was in Billy's band. He's and it's one thing to do a song.
I wish they would have played more shows. Billy and the kids.
And they've brought people there was rumors he was going to be down in Mexico last month for the Dead Ahead or whatever they called it, because that had Derek Trucks, who Derek has been playing in different roles since 1999. Yeah, see, he don't sing, but I've seen times, and Phil did this a lot, where even though that the artist was beyond talented, he would bring him in as there'd be 3 guitar players. He would play with 2 people that he'd already played with, and he'd bring in somebody that was very talented but wasn't so familiar with Grateful Dead music, and introduce them into playing that way. And then the next run it would be back down to only 2 guitar players, because that guy got brought up to speed with Warren and Jimmy or whoever, right? And that's almost what, well, there was times being in Kreitzman's band and different things. Billy Strings is like right there in the pocket. Like, oh, I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a band with Bobby and him at some point.
When I first was introduced to Billy Strings was like 2013, I want to say. It was right before he moved to Tennessee from Traverse. And yeah, I just like came across his name in the, the Northern Michigan What's Happening, magazine that every town and stuff has. And I'm like, Billy Strings. I'm like, I like giggled to myself, I was like, dude, with a name like that, you better fucking be able to play, I said. Yeah, I caught him like an open mic. And he did.
Yeah.
I caught him at Hookahville in 2017.
I start off my mornings pretty early in the last few months, like 6, and I start working with the horses by 8. And yeah, I pick a show from the last year. There's so many. And yep, I drink coffee and listen to Billy Strings almost every morning. And yeah, no matter how tired I am, how burnt out I am, oh man, that gets me up and ready for the day every time.
Oh yeah.
Like, I actually think I listened to so much Billy Strings that I manifested myself into a ranch hand. Like all I do is like deal with horses and bull cows and all the
See what happens when you start listening to bluegrass?
Right? Yeah, and I have a Bose like
gonna be sipping
portable speaker. So there are times I bring my speaker, I'm listening to Billy, and that same song I've been listening to for years and years, formed an opinion of what it meant to me. All of a sudden, I'm like, as I'm like dealing with a horse or something to do with all this stuff, starts to have like, oh, now I get the meat. Now it really makes sense. And somehow I feel like I manifested it. I was so I listened to so much of it that it became my life.
Oh yeah. Leftover Salmon was the first bluegrass that did that to me. That like grabbed me.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know who I like.
Then I got into Yonder, and I was like heavy into Yonder. I was like,
what I was gonna
Yonder
say.
or bust. Kinfolk all day.
There were these certain years where Yonder was like
Rest
so
in peace,
cool.
Jeff Austin.
Yeah, they would like break into like so many obscure rock songs or different songs. Like you never knew what they could pull off. But at that time, to hear songs you could never imagine being bluegrass, like having the
slam grass, they called it.
Yeah, that was fun.
And then, of course, I got into Railroad Earth and Sammy Bush.
Yeah.
Bela Fleck.
I've always liked Bela.
My first Bela show was in Flagstaff, Arizona. I just moved there for school, and my roommate was like, "Hey, I'm a whatever chauffeur, security, whatever ticket dude at the whatever. What is it? One of the like a oh shit." I can't think of what it was. Like an Orpheum kind of venue, you know what I mean? Anyway, so he let me in for free. And I had never heard of Bela Fleck. And I walk in there and yep, I was hooked. Some fucking dude playing guitar and this dude with a banjo and what the fuck is going on here?
Well, I mean,
Sinister Minister was the song I walked
literally
into.
Why I like any of this music, like is because of Jerry and Grisman. Like as
Oh,
I
yeah.
was like a younger
Grateful Dog.
deadhead, like there were these acoustic shows with Jerry and John Conn or Grisman, the quintet with Grisman.
The dog music.
At the Warfield. Yeah, that was when like I was like, oh, this is real music. This is like the epitome of like the best playing. And
You know, if Jerry would have gotten to grow old, that's what he would have went back to.
well, Jerry
he would have been a picker again. He would have.
If you had like bootleg of like certain bluegrass, like, oh, that would get you like favor from Jerry. Like there was like a known thing. Like I knew this. I didn't have access to any of that stuff, but like, oh, all the class, like, because some of those people were still doing shows and active at that time, a lot more than now. And like, even though he passed on, one of the best guitar players I ever remember seeing is Tony Rice, and fuck, that guy plays his ass off.
It's very true.
But in the tradition of all that, Billy
Del
Strings
McCurry.
McCurry brothers and all
Fuck,
that.
they were a lot of fun, man. They still are.
But Jerry, it's in his story. It's not like little known, but Jerry's real passion for music himself was bluegrass. That's what he listened to. That's what he followed. That's who he looked up to.
That's why I said, if he would have gotten old, he would have been a picker again.
Yeah,
once a picker, always a picker.
In the earliest '60s, before he was part of the Grateful Dead or any of that, he took trips out to the east or the south to see certain bluegrass shows. Like he was at some legendary shows because
Doc Watson.
Yeah. And some of those, like, those albums, the Dog album with Jerry, and that's some of the best recorded. That's like classic music that's never gets old. Like
Old in the Way.
It's good morning music with some coffee and all that. Yeah. Well, I'm friends with Nelson. Bobby, my kid, or my other best friend, he's like David's like personal caretaker because he lives close. But David wrote Panama Red.
Yep.
He's part of the New Riders. He's getting old now. He has the Dave Nelson Band. They still do some shows, but he's got health issues.
And then you wound up dead.
But he wrote some good songs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's sort of an example of a musician that did a lot of work, and he has a little income from some of his, right? But like, one of the reasons his health is and the treatment is available to him and all that is he's doesn't have millions of dollars or any of that, but he was right where people that were right there with him do, Like there's a really cool guy. His band's called who Roger McNamara is?
I'm not familiar.
His band's called Moon Alice. Roger McNamara is like a super billionaire, right? He made his money in tech, all this different tech investment, part of Facebook, all this shit. But like he's more like he's not the greatest musician. But he can play, but he's so rich, and that's what he likes to do. So he has this band called Moon House. And then, so all the people in the band are like the best you could hire. So he has like Pete Sears, Barry Slash, Molo.
Like session musicians?
Well,
or like touring?
Barry Slash is like in the Wolf Brothers. He's part of Dave Nelson Band. He plays a lot of instruments, guitar and pedal.
Yep.
And then Pete Sears, he's part of Jefferson Airplane all the way through. He's he's a really good bass player. He's like in his 70s. And Molo, that's Phil's drummer all the time, right? Now this
Oh,
guy's
okay.
so rich. They only do a few
So
shows a year.
he's playing like jam music pretty much, huh?
Oh yeah,
Or what?
Moon Alice. Yeah, they do festivals and they don't play that much, but they play. Oh, and he prints really high quality posters and they're free because he's a billionaire. And oh, they travel even though they're playing Winston's or like a little dive club, they pull up with like the Prevost and the he's a billionaire.
Doing
And
billionaire things.
like the cool thing is it's not that many gigs a year and they get paid whatever good money for doing the gig, but because he put them all on health insurance, right? Where
That's big if
that's
you're
a
a musician,
that's what I'm saying if you're a
especially at that
musician,
age. Fuck.
because like through some of my life I known some older musicians and um yeah, like even though they might be successful and had, some money once upon a
It
time
can
or
disappear
whatever,
quick.
uh yeah, they don't have the health care. You know, even they just did their reunion show. Like they don't sound as good as they used to because they don't play as much, but I've gone to hundreds of Radiator shows.
Oh fuck
You know,
yeah, dude.
that was
That was
my
much.
thing. I
They played
like
it.
all those.
They came to First Ave and stuff a lot, and played like
Yeah,
the festivals, the jam festivals and shit. The
yeah,
local
and
smaller,
like
2,000 to 5,000
I'm
type
always
venue.
into to bass players, so like I was always friends with Reggie, their bass
Or
player, and Reggie had the same thing. He had prostate cancer. I think he's pretty much got somehow survived it. This happened years ago, but
I just swallowed
yeah,
smoke.
they had been on the road for all those years doing so many shows, but
That sucks. Oh, sorry.
yeah, like for musicians to have like healthcare and all that stuff with their job or whatever. Oh no, that's
Dude, I can't believe Tippy Tina's is closed. Sorry to interrupt, but you
yeah.
just made me think of
Well,
that. That's crazy.
they're just moving it, but it might as
But
well be
still,
closed
it still sucks. Still sucks.
because
So
they're
that place is
moving it.
legendary.
Yeah, well, but that's how things go, right? I've learned that.
Yeah. Well, you think I fucking think's damn near historic though, like a historic fucking landmark or some shit.
Yeah, but
You think about it. Fuck, how many years did the Rads play there?
well, probably 35, but I mean, it even goes
Fucking
back further.
crazy, dude.
It goes back further than that. I think this year they had this like event there that was on Nugs that was Tipitina's anniversary, which yeah, it goes way back. It had like it should be made like historical thing and protected because it is.
That's what I was saying, man.
Yeah. No, but they'd rather do that to some apartment and then it just makes somebody money that owns it. Like they don't really give historical yeah. I saw a thing on PBS about who gets historical whatever you call it,
designation
and the politics behind it and shit. And then yeah, it changes your view when you see places that are and then also realize places that aren't. It's very political. Oh, and there's it's a tax break or whatever. It's very if you get your place rated historic, it's worth money.
All right, that last one gotta be pretty high. That was some of that James Loud weed actually. I just smoked. Um, Sour Apple by Gelato 41.
I grew that
That
a
one just
couple
got me
years
pretty
back.
high.
Yeah, I grew, I forget all the names, but they were all Gelato 41. Everything into that, maybe like 6, 7 different kinds, like 3 years ago or so. The one that I ran a few times and kept going was that sour apple one.
Okay.
Like it was good. It was like that one was good, and then one of them, I forget what the lineage was, but it became the one that he called something else, and then
Jelly Bean was the popular one, I know. That was that.
I ran him before he, like a couple of those from that Gelato 41 became like branded seed lines. The one was called, I forget. 3 years is a long time, but they were all good. That was when Gelato 41 was like super
It was the hit.
popular. Yeah.
Yeah, I did quite a few of them actually, and they were all good. They're all just different kind of variations, subtle variations on 41, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they were.
Mostly had color, couple didn't. The one I liked the most, I don't even think he released. He must not have had a bunch of them. It was Chem Sis. Got some of that around.
I didn't grow that one. I sent Green Fingers a bunch of them. I had like X amount of seeds of them. I grew a few of the seeds and then sent the rest of the few of the seeds on to people.
Falling apart.
Cause like, yeah, I'd rather have that happen than like find seeds that are like more than like 5 years old. Like I've had some germinate that I've found that are older, but then I've had the germination rate definitely goes down as they get older. And it's just better to have seeds cracked than to save them. You know what I'm saying?
This is Peanut Butter Breath by Secret Cheese from Fresh Coast.
Well, that could be pretty good. Secret Cheese.
This one isn't the cheesy one. There was a cheesy one. I smoked that one up though. That was like cheese. This one's more, I guess, probably peanut butter breath leaning. I don't know. I've never had like the actual peanut butter breath. There's definitely two phenotypes, and one's reeked of cheese, the other one didn't. I only got one of the cheese plants. But yeah, that was a flavor I hadn't had in a while. It's nice when you bump into one of those. It's like, oh, I remember that. Am I froze?
No.
Oh, good. I'm high. I know that.
I'm finishing up the joint and someone had texted me. I'm sorry.
What time is it? Any idea?
4:19. Yeah. Got a minute?
Look at that, dude. I fucking perfect timing. Wow.
And I just finished my joint.
Better get another one twisted up. You got about 2 minutes.
Did I ever tell you guys that that's the only minute that I don't smoke weed?
What's that?
4:20.
You don't smoke it then?
Yeah, like a few years ago, I realized like Like, and I've like got 420 back so long ago, right? But then I realized like I smoke weed all the time at will, all the time, like every minute of every moment. That it'd be more appropriate for me to take 1 minute a day and not smoke weed. And that's at 420. It's like, yeah, I don't mind that other people. Oh, and if I happen to be smoking and 420 comes by, okay. But like, yeah, I stopped the idea of like smoking at exactly at 420, but I try not to smoke at all at 420 is my thing.
Yep. My friend was like, he would say, I smoke, you know how much I smoke? I smoke as much as I can each and every day. I don't need to be told when to. But he was also do like, you couldn't buy him a shot because like, I drink when I want to drink. You know what I mean? Like I smoke when I want to smoke. Don't tell me I gotta smoke at a certain time.
I'm pretty much that way.
You want to know how much I drink? As much as possible. You want to know how fast I drink? This fast. Don't worry, Ian. Yeah. What the hell? Shit. Is Jeff still with us?
I think he was in the back still. He was just muted and everything.
Are either of you guys looking at chat?
I can't see chat or
What up,
drops
Jeff?
my
No, I
my
usually
Zoom call.
have the ability to do that, but I haven't called my broadband company and had them come and install the broadband. But I do have another phone, but no.
None of us have then. Who was in there earlier? All the usual suspects.
Yeah, we had Smash on his layover in LA on his way home from the glass show in Vegas.
I was talking
that
shit,
was
telling
good.
him he gave hand jobs for that pipe he got.
I wish
I was like, Smash, tell us the
missed
truth.
that.
Tell us the truth. Did you give the dude a handy underneath the table at the show for that pipe? And I was like, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, eh, buddy?
Yeah, well, there's an
He had a good time, it
underbelly
sounded
in
like.
Vegas. It's not hard to find, but
Oh, it sounded like he had a good.
Yeah,
seeing all those pipes.
Highlands easier.
I mean, we all like seeing fucking cool ass pipes, you know. Whenever somebody has a pelican at a festival, I always go take a peek.
I miss good festivals.
They're still out there.
Less and less of them, though.
It's another thing. It's all about local, you know. I'm talking like a 3-state spread. I can have a pretty good freaking summer. Wisconsin, fucking Michigan, and Minnesota.
Like what really happened in California, which a lot of this was the primest place to throw a festival because of weather and different things over the decades. But no, that's why there's no real festivals of any in Cali. Mainly because the lawyers fucked it up. Like people with lawsuits, liability insurance, all the things that go into what it takes in the laws and that's like, there's no good festivals. There used to be so many festivals, even if it was like, I went to this one thing for a couple called World Music Festival, I think. It was at the Coliseum in LA. Like that's where I seen every other rock band there ever fucking was from that era. Cause they on the 2 days of the thing that everybody played. Like the US Festival, that was cool. There were some other ones. But yeah, today, I mean, oh, I guess we have this thing called Coachella or whatever, but it's lame as fuck.
Yeah, I'm talking way smaller. Like ones where I like saw like Billy play late night set on the wood stage out in the camping stage at like a 2,000 person bluegrass festival. And he's fucking blasted on mushrooms, played for like fucking 3 hours.
There are some like wait, the McCurry's put on like a
they're there every year
at one place. Yep. There's some like those smaller.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Southern Minnesota has Harmony Music Garden amongst these fucking like old growth oaks, dude. There's just freaking like 4 body widths around, you know, and that's where you camp underneath these things. It's fucking trippy. Anyhow, and they have cool shit every year. There's always like the Harvest Fest is every year about, you know, that time at the end of the summer. What am I trying to say? I just brain farted. Oh, some old deadheads. Like after fucking Jerry died, that's what they did. They went and bought this fucking beautiful piece of land and turned it into a fucking music garden, is what they call it. And they have, you know, bluegrass festivals and, you know, harvest festivals and shit like that. Pretty dope little spot. Hope, Michigan. Or no, Hope, Minnesota. Sorry. Southern Minnesota, down by the Iowa border. I think I'm froze again.
No. We're just really stoned, dude.
Yeah, I'm super stoned.
That's funny.
I had a, what do you call it? We're only going to do one quadrant of deep cleaning in my dental, but then the lady's like, "Oh, we had a cancellation. If you want, I can do the whole top." And my appointment was at 9, and yeah, I got out of there around 11, and then oh my God, they're supposed to rain 3.7 inches in 36 hours starting AM. So I had to do a lot of shit prep here. And then I was watching the dogs and came on the show. I think that was around 7 o'clock. What time's it now?
We've been going for a minute.
Yeah. But it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been on for a long time. I just got on fucking.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you came on. That's why I'm sticking around.
I was like, dude, I might as well hop out. I'm not doing anything but smoking joints right now.
That's what we're all doing.
Right.
Well, actually, I'm looking at her.
Whoa.
Yeah, one of the Thai beauties.
That looked PG-13.
She's in her bathing suit. Seriously. Right there. She was just laying down.
Or something, I think. Like that.
Swati cop.
Oh, don't bring me into this. This is probably a
completely a different language. That's a completely different language.
I don't want no part in it. I do not. I
Wait, he dropped out?
Part of these women. No bequeathing here.
You know, this bass player from Bob Marley, he died today, family man.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
I heard that an actor, what's his name? Carl Weathers
Yeah. Yeah,
died.
he died yesterday or something. Yeah, that was yesterday's big news. Because
Wow.
he played in Mandalorian, which was just recently released, and then he had a long career and a lot of great
Mm-hmm.
roles. Well, one
Exactly.
things like that
Apollo and Rocky.
remind me of, and yeah, none of us live forever. It's just like even if some people die a little younger, some make it a little longer. No, I mean, and at my age, like I like so many people that were like as a kid, they were the big star or whatever. No, they just die one after another, you know?
Here we go. 2/3 of Pennsylvania voters support marijuana legalization. New poll finds as lawmakers plan cannabis hearing next week.
Yeah, well, if we live in this system, it's supposed to be majority rule, right? Not democracy. 2/3, that's yeah, okay. Well, why isn't it already changed?
Because the people that actually change those laws haven't decided that yet.
Yeah, well, wait, they're next to New York. It's not like they don't know or aren't aware of the all the other states and status of where it's at. So yeah, slow drag in there. I don't know. I don't know the politics of that state, but yeah, it seems like they would Philadelphia and would just at this point, if it's totally illegal there, and then and it's legal in Jersey, then it just gives Jersey a like uh, an angle, right? And doesn't Pennsylvania have like good areas for agriculture in some of the state?
Some of it.
Seems like a no-brainer for a state of size of their state.
Okay, let's see if this comes up. This is the way I don't think that you should trim your nugs. Let's see, it may have to play through again. The way that they hold the scissors, the way that they hold the bud. That's like destroying all the trichomes on there.
I didn't put my glasses on, but I thought it looked more like a butcher shop. I thought they were like cutting up a roast or something.
No, they were trimming a bud.
Hmm.
That looked like a little one-sided knife, like a little razor blade.
No, it was a pair of trimming scissors.
It was okay.
Yeah, he was just holding it directly on the bud, just moving it across. So every trichome on there just got pushed over or knocked off.
Well, I mean, in the modern, like here, Canada, whatever, cannabis thing. We're aware of all this, but not that many years ago, we were way less aware of that stuff, right? Right? Like the early days of Humboldt outdoor weed, green weed. Oh, they didn't have the best trimming practices and all this then, but they put out good weed. Yeah, I imagine we didn't get to where we are overnight as far as like the refinement of techniques and stuff, like
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of trimming actually in the back in the day. They didn't really
I
trim
do.
as much.
well, like
You do?
I just
I was
know
doing
my
all
own
the
history.
Fresh,
There were a
wood.
lot of years that we used to wet trim, like where today I can't even imagine that we used to do that, but we would take
Yeah.
it down wet, and pretty much by the time it was hung, was like trimmed, like meaning it dried and then it was like already trimmed. It might need just a couple little seconds of cleanup, knock buds off the stem. It's been a long time since I went to like dry the weed and then trim it. But there were these years where we wet trim. That's what we used to call it, right? And yeah, that had to have been. But that was some of the fire weed. That wasn't the issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, we wet trimmed.
Yeah, people
Which
didn't want that chlorophyll drying near their buds.
I forget the logic I had for it, but even when first bubble came around and BHO and all that, that is really when I switched fully to dry trim, because then I could save the sugar trim and process it. Where wet trim, oh no, that was just. But maybe if I froze it or stuff, but we didn't even think of freezing it. That wasn't like, at least people I knew and myself, I never thought of that back then.
Yeah, people cut it down like branch by branch. I remember Sub doing that. Sub always did wet trim, and he cut it down branch by branch with a little hook. He cut it so there'd be a little hook on each branch and hang.
Well, it made me remember one of the people in the work crew got the lucky job of taking when we were done, the hefty bags of the wet stinky trim and stuff and dumping it wherever, dumpster, just get it the fuck out of here. Because that would always this weird way, if you got caught or something, all that would end up being weighable product. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that, you thought that way, like, get rid of all this, get rid of you tried to keep yourself as clean as you could, even no. But yeah, that shit would leave right away. For years, threw away all that. That was before you thought of processing it. That
Yep. There were times even when I was just too busy to deal with it.
Yeah. That's why you always hear mention that, workers. But today, the economy of the business doesn't support that, which is sad because it even though they have created these legal jobs, most likely it's per pound of weed grown, it's less people working than there was in the traditional days. Because yeah, I wasn't uncommon. That was part of the value and why the price. I don't know why the price was that high, but the price being that high gave you the ability to like have good workers and relationships with those people as far as work and pay them fairly. And yeah, all that got squeezed out in the last 5 years.
Hmm.
And then the jobs there seems to be, and I guess some of them have like whatever $17 hour or $20 hour, whatever. But they're real mechanical type jobs where like, oh, you just do this repetitive thing day in and day out. Like if your only job 5 days a week was to defoliate plants, that would get pretty monotonous, wouldn't it? Or your only job 5 days a week, 40 hours a week was to take thousands of clones repeatedly. Like it would get pretty monotonous, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, especially for a big corporate type place.
As a job, right?
Yeah, as a
Like,
job. Yeah, they're making lots of
I mean,
money.
it might be like, oh, if I was
They may not.
young and had the dreams to work in cannabis, okay. But and I've heard people say this is their experience. Yeah, and then they got the job and then realized how like compartmentalized it was and monotonous, and you know, ultimately didn't like the job.
Yeah, a lot of growers too. Yeah, it seems like going all the way back, like maybe Brown Guy 420, and he didn't work out for him, and maybe it's working out now for him. It sounds like maybe, but back then, and other people too, they went from business to business, gets used, and you have a dream, but no, the business people, like hardcore business people, man, they don't really want to really have a partnership and share with you.
Over
Well,
here, they
something
want to
that,
have a partnership with you, and as long as you're putting up the money.
maybe then.
I told people coming over here, I said, here's an easy way to see if they're real or not. Tell them that you need them to put up the exact amount of money you are too. And if they can't come up with the money, then they were only after your money. And what they'll do is they'll start the business here, they'll put the greenhouse up, all that money will be spent, and nothing to show for it because they can't grow.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people lose 3, 4, 500 US dollars. I mean, thousands of dollars, not just hundreds, but 500,000 gone in 6 months. Oh, we paid this person, we paid this person, we paid this person. That's your whole family you paid. What did you pay them to do? Oh, we paid them to water, we paid them to trim, we paid them to do this. Well, how much did you pay them? 5 times more than what you could have paid someone else. Because they're asking, you have more money? You have more money? We out of money. Or the latest one I heard, there was a farm that was actually doing okay, and the Thai partners ended up firing the Westerner that was doing all the growing, overseeing all the grow. And the company went through $1.5 million in like 6 months after this guy left.
After you said you hear them say, we want more money, we want more money. I came in with, me money you long time. But of course I was on mute.
They're going legal. The grow stores also took a huge hit. Then Amazon just took their money.
No, I think it's just people finally went to ordering because they didn't have to worry about anything coming to their house anymore.
Yeah. So it went to legal
And
places like Amazon though, and maybe some other places, but they took a huge hit.
Kowski, Midwest, get up here. Dead Fish fan, what up? Come on and talk. They're doing the same thing we're doing, but they're doing it in chat.
hey, you
Talking
just
music
got
shit.
here. Some of us been here for like 6 hours already. 7 hours.
Yeah, the grocery store people must really hate it though.
Yeah. But hey, they had their heyday.
Yeah, they did. They did. They did. And if they had their timing right, they could have even gotten out when everyone wanted to buy them. Even the dispensaries.
Well, I had a friend that
The
the
early
company
dispensaries were
didn't
bought out.
come in and buy them out or make them an offer. They just put a store in his town that he was in and tried to undercut his prices. And he had already made such a name for himself and had a clientele that he reversed it on them and decided just to start selling mass quantity and flipped his prices from retail to wholesale prices.
Dude, I got the munchies.
So do I. I haven't ate since like 8 o'clock this morning and it's already 5 something. I can't have my pulled pork sandwiches anymore. I got upset that the owner didn't contact me back in a week, so I changed my Google rating on his restaurant.
Uh-oh. You guys can't be friends.
No, I can't trust the food anymore. Because the rating that I left him being a 1 star and being a level 10 tour guide, that has a tendency to drop you like by almost 2/3 of a point in your ranking.
Strong arm in a hoe.
Oh, the last time I did it, it was in Compat And the guy actually apologized because Google hadn't updated where the restaurant was. Besides that, he said, sorry, we were closed because a few of the people in the restaurant weren't feeling well, so we didn't want to take a chance. He said, why don't you come back tonight and have dinner on me? Because
or what?
He told me, he said that my 1-star rating took him from 4.4 to 3.6 on the rating chart.
Taking hits like a Richter scale, Cap does.
Well, that also, when people go to search a restaurant, that just moves them farther down the list. And they know that.
Better know that.
Besides that, you should take care of the customers that eat at your restaurant once a week.
If you want their money, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be making some noise for a bit and then I'm gonna crash. But yeah, I'm gonna listen offline. Keep
Right
it
on,
going.
Jeff.
Keep the party
chilling
going.
with you.
Jeff.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think we may be calling it here in a little bit. It's almost 5 o'clock.
It is. You're the same time as me right now, huh, Cap? But opposite.
Yeah, I'm just a day before you. Well,
I'm Central. I'm
later
Central
today.
time.
I'm later today for you.
Right.
When you hit 1 o'clock, I'll be 1 o'clock in Monday.
You'll be raging. You'll be raging still. Drinking whiskey.
No.
Just do an Irish shot of earlier, Cap?
I go to bed quite early here. It's because I'm up at 4 a.m.
Can you see that, Cap?
Yeah. I don't drink tequila. I drink bourbon.
I drink a little
And
bit of it all.
That
I don't
reminds me,
discriminate.
I got like a
I like them
gallon
all,
of
just
drink
like my women. I like all of them.
over the next 35 days.
I like good liquor.
My bourbon is 92 and 94 proof. It's a
It don't
little
take
bit
me
more
much.
age. It's a little bit more age. It only takes me 2. I like smoking weed. I don't like drinking. I like the taste of bourbon though. So sitting down having
I
one.
like a shot of, like I did tonight. One shot, one pull. I like the buzz with the joint. It's nice.
When I came to Thailand, I actually had to start drinking again because I needed to have a drink or two to get high with their weed.
I found that if you don't drink all the time, you can do like a shot and like actually feel it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
oh,
dude,
I do feel, yeah.
I'm drunk off 2 drinks in an hour. I know what it feels like. That's me.
Yeah, I haven't taken a sip of booze in 25 years. I used to drink. I fucking drank a lot, but no.
Buddy, I bet you would dig it. I bet you would like the
No,
buzz.
I don't
You're
like.
kind of an
Here's the
independent
thing.
guy.
Like even when Cap said, "Oh, he enjoys the taste." No, I don't like the taste of any booze, beer, wine. Somehow, no.
I don't particularly like the taste either, but I do like the effect of just like a shot, just like a single shot, you know. And then I smoke another joint. Just like I noticed that joint, I'm like, whoa, all right, it shifts it up a gear. But that's it. If I like getting drunk, no, then I just feel like crap the next day.
I got plenty of people around me that drink and at varying levels, but yeah, none of it seems no. Like I'm always offered, like no, it's not no. I have no desire. I like to get fucked up, but no, that's not a house.
You should grab a little. You should grab a little airplane bottle and have a shot with me on here one night.
No,
it'll be my first shot. I'll go into it sober too.
Yeah, no. Like I say, it's just like it
You would
wasn't
like.
like
I think you would like the buzz.
a thing, but like it's
I
been
don't
so
think
many
so.
years without one sip of it. It's like
The one shot buzz.
He hasn't drank in a long time, dude. He doesn't need to anymore. He's found out that alcohol.
And now that I
is
looking
not
back at
it.
my life, when I got out of prison, they diagnosed me with hepatitis C, which I thought I had for all these years. And
They worry about your liver.
that I remember reading about it, researching or informing myself about it. And yeah, alcohol is like the worst thing if you have hepatitis C.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck around with that.
And that's really when I stopped drinking was then. But then it turned out in whatever year they tested me more and said I didn't have hepatitis C. So
I've heard that happening to other people, nurses and stuff.
yeah,
A couple of them actually.
well, it was a hell of a relief because yeah, for a whole bunch of years I thought I had a fatal disease that anytime I got burnt out and would be tired in the afternoon, I used to think it was symptoms of hepatitis C. And then when I went to get on they have medicine now that you take, forget what it was called, but when I went to try to see a doctor to get that, they tested me and they called me the next day and say, yeah, well, you don't have hepatitis C, it's negative. And then I showed the doctor the papers I had that showed that I was positive in the past. And then they sent me to a different lab and tested me again, the blood work. Yeah, no. Then he said, yeah, I don't know. What do you call it? A medical miracle. I was like, okay, I don't have hepatitis C.
Or you're fucking diagnosed false diagnosis.
A couple months, I remember like having to keep realize like, oh, it was like great news, no question, but like it didn't just sink in right away. I remember that part. There was like, yeah, like because when you get used to thinking you have one thing for so long, all of a sudden you don't.
With hepatitis.
Yeah, it happens in a rare case. They send me the scripts where they have like a program. And I was like interviewed to whatever. And I remember telling them that like they asked me, well, is there anything you consistently did during this time? Like, did you take a supplement or I said, no, I just drank a lot of coffee. And they're like, how much coffee? I'm like, yeah, probably like 12 cups a day and smoked a lot of weed. And they're like, well, how much weed? I'm like, this was back in the shatter days and hardly anyone knew about that, especially in Scripps. I'm like, oh yeah, this concentrate shatter we make and smoke joint after joint. And I think personally, because I did at the time, that I did have hepatitis C, but I cured myself by smoking so much weed mixed with coffee. I do believe coffee is like a superfood, right? It has its own properties if 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 you believe in it. And between the coffee and the cigarette, I mean weed and the cigarettes, for God's sakes. Right? Somehow I beat hepatitis C, which yeah, I have no it wasn't because I worked out, it wasn't because I took thistle and all these other health things that other people suggested you do. No, I was living like party life and just drinking a lot of coffee and smoking a lot of weed.
He's doing the Keith Richards regiment.
No,
Right.
I mean
Coffee,
consistently
cigarettes,
smoking.
and drugs.
Yeah, and not that much drugs, but weed, cigarettes, and coffee. Yeah,
They're all drugs.
I still that's still my daily thing. I want to get rid of the cigarettes, that's for sure. Because now that I'm active and huff and puff, and oh man, sometimes I can't breathe, and it's not the weed.
No,
I'm sure smoking anything isn't the best thing you can do. That doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
Like I had some friends that were daily smokers, but not like habitual like us all day every day or anything. And they were runners, and they like tested their lungs and shit. Like they're big time runners. And yeah, weed was like the one thing like that was okay. And I guess a lot of like runners do actually smoke weed. I guess kind of getting to that high anyway, getting a runner's high. Similar kind of buzz actually.
Well, and I mean, don't they say it's like anti-inflammatory, right? Which is pretty general thing, but like, yeah, if you're a runner, you're like, oh, what do you call it in sports? The
rehabilitation.
The recoup. Like, oh, you play a game and then you got to recoup for the next day. Yeah, weed is good for that. Like has anti-inflammatory properties and a bunch of different things. It is, I mean, I see stories here and there, like big sports is starting to like accept weed as part of like, yeah, like they don't get kicked out and lose their career over a weed test. They're actually allowed to use it. Which considering I remember seeing this
sports
documentary about football back in the opiate era where these different players were like saying that the trainer basically would just have like every kind of thing there was and as much of it as you wanted. You could play like that all day long. But God forbid
the bowl of greenies on the way out the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, and some of it, I guess, I mean, UFC was the first sport to like take measures. But it's weird because even in the recent years, Diaz like had his belt stripped and couldn't fight for a couple years over weed. Not that long ago. Well, it was pretty long ago. It's like weird how times change.
Now they're saying get CBD in your body as fast as possible for many things, from seizures to concussions. Any kind of cannabis, actually.
Doesn't it seem
like
like with all these new things, what they call Delta 8 and all these other things they've created, those all are derivatives of CBD, right?
I believe so.
A lot of, which it's instead. So in turn, the majority of the market is all on in that direction instead of like the truth about it. Of like, yeah, that's that's why, like, especially CBD, wouldn't that be under the health supplement
They want to
type
be
of
able to
product,
synthesize it.
not a fucking drug? Like, it's a, like, you know, health supplements have all kinds of things on it. Like that, some of them you might even consider a drug, but they're considered health supplements and don't get regulated the same as like drugs. That's where weed should belong. Like we should demand that, not lower the schedule. That's only more
Bullshit.
problems.
We
Bullshit.
just need to decriminalize it.
Well, that too, but like, you know, some of this is a repercussion of medical. Like, oh, it all started with medical. A lot of that was a way to get around the law, but there was a true sector of medical. That makes it a drug, and then that makes for this crazy regulation that comes with Food and Drug Administration.
And a U.S. patent on it.
Right. So, and that seems like, I don't know about when the federal law is going to change, but it seems like they put in motion this schedule thing that's going to happen pretty soon.
It's already, you know, it's already.
And
yeah.
the way they should fight it is it grows naturally. We do not do anything except pick it when it flowers.
Dude, the wheel's already in motion with all this vaping shit, dude. And these kids, no kids smoke cigarettes anymore. They all vape.
Yeah.
They're
Number
steering
one store in
the new generation
Shanghai's a vape
towards that
store.
way.
And a
To
lot
add
of
whatever
that
bubble gum
that
flavor they want, to add whatever this.
but a
that
lot
they
of
want.
that youth aren't consuming nicotine. They're just vaping, which is
A lot of them are consuming nicotine too.
Now,
but
some of it
still.
leads to nicotine, but
And a lot of it leads to
is
them vaping
like
marijuana too, or not your cannabis or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they
Vape
don't care
shops,
what's in it. They don't care how swag it is because they just make it into a distillate and add whatever bubblegum flavor they want.
Yeah. Well, in California, I mean, that's why there's no more
These wheels
cools.
have been in motion
And
for a while.
like
dude.
we passed some crazy law about flavored cigarettes and flavored all that stuff. So I'm not sure how it affects the vape market because I don't go into the stores, but I know like there's no more flavored cigarettes, and that included menthol. So like if you smoke Cool or Newport, you can't buy them in California.
Dude, these little kids don't have their hand. They don't let that thing out of their hand.
Yeah,
They're like
that's a
slaves to
problem.
their vape.
I see it. It's less popular. I think it peaked a couple years ago, but then again, different parts of the country might have been later, but then now
It seems like it's
peaking.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of slowed down a bit here, but it's still there. It was like this fat trend. It was like a fad maybe 3 years ago.
Until you get addicted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even though I was not into selling it for that purpose, when I had this company, Dab OTG, it was basically selling batteries with these burners to burn wax. But
yeah,
the companies that I dealt with in China and the
They gave you
convention
that janky
I
ass
went,
wick freaking thing for tobacco shit too.
yeah, when I went to the
milliliter
tobacco
dabber on it.
products convention in Vegas paid for by the
fucked with those
company in
things.
China and all this. Yeah, it was like the early stages of what became this giant industry, the vape industry. And I remember using, this is when you mixed the juice up yourself, but I was like, oh, I'm going to try to quit smoking cigarettes. I'm going to use this stuff. And
Dude,
the mix
that fucking hit like a mule.
had like, if you smoke X amount a day, start at this amount, and then after so many days, go down to this amount, and then this amount. So like, okay, I smoked this amount of cigarettes, so start with this amount. It was after years of smoking, right? I did this vape thing I had going for like maybe 3-4 hours before I was literally like, take me to the hospital. I think I'm OD'd on nicotine. I'm like I was nauseous. I was like fucking hallucinating. And yeah, it was basically over like too much nicotine.
Oh, yeah. It's not funny, but it is.
And that was
'Cause
like,
I've-
I
I've
don't know,
felt
like
sick after
15
stuff
years
before,
ago, but I remember going, oh, this could kill you. And yeah, even on the little bottles you bought then, it had skull and bones on it because nicotine is like a poison.
But nicotine can kill you quite easily, and it's like it's not that
Yeah,
hard.
but wait, if you
compared to, like-
made that nicotine like that, they had to have a skull and bones on because it's a poison and have a
if you like
thing
drink
on
that,
the back.
you're going down.
But
You're
if
going down
you
by
made anything of that concentration of cannabis, you wouldn't have to say skull and bones because it wouldn't be, it couldn't kill you.
Nope.
I
not
think
at all.
even if you had the most concentrated fucking as concentrated as possible, it still wouldn't kill you.
Nope.
No.
But I bet you 50% of that bottle, if that's nicotine, probably kill you.
Oh no, nicotine straight poison. It's we use it at minuscule amounts, so it isn't. But at a certain point, it's fucking.
When you're vaping clouds to the dome.
Well, back then, like this was like in 2008 or 9.
It's like that
You
cop
literally
calling
bought
911.
these little things from them that were like pure nicotine drops, basically, right at whatever milligram. I forget the thing, and yeah, I made it like it said, and I hit the thing thinking, okay, every time I feel like having a cigarette, I'm gonna just draw this thing, and like within a few hours, I was in like an overdose situation. Like that's what it felt like.
Probably
Nicotine
smoked
overdose.
like 4 or 5 packs in those 3 hours.
yeah. But there is this thing of like there's a certain method of quitting smoking where it's like it's this militant way where they make you smoke so many cigarettes back to back, like in a short period of time, and then that makes you so sick of them that you quit. I remember hearing about this. This guy had a book out. Like when I say militant, he was like boot camp style guy.
That's how our
right?
parents tried to make us not smoke.
Yeah, there was like a chain of thought that was the way to make people stop. Like just smoke so much, so fast that you never want to smoke again.
I was like, I'm not going to get sick. I did actually get sick. I can't remember what pack. It was like a pack or 2.
I had to go to Suckers. It was the having something in my hand type deal.
That part, what they call it, the hand mouth fixation or something. That's real. Like
it's
like
talking about his oral fixation here.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things like it breaks down to like, oh, it's a tough habit to break.
Oh, they were wondering in chat how much that ladyboy cost that you were showing earlier, Cat.
She was a ladyboy, that was for sure.
She was or wasn't?
Wasn't. No.
How do you know that for
real.
sure? Wait, how do you know that for sure?
Buddy has to make sure.
You can tell.
Oh, I hope so. But like, I'm just wondering, what is the for sure?
A real big tell is a lady boy will never show you a picture where you could possibly see an Adam's apple.
I was gonna say you gotta look for that Adam's apple.
That's the number one tell is the the pictures are always minus that look or their feet.
Or you can grab them
Their
by the trunk.
feet.
Yeah, because their feet are much
That's the
bigger.
only way to find out.
But
Oh,
no, that
too
page,
much.
that page is dedicated to hot Thai girls, and they're mainly models. They do like
That's the
clothing
outside.
line. They do like clothing lines over here and shit like that. A lot of them do bathing suits
I bet they do a whole lot of clothing
because
modeling. Yep. Lots of clothes
hey
going on about that
J5, just to
modeling.
let you know, I have a button.
A lot of clothes on. Right, first, you got to set the setting, I suppose.
Like here at the 20, we're gonna be done. I
Is it
do
already
have
another
things
one?
I have to do tonight.
Holy shit, it is.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
I have to actually sleep. It's
4 minutes.
2:15. Yeah.
16 I have.
Well, I slept till 1:30 today.
Yeah.
So I'm
At
like,
1:30
this
I
is like
was on the
bedtime for
show.
me. I'm just about that high where I'm ready.
I started the show off or D show off at 9 o'clock out at the lake.
Yeah, I caught part of that. That was cool.
And then came back here and got on this one.
Yeah, it's fun. Do you have those little pre shows?
Yeah, that
Stevie had
coffee
talked about
shop
doing like
sucked.
about splitting his show up or something. Oh.
Yeah, starting it on one and then going over to the other one after an hour.
That's when you let the hair down. The after party. Shit gets weird. Did we hit it yet? I should probably spark something, huh?
17.
Hmm. Cheers, everyone. Chat. Thanks for keeping it rolling there, Cap and Buddy. Let me puff.
Yeah.
Let me puff like 5 joints.
Yeah, I've been the same way.
I wanted to say that's what she said, but it wouldn't make any sense there.
Yeah. One minute, guys.
419, got a minute?
519.
519 got 23 hours and a minute.
11
4
hours.
23 hours. I don't know. I'm fucking high. Don't ask me. All right. Well, I'll be the first one to say adios. Thanks to, I don't even know what channel are we on. Is this D's channel?
Think it was, or maybe it was Fumi's and then D took over.
It's Fumidor's show.
Oh, got ya. I was on
Yeah.
D's earlier. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers, Fumi. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Have a
Kat.
good Sunday.
Have a good Sunday, everybody. Stay fucking cool.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, Cap. Have a good one. I'll talk to you
Later,
soon.
bud.
So I can figure it out.
Everybody out in chat, thanks for sticking around. All 22 of you. We'll catch you on the next one, which should be Tuesday night. See y'all later. Peace.